Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna fix things in a second. I just got over to the computer, went live as fast as I could. Oh, look, looks like there's some of the aircraft right there. We got a situation in Santa Barbara County, the Sunfire. Came over here as quick as I could. Do apologize. I should wanted to be here at my station the entire day. Let me turn down the radio a little bit, just adjusting it. So let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Should show the beginning of this fire. We have a bad situation, maybe one of the worst weeks of California wildfire season, and probably the last.
330, 312.
Santa Ana winds. That is, if the rains of November give us a soaking. Remember.
So we're on the same page here. We're pulling up behind 334 on the west edge of the fire.
There's a lot of ground crews incoming. They did an SOS to Cal Fire here by Lompoc, California. And I'll show you the aircraft in a second. We've got the potential for more than 500 acres, they said. So as soon as I heard that, I sort of canceled my appointments and came back. My voice is still messed up. I'm still I'm not sick, terribly sick like I was, but I'm not recovered yet. So you can see how this is climbing the hill. Let's see.
Copy, engine 34 responding. Engine 51, if you can copy, cancel.
Okay. And we're looking to the northeast. So looking that direction, just trying to combobulate myself. Yeah, we'll just put on the wind filter in a second and see. Got the fire from a second camera, I believe. I don't see anybody showing up in chat yet, but
any mileage 5.3.
1409.
okay, finally, yeah. Looks like we finally went live here on YouTube. Sometimes there's a weird delay. So I need to go over and get a coffee going. Had a rough night. It was the anniversary of the Paradise Fire yesterday, and that was quite an emotional time. And I need to get coffee for my throat as well. So this, let's look at the fire from a different camera angle and see a 1-hour time lapse on it. It's a relatively young fire. Oh, you can see the windmills going like crazy. We've got the hot, dry desert winds pouring out of Nevada desert. I want to check the humidity and all that in a second, but this got the potential to be pretty big.
In 351.
Let's do a 3-hour. Look how clear everything was just a minute ago.
In 351, we're responding to the sun fire.
I hope you guys can hear radio. Let me know if the audio is okay. I got to tweet that I'm live. Got to get some coffee.
Highway 1.
Copy.
Notice how the fire spreads against the wind, against the way that the smoke is blowing. I believe it's because it's climbing the hills.
26 on scene. Medic 34 on scene.
See a couple of red splashes from time to time. So the amount of
Last three numbers only.
it's somewhat. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to see if I can. Sorry. I'm going to try to see if I can play with the audio. There may be a way to stop sheriff and just listen to the firefighters. Hey, Braden, how are you doing? And hey, audio's great. Hey, how do I say your name? I don't want to butcher it. Lensa.
Make contact. Her phone's lost. I'll call the RP and advise she's in her house.
Leticia? I'm sorry. Yeah, do let me know. But thank you guys for being here. Sometimes if you turn the left channel on or off.
1098.
Oh, it doesn't look like we have any luck. It looks like we have to listen to police and fire at the same time. But every once in a while we're hearing the pilots. It's what they just said right before I went live. For the Sunfire here is that the aircraft are working on, I don't know which edge, but they are working on, I'm going to get stepped on all the time by the radio. They're working on this drainage right here. So let's see where this is on CalTopo and get a better idea of where the heat detections are. Here, yeah, here they are, loud and proud. So this may be until next week's rains come. Holt Hanley, who's the guru of wildfire.
Yeah, do you still need crew 12 on Alpha?
Holt Hanley, who I retweeted. It's at
Stacking right now, and we got the dozer 24s putting in line. So if you got a need over there, I can push them over on your side. Yeah, firm. If they can come up to the head on the right flank, we've got it. We're in a transition into some hand line. I'll put them working for Division Mike on Fire 22, but they can tie in with myself on the roadside. All right, copy.
okay. At least there's a major highway.
868-4901, COB 08-23-2001-01.
Can I talk now?
Desert 23 responding.
They've asked for big tankers, big airplanes. They've got a couple mediums, a couple helicopters. So
Division Mike, that'll be sweet. Fire 22, and then tie in with ops on the road on your way up.
second. This is by Lompoc, California. Got Santa Ana winds going, plus all kinds of onshore winds up in the mix. So it's stuff at the ocean. So my voice is cracking. Yeah, I know, Braden.
Near misses and caller advised previously wrongly on Coast Village prior to entering the freeway.
Yeah, Braden, I was weeping over that. I tweeted up a storm about it. I can't believe it. Tillamook in Oregon has one of those blimp hangars. They're identical structures that they put all the way up and down the West Coast, a couple on the East Coast as well, because the blimps patrolled the Pacific Ocean during World War II.
29 valid, restricted to curriculum.
And on secret missions, because Japan was sending incendiary balloon bombs, like weather balloons with incendiary bombs on them, to the United States, and that was classified. A lot of people still don't know about it to this day. So these blimps were intercepting these bombs that were supposed to cause wildfires, because the Japanese took note of how wildfires devastated the United States in the 30s, like the Tillamook burn. So what burned, really quickly before we get back to this fire, let's go back to the cameras. What burned the other day is a record-breaking, they are identical copies of each other, so each one holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest freestanding wooden structures on the planet. Made out of mostly old-growth wood you cannot get back anymore. Redwood stuff, old-growth cedars and spruces and firs from Oregon. That structure is so big you could fit 6 blimps in there.
87, 8 miles south with Tango. Land 30, tanker 102.
Yay, there's the tankers. They'll say in a minute what the new plan is.
At a structure?
But so there's multiple copies of the building, at least, but one in Tillamook burned down too in the 90s.
Negative. They advise it's on the side of the road.
So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Since my voice is cracking, let me put this to a live view. Actually, let's get a second camera. Open question and answer time too in the chat if you guys need to know anything about this fire. There's a couple others we need to monitor, but this one's the worst. So
Copy.
here's our current live view. I need to go make the coffee, then I'll come back and tweet. Hey, you're very welcome. You're in the San Francisco Bay Area, and you can't do much about fires and weather warfare here. Yeah, it's just the world's gone. This was a bad year. I'm just gonna say this has been a hard year. I'm already ready for the next one. Are you guys? So let me make sure that is centered. We do have the aircraft working it. You'll see pink splashes.
Tanker 70, 10 miles south with Tango.
I wanted.
Clear to land 30 number 2 behind tanker 102, tanker 78.
All right, that audio should be all right. That's a very cool nickname that you have for YouTube. Where did you? Is that your name or last name, or tell me about it? So, oh, there's aircraft right there. I think that you could see much of a little blurb. What I could do is put it in 3D view, but it actually makes me car sick. We have several. Yeah, there's a red splash right there. So they're doing a great job. It's like I suspected. It's climbing up a hill. That means it can go against the wind. Now, there's not too many residential areas around here. This is southeast of the town of Lompoc. The wind is all over the place. We've got two different things here. The intersection, you can see the Santa Anas. They're coming from the Nevada desert, coming in from the land.
We're advising north V like Vector. We have 2 RPs so far.
Meeting.
North V for veg fire or structure fire?
Are there two?
Ditch, not near any structures.
Copy North V. Do you have a cross street?
All right. Let me take notes. Okay, this is the sun fire that we're covering here. There's others going on. So, not only.
Where's your location? Where are you coming from? We're just leaving South Base right now.
Okay.
Agent 50, you can cancel 44s. We'll handle in places.
There's a structure fire going on as well that may be unrelated in Santa Barbara County. We're listening to a lot of different traffic. It's got the sheriffs running.
5244, copies direct. Break. Lompoc, enter 44.
Local fire plus the aircraft. So we're waiting for the aircraft to say what the next move is. But they called out, there was an SOS in general to CAL FIRE.
In the city, or it just canceled on that call?
Still need you for coverage. Just cancel the call.
All right, copy.
This has a potential for more than 500 acres. So they said, give us 10 engines. And on watch duty, they said, what kind? They said, any. Just get us anything. And don't just get us aircraft, get us big, big, big aircraft. So I don't know if any of the big VLATs are en route. We've already got a couple of Type 2s, the medium-sized aircraft.
Like Victor and airport.
That was going to drive me insane. It's Sheriff's Office is running license plates and warrants.
Cancel, we'll handle.
We have more units. We have more units responding. Now I'm going to go get my coffee. So how are you guys today? This is probably one of our last really big weeks for fire, but it is a big week for fire. People forget that October and much of November is the worst 2 fire months for California as far as big fires, town erasing fires. Yes, town erasing fires like Paradise happened yesterday, 5 years ago. And it's bad because the autumn is when the Santa Ana winds begin to blow, as well as the Diablo winds. Sorry about pigeon noises. I'm going to try to heat up some food I haven't eaten yet today. So the Santa Anas, in fact, yeah, I do want a coffee. Let's make some coffee. The Santa Ana winds start blowing in October. So you get the Oakland firestorm, which was deadly, killed firefighters.
994, 300 block West Chestnut.
300 block West Chestnut. Go ahead. 1060.
Killed firefighters and civilians, devastated Oakland. That was in October.
Kilo Alpha, 2 miles northeast, 2000, be transition overhead, southwest bound. Traffic advised, Santa Ana.
All right, we're still waiting for the pilots.
Year 01 Suzuki.
Air attack will tell us what their plan is in a second. The point is that October, is October and November, the deadliest months of the year, and they cause the biggest, most quickly moving fires because of Diablo and the Santa Ana winds, which are almost the same thing. The point is the jet stream will change every year. Has nothing to do with global warming. It's just something that's been around and will be around as long as California still has geography the same way it does. And it's something that people in the know live in fear of these 2 months. And sometimes they're pretty mild. I would call these mild Santa Ana winds that we've seen this week and last week with the Highland Fire. Otherwise, the Highland Fire would be gigantic. We are pretty lucky.
Half mile northeast, the midfield transition, southwest bound is 2,400.
We are pretty lucky. The winds are only about 60 miles an hour right now.
Appears to be out by locals, my best guess.
Oh, good job. Looks like locals either just put out a structure fire or
Wire drop there. Ended up having a crew drop off.
Or-
So we're heading up east side
or that vegetation fire.
That's the Sun incident. They are Sun air attack. We are inbound Santa Maria, 8-minute ETE.
Advise your sign, you recovered.
Air attack 1-2 trainee has the Sun air. They are the Sun air attack. We are inbound Santa Maria, 8-minute ETE.
Copy.
Why is it ETE instead of ETA? So, like I said, so far we're lucky.
Teardrop entry for left traffic runway 26, setting in.
Only 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Mike, come in.
Division Mike, go ahead.
Just want to give you an update. Tied in with the ranchers, there is no access to the top of this. I'm going to go for a walk, but that also means it's most likely going to be a air and crew world up along the top.
Chief 202.
Sun incident.
At the Sun incident.
Mike, I see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, your TAC channel is going to be Z-Fire 22.
Copy, V-Fire 22.
And it looks like Alpha has dozer line up the left side, up to where the grass turns into the trees there, off to your left.
Yeah, I see that. Copy.
Be right back. Still trying to make some meal for myself. Haven't eaten today. Morse code? Okay, I wonder if I can talk now. So these Santa Ana winds can get to 75 to 120 miles an hour. So the fact they're only 60-ish today, nice.
Highway 1, there's some cattle fence area up on a little knob with a bunch of vehicles up here. That's where we are. Yeah, I'm right down here off the black. Looks like they're doing some mowing.
Mowing on a Santa Ana red flag day. Really? Really? If that's anything but a weed whacker with a string, mowing causes a lot of wildfires. That would be reckless today. Like if it was riding lawnmowers or something. I hope they mean something that was in the past, like a week ago. I don't know. Interesting. So we don't know what the cause is yet. I haven't heard about it though.
Traffic bananas 7237, travel 10 miles to the northwest, get over 5 field 2700 for a right teardrop entry for left traffic runway 26, setting in.
Mowing can do it though. So it's a bit confusing, but we do have a structure fire and a vegetation fire that is secondary to this sun fire. And the sheriff's office is going off on the same channel, but I'll try to get words in. So Santa Barbara County. Sorry about the kitchen noises. See, I have pasta. C-Prob took pity on me and came over and cooked pasta for me. Still not well, but it's lovely onion-free. Ragu, basically. It's not ragu. Let me see. What is this stuff called?
1125, southbound 101, north of Main Street.
Rayos' homemade, all-natural premium, sensitive stomach marinara.
Southbound 101 between Donovan and Main, it's tire debris, and then number 2 and 3.
It's actually remarkably good. Marinara sauce without garlic or onions. It's kind of spooky how they got it this good. Okay, let me see. Is this warm enough? Okay. All right, making my coffee. I'll be right over shortly, guys.
Our air tax 07 is 7 miles southeast inbound Tango. Straight in number 2, air tax 07.
We're waiting for air attack to come up.
Crew 514, just a crew off the helicopter 514. They're currently hiking up the left flank. If you can get a hold of them and move them over to your frequency and continue what they're headed towards. And your division, Mike, is going to be basically the hiking division where it leaves the first ridge line to the west until it gets out of the road. Yeah, those are doing fire. It's the personnel from helicopter 514. I believe their designator is going to be crew 514.
Now, the wind aligned
Crew 4, division Mike.
with a slope and drainage, and that's the crisis point right now. We're waiting for an update
30 Clear air tax 07.
on if they can stop it from going up that drainage, and I'll be right back in just a second.
237 Bravo overhead. You guys all right? Straight in 30, tanker 74.
Division Mike, frequency is going to be Vfire 22. You can hail on that. Just continue with your assignment up to there, but it looks like that his division up there is all going to be crew and air work up in there, so we're just going to reassign you up to him.
Okay.
Bonanza 7237 Bravo is a right teardrop entry for a left downwind for runway 26, and we do have the traffic at the end there on site.
Division Mike, I just got a hold of crew 514, reassign them to Mike on Vfire 22.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, friends, I'm back. Let's get to our station.
Division Mike on command.
It's going to be a long day. Hold on to your butts. Okay, how's everybody?
clear to land for 7-4.
Take it 10-4, number 2, number 3 is okay.
Clear to land 7-4, number 3.
Hey, friends. So, oh yeah, PG&E, don't get me started. Braden says,
Crew 514, Division Mike on command.
okay, 1 second, let's listen. Look at those windmills going. Look at the fierce wind. We got the intersection of Santa Ana's and stuff from the Pacific. That's got to be hell, actually, a hellish kind of condition to fight fires right now. They were smart to call out.
23 Los Padres, Edmonton 12.
Smart to call out an immediate SOS because this could be huge. They said 500 acres.
Keep that. We'll push out of the repair.
Easy. Okay, so orient you guys where we're at. Santa Ana, dry desert winds from Nevada coming in from the right. Pacific, more moist, but yet still fierce winds coming in from the left. And if you're not that familiar with California, Santa Barbara is it's kind of like a
Santa Maria Tower, Tinker 72, 15 miles southeast with a Zulu.
72, Santa Fe, making sure we're 14 miles.
Started 3 miles, Tinker 72.
Central 7, turn left on Verify, taxi after Mountain.
Santa Barbara County. It's a whole county, not just a town. It's right here where this little elbow is, just north of the
Step on order, but it ain't here.
Channel Islands here. And it's a big shipping lane and stuff. But it's a unique spot right here in California
And
because
let it kind of trickle through that riparian zone and pick it up once it hits the grass on the other side.
the Pacific winds blow at their full force right here, because here is the rest of California has these mountains, the Coast Range Mountains, that protects it from most of the winds. The winds just bounce off and don't really penetrate. Pacific Ocean winds. You have pretty mild weather, just even 10 miles inland, which, like Oregon coast, is just fierce the whole way, for example. So, but there's no protection right here in this entire triangular slot right here. So you got the full force of the Pacific winds. And these aren't very tall over here on the east, these bits of coast range, so the Santa Anas can blow right over here too, making this one of the worst places to fight fires. There's it's mostly rolling grass hills, great cattle ranging land, great place to put windmills, but perilous places to put cities and towns. I'm glad that this is away from Lompoc right now. If this had broken out, say, northwest of Lompoc, you'd have a major threat to the town, but I'm pretty glad it's somewhat rural. That's the only good thing about this right here. So, but it's nevertheless very difficult to get a handle on these. We'll check the weather in just a second. I'm happy that aircraft, there's another aircraft right there, is able to work this at all. This looks like a pretty mild Santa Ana wind event that we're having. You could have
Arizona 291, admin 12.
think of the Santa Anas as dry.
Aussie 066, Vandenberg Tower, runway 30, wind 320 at 19er, gust 23, clear for takeoff.
Look at the other.
30, clear for takeoff, Aussie 06, good day.
We'll look at the other fires in a second, because we're going to have more today. More are going to break out.
Clear line 30, Tinker 72.
But I've got to have blood sugar and I got to eat here. So this is the biggest concern at the moment. So you kind of see on watch duty,
12.
everybody thinks California is 100% urbanized. There's giant.
Code 4, 10-9 the rest.
Add note.
Copy.
There are more ghost towns in California than anywhere else, abandoned towns, and there's huge areas that are almost uninhabited. So this is cattle ranching stuff that dates back to Spanish missions.
Sending us.
and kind of an unbroken line of
Arizona 291, available at Santa Maria.
Of the land being used for that purpose. Okay, so let's look at some other. We got lots of aircraft on there. They're saying it's not a red flag. Oh, there, whatever, just whatever. It's just like with the Highland Fire the other day. Well, days ago, last week. The Highland Fire wasn't under red flag either, but you saw what happened when it took off, when it just absolutely blew up and raced through neighborhoods. First hour was mild, and then everything changed. So I have no idea
Traffic up a Victor left downwind, runway 26 setting in.
why most of Southern California is not under red flag. It should be right now because they haven't gotten the rain yet. So all last week, the Santa Ana's of 8% humidity. Okay, that's more dry than many ovens on bake. I mean, because cookies provide some moisture. All of Southern California was battered by those Santa Anas all last week, and all that does is just dry out the vegetation to, well, being bone dry. So I suppose red flag just wasn't, once again, declared because it has to meet number thresholds. Like this percentage of this percent humidity, this percent temperature, this. You can be right next to red flag and have every single bit as much danger as a red flag day, and they just don't declare it. And so it leaves people in the dark. I really don't like that. Well, here we are. So we have a different fire called the Chino Fire. We've got a update on it. This is away from the Sun Fire, which we'll go back and look at in a second. We're waiting right now for the air attack. We're listening to Santa Barbara County tell us what the new plan is. They're trying something out right now to stop the Sun Fire from where it's most rapidly spreading up a drainage. After they laid some more retardant, then they said that they were going to put in some ground crews to assess, but they're having trouble making access. So that's the last word on the Sun Fire. Now the Chino here was much closer to residential areas. This is San Bernardino County, which I believe is in there. Yes, it's it's not even in the red flag.
38, water tender 38 on Fire 22.
Not in red flag either. Wait a second, where'd it go?
16, respond on North V Victor and Ocean for a check to welfare. RP saw subjects dragging him out of the street. They appear to be helping him.
Wait, what? Who was dragged out into the street and why? Sorry.
Operations, I see on command.
Okay, so I guess they renamed it the Chandler Fire.
Yeah, we'll have water tender 32 here staffed very shortly. Where would you like them to go? I'll get back to you shortly. Break Alpha, Operations Command. Alpha. Yeah, Alpha, are you going to have any need for water tender?
Block North V Victor. And I'm sending medics. He requested them.
Oh, this is a busy day. It's Santa Barbara County. So,
And Alpha from Operations, just information, there are water sources on Zulu, so if they need to refill.
hang on. Oh, yeah, how do I say Lompoc?
You just keep on keeping on like you are.
Lompoc? I'm sorry. Thought it was like Lompoc. I'm thinking the East Coast.
And yeah, once those spots get locked down just behind you, we'll start kind of getting you some equipment back and some bodies. I think the crew should be headed in behind you as well.
Thank you for the correction. Yeah, don't ask me why that the Santa Barbara County is not in a red flag. I have
Tower, would it be okay to get touch and go with the departure? Red traffic. 734.
if I had my way, I'd create something called orange flag, which still alerts the people to the dangers. It may not be the worst fire danger imaginable, which is red flag, but people would still be aware that, don't mow today, for example. Report everything you see, even if it looks like a little campfire. Everything needs
52
to be.
responding medical assist 100 block north V Victor from a fall victim from a bike cross of Ocean Hill Walnut.
And let's do a time lapse now. This is the Sun Fire, Santa Barbara County. And we'll go back to looking at the others. We've got a couple. This is just the biggest concern. Still waiting for the aircraft to explain their next move. Because the fire crested a ridge or found a drainage, and the wind was driving it up that drainage. Oh, I forgot Twitter, guys. Excuse me.
Rescue 51 respond for smoke seen West Airport MV Victor.
Let's do a Twitter post real quick.
To the riparian zone, you guys gonna need to start cutting in there and getting after that. We're just gonna get up and start getting active on that road.
Vandenberg Crew 2,
Okay.
go ahead.
It's a Twitter.
Hey, sir, we're just getting on. We just passed Low Boy down right off the one.
Oh, it's Chimesh. Okay. That makes so much more sense.
Come up the right flank. We're going to assign you to Division Mike. You'll be at V-Fire 22.
Are you
Hey,
Chimesh?
copy that. Division Mike, V-Fire 22. Thank you.
I heard that some of the land down here was a rancheria.
Go ahead for Mike. Yeah, do you copy? You're going to be getting Vandenberg Crew 2. They're just coming in on scene. Yeah, I copy that.
You know the wind is fierce when the smoke doesn't rise much. It just flattens against the ground. So the wind is not allowing it.
716, can you 10-9 ahead? Fire traffic.
Ooh, did you see that? That lovely red splash? Check this out right here. Yeah. It looks like they're making really good big drops.
Currently have myself, 351, 391 on scene at 7200 Highway 1. Is there a better location that you want us? If you continue west, you'll see some flagging and a ranch road that'll take you back to the fire. Copy westbound, see the flagging, and that'll lead us to the fire. Any color of flagging? Control. Sun air attack on command 3.
Flagging. Okay, what they mean is the firefighters, rolls of the highlighter pink tape or the highlighter red or orange, green. So they just carry that around, and if they find a road of good access to reach the fire, then they'll just wrap that around fences and stuff.
Sun air attack on command 3.
Is it?
Go ahead.
Turn it to flagging.
Control, sun air attack, and show Tinker 9-1, release back to Santa Maria. They'll get a load there and then return to Ramona. Tinker 7-8, released empty, 30-minute ETE, back to Porterville.
Copy.
Wow. All right, so they've got their, I don't think they ever got their VLATs. They're very large aerial tankers. Oh yeah, they did. Yes. There's our orange fish right there, the whale shark. The MD-87. So that is definitely a VLAT, excuse me. So, yeah, I'm feeling much better, way more better about this staying somewhat small.
I copy southbound Southwest Spyglass, the White Dodge Dakota, out of gas with help en route, 1098.
With just what we've been able to see on the cameras and hear.
Right midfield, set up for 30 for a straight out departure.
Look at the...
Tanker 9-1, affirmative. Number 2 looking for 734 from Zulu. Number 2 looking for traffic.
Look at the tiny K-Max. That's a single-person helicopter. They look like mosquitoes. Okay, so yeah, they did get their VLAT order. I don't know how many. Tanker 91, I think, is a big one. It's going.
Land runway 30, Tanker 91.
There it is. There's Tanker 91. Oh, it's just a Marsh turbo tracker, so it's a medium size.
Zulu, traffic in sight. Number 2, set up for 30.
Ooh.
30,
Oops.
clear touch and go. 734, uniform Zulu, number 2. First straight out departure.
Tanker 911's coming. Now that's a VLAT. That's a DC-10. Where did it come from? San Bernardino? All right. Yeah, this fire stands no chance now. This is a perfect situation. More Morse code. Knock on wood. That it's not right in front of a big town, which is great. The winds are bad, but they're not impossible. As long as the tankers, the biggest tankers, can get in front of it. We don't have the heaviest fuels either. We've just got the Oak Savannah. Got the rolling Oak Hills.
The road that you were on, make a left and go up the canyon. There's a Jones head up there by the crew buggies. You can get water, and 338's up there also.
Okay. So far, we're lucky with this one, with the Sunfire. Now, the good news about the fire on...
Engine 38 on a hose lay, just up the canyon, just east of you, up that road you were coming in on. And there's a Jones head up there to fill up on by the crew buggies. You'll run right into them. So if you guys can go get some water and then come back.
Good, they found water. Probably like animal troughs, honestly. Springs. So...
If it goes and ties into the black, then we should be black from there to the drainage. Then we'll get after the drainage. Now 330s start in the drainage.
You can see multiple aircraft circling around and really big pink splashes of retardant. So I'm feeling much better about this one. Multiple streams, multiple lucky events here. So let's go back to the chat. Upton says they're at Zila.
Mike, 338's just punching in that hose lay, so they're kind of working for Zulu and tying in, moving into position Mike.
I hope I said that correct. Yeah, they are hitting it hard, and they called in big guns right away. They said just give us big aircraft and every engine in sight. Mm-hmm. Knock on wood.
Just west of you, and we're just waiting on some water, trying to get in there.
They got a fleet of water tankers, which are called tenders. And they were able to find local water sources. That's wonderful. Now, we're not out of the woods. This is going to be, I expect to be here most of the day.
Down or cut into it. If we can't get around it, I don't know. But let's try and keep it from crossing that road.
Which road?
674 Tango over Delta, crossing over the runway line on the ramp. Standing there.
The terrain's difficult but not impossible. At least it's not a forest fire. This could be insane if it was heavily wooded. Now, there's a lot of green on the map here. I don't know if it's headed into more heavily forested areas. That's what I want to know. Let's go to actual... Yeah, this is actual satellite view. Which direction is it going? Now this is showing prevailing winds out of the northwest. Presumably would be pushing it to the southeast, but let me figure out the smoke direction of the cams. We know that it's backing against the wind from this view. You can see that it's making progress, or at least has been.
Final stop's going to be 102 South 30.
102 South 30.
against the wind and uphill. Wait, is this the right?
1098 UTL, 141 married, copy 1022.
Inez Peak West. Yes, now that one's looking the correct direction. So we're looking that way. It's been trying to move north and northeast.
10-4.
Against the wind is also with the wind. So, wow. That.
Sam 154.
Oh, that's not retardant. Okay, I was like, what is that? Let's check our other cams. Blueberry 2. Is it looking at it? No, that it has. I don't think it's looking the correct way, no. Okay, Blueberry 1. Let's see. Behind a hillside. We'll do a 1 hour just to get an idea. Yeah. It happens sometimes. Fire will always be able to go against the wind if it's climbing. So sometimes you have the head and the foot of the fire expanding off in each direction. It's weird, but happens a lot. So they said, I think it's Idias or Yatias, I don't know how to say this, creek, which they're very concerned about. One of the drainages.
This was a rekindle of the original fire. The fire has now been extinguished. Rescue 51's available.
Yeah. There's several. We're listening to Santa Barbara County. Oh, it froze. Come on, don't freeze. It froze.
16 William 3.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got it.
8th Street is cleared.
10-4. Mary 1, you copy?
I'm at least saying Santa Ynez right. I hope. I think. It's Chaparral and Oaks. If it moves southwest, we'll have a lot of fuel. Yeah. So the winds are hard to
Sun air attack, go ahead.
gauge because we have the.
Control Sun Air Attack, Command 3, Tinker 7-6, released empty, 30-minute ETA back to Porterville.
It's a good sign. They don't think they need them.
Empty. ETA back, 30 minutes to Porterville.
Even though this shows wind speed and direction, it's the two different winds meeting, the Santa Anas of the land and the Pacific Ocean winds. And so when you have them meet, either they accelerate and go the same direction, but kind of locally, especially around hills and mountains, they can swirl around and be, well, unpredictable.
556, 1126.
3556.
So, look,
David 977 4661, date of birth 03/13/1988, 88.
here where the smoke is being driven in pretty much one direction. Oh wow, there's another big airplane. This is that the MD-87. Let's see, guys. Where's our McDonnell Douglas? Okay, nope. These would be Marshas 2s.
1 in custody.
Baker 911 is not on location. Or there's a website glitch. The fire's over here. Is it just trying to land at Solvang? Or Santa Ynez?
D9, location D, David.
Okay, I wonder why it... Okay, yeah, it looks like it may just be trying to land. Maybe it's not involved, but we know that the MD-87 was. Alright, so... Okay, Spinny Dude, hey, how you doing? Puller, good to see you too. Sorry, I've been a little bit concentrating and not greeting people as much. And thanks, Braden, for showing up. You're the only mod today on duty, but we'll make it. So I do want to encourage.
Jones Head. So we crossed the creek, and are we heading left or right?
Left or right? I would say north or south, but
Other side of the creek.
one moment. I forgot to put up the PayPal donation link. I want
At
to.
the corrals, make a left, and you're going to run into crew buggies. Not exactly sure where it's at, but there's a Jones head right over there. Copy.
I want to stay ad free for sure.
Head operation.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, Mark, when you make your way into it, I'll take you on the right flank.
All right, I forget to ask for donations, but I have to. Sorry.
24 did?
I want to stay ad free.
Yeah, I didn't see where he parked, but if that looks like a good spot to you, sure. And then we'll just grab Black Edge on the right flank.
Right flank of what?
Continue past him.
So our other view.
Operations, those are 23. Map.
In
Those are 23, go ahead. Hey, want me to unload where those are 24 is? Yeah, I didn't see his low boy. I think you can continue past that. Just come up on the right side of the fire. There's plenty of room to offload.
did it reach the fuels?
Copy is a little broken.
That is a concern right there. But they released some aircraft, so it's in two different drainages. Look, on each side of those hills. That is definitely a ridge line in between them. So that's a complication. I'm not seeing a lot of road access in there. I mean, the road could be hidden right now. Might take some time and all. At least they have some road access, some ranch roads. But aircraft turned the tide.
With 14 subject property.
There's a plane. Okay, in order to stay ad-free and will stay on the air, I'm sorry, I have to ask and do internet begging for donations. The PayPal link is the best way. It's in the pinned comment. PayPal only takes like 1% or less, whereas if you do super chat or super thanks, YouTube takes 30% of whatever you donate. 30. I'm very grateful for even $1 right now. During the off season, it's very hard to drum up any donations. It's hard to
36, 52 units are back. 23, 152, eastbound mission posting at attack.
36, 52.
52 is eastbound mission from Adadag, Black Dodge Durango, 4x4.
I don't care about a Durango. Oh,
Checking back.
there's a big plane. So the point is that I have to survive through the winter and still
Copy. Say that again for Zulu.
not work in order to be here. So, and if you can't spare a dime, no worries. Just spread the word about the channel. Just hit the share button, text it to people you think might need this information. All that is greatly appreciated. I'll try to figure out something to do during the winter
Playing catch
to
up with the tail end of this thing here. And then as soon as I can cut anybody loose, I'll send them your way.
keep Firestream going, but it's harder than ever to make a living off of YouTube. It's getting concerning. All right. Paula says in the northern hemisphere, low pressure systems always turn counterclockwise. Really?
Okay.
Is that the difference between hurricane and cyclone then? Versus. Okay. No roads except for some ranchers. Yeah, the ranchers have been in contact with them. We've heard them. We are still waiting for air attack to give the new
52 information vehicles now northbound Elements entitled for mission.
to declare the new plan. If it does reach these fuels, things could just immediately change. So I'm still trying to orient myself. I'm sick, recovering from being sick. I don't know anymore. So if you look, what I do is I draw a little circle
41
in order to figure out what the cam is when I'm this confused. Now, then you put on camera angle. So the camera,
We need to button this tail end up, or we're going to be dealing with more of the same in the riparian zone on the bottom, back here in the back.
all right, that's air attack. So they're still battling the drainage. And they said, we have to stop it in the creeks here. Otherwise, bad. It's going to keep spreading. Now they're brainstorming. Smoke is drifting basically south and southeast. But it's climbing to the northwest, north by northwest.
14. Can you hold the door for his property?
So let's see where the biggest pockets of fuel are. Okay, go back. So remember, the margin of error are the big squares. So we have heat detections in both areas, but that could just mean that fire is just in between them. It doesn't mean at all. Almost never means that fire is where the entire square is. It's just there's a grid. Satellites zip over it extremely quickly, so they're not that accurate, but they move fast, so they come back every 20 minutes. So this is 1 minute old data right here, and thank goodness it's not red. Red means if we see it go red, it means it's flared up and it has more heat in that square than the last satellite pass. So if it's fading into orange, in the yellow, and that's what we want to see, then eventually we'll see it go gray, which is like 6 hours ago. But this is still within the last hour, these two heat detections. So the...
When you get water, we need you to come back to where you guys were. I need this stuff to keep it out of the riparian zone, or we're going to have the same issues over and over. So when you guys get done, grab 330 and tell them to get back over here.
They're still struggling.
Yeah, I copy that.
Riparian zone means creek and river area, and that's usually when there's a line of vegetation.
Please.
So that can make it difficult. So let me make sure I've oriented myself correctly. Yeah, this one's looking to northeast. This Dangermond camera. Okay. Now we've got, yeah, this is south by southeast drift of the smoke. I wish we could identify the exact, see, here's a big mound here, the exact two creeks that it's on. It's on both sides. It may have just merged up here. Looks like the fire coming up from this drainage and on the other side of that hill may have just merged at the top. This is unclear. Watch it. Okay, no, it's just smoke. We've still got two distinct spots. That's the head of the fire on the other side of the hill. This is the head closer to us. Wish we had multiple camera angles. Who else wants to see like live from the cockpit stuff? Oh my god. if that could happen, if they just had live from the cockpit views of these firefighting airplanes, there'd be no budget problems. All people over the world would be like, "Oh, here's $1. I want to continue watching the next 20 minutes." Mark my words. But here we go. Pilots would be very distracted with cameras instead of their job. The downside of that. But I think the public needs to become more engaged and understand the dangers, difficulties, and incredible work that they do. Okay, so yeah, Oakton says there's a lot of fuel in the drainages, no roads but ranch roads. Yeah. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? So sorry I didn't reach you. I need to rearrange my window so I can see chat better. Let me do that real quick. Now let's look at the other. While we're waiting for this phase to be done, they're struggling with stopping the forward progress here before it reaches new fuels. Let's look at the other fires real quick. Now, what I was trying to interject with earlier is in San Bernardino County, there's been at least several.
149, 1010.
That's further southeast than where we were at just now. So, looks like it was a 20-acre fire, and they were able to stop it from reaching a school in a neighborhood. So, great.
Let's get this, or we're going to be doing the same thing.
And the eyes in the sky have been repeating that over and over again.
10-6-1951 off of Verano Way in Napomo. Identifying a female, brown over hazel, 5'5", 155. License status shows valid with no history, and it's at 1039 to Four Corners for your tow.
It is Ytias or Ytias, I don't know how to say this, Creek, Ytias. Seems to have contours very similar to what we were looking at. Oh, look at that.
305, 400.
Gotta be an old ranch right there. Wow.
To the west-southwest, if I'm not
So they still have not. They still have not caught it.
Coming in broken.
Now, it's a hold on to your butts day. I don't care what they say. I'm declaring all of Southern California red flag.
Bring all the units up to the down the road. You're going to come by about 2 to 3 miles. I will meet you at the bottom of the command post. We're going to be assigned to Division Zulu. It'll be CDF TAC 11.
As dangerous as red flag. They've only got parts of it technically under red flag, but that's because I found out how rigid their definition is. It's numbers based instead of reality based. Like if red flag needs to have 18% humidity or lower, and it's 19, they won't declare it, and the public's lucky if they get a fire weather watch. But it's stupid little things like that. Oh, the wind speed needs to be 55 miles an hour, not 54. And that's the difference. I think they should.
Romeo, 16 miles out with uniform. Confirm 6949 Romeo, call your 4 mile final straight in, runway 30.
Right. Some of the firefighting aircraft were released.
With 10 and 12, we've got 4 pending Gulf strikes.
Oh, Tanker 911's on the scene now. Did not land. I guess it was over there just circling.
Okay, copy that. Surveyed the vision. We got a whole lot of open hand line.
In fact, I don't know what it's doing, but maybe.
I copy, and dozers effective on mine. I believe we can utilize them in some areas. Some's pretty steep and lots of oak and overhang. It looks like dozer 24 is looking probably up there, so.
It's a DC-10 model.
Over departure, Jojo Hotel. Talk to you a bit.
How sophisticated. Flight radar is up and coming. Used to have generic airplanes. That's an actual DC-10 model. So it's away from the fire, doing a huge loop around the situation. I don't know if it's on standby, waiting to come in, waiting for a lead plane. I don't hear them mentioning Tanker 911, but it's cruising, joyriding around the general area. Now, if we go to an actual airplane on the scene, we'll see exactly what best we can the terrain actually looks like. This is a generic airplane model. Looks like an A320 or something.
En route to that address if there's another unit available.
There goes the lead plane. Now, the lead plane has to go in front of the big tankers, the big ones, because they weren't designed.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's not what it's doing, but planes locations will suddenly shift really quickly and rubber band back to their real position.
That's on scene with you now at the XSB strike team. You've got most of the resources there. They're assigned to your division.
When Flight Radar 24 loses track of their transponder, this happens.
Number 177 for Foxtrot, 2 miles to the north, centering at 45, forward right downwind for runway 25, upper.
This happens when they go really low. So you can tell when they're doing the drop. So if they go low, 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 then pull up. Sometimes we know exactly where they're dropping. So this
11 miles south, inbound landing with uniform. Okay, direct 30 and reference the traffic in front of us. We'll report 3 miles.
So these, like I said, a lead plane, the one you see in the distance, has to guide in the passenger jet planes because they weren't designed for firefighting, just passengers. Ah! Well, God.
Romeo on the right 360.
Zoom. That's an example of rubber banding.
Are you having any luck finding a way to the top? Not really. I pushed the road down, and it continues and goes higher. I was going to try and go back up and maybe get on the top from there. It's in the middle of the black. I copy that. Yeah, the thing to look at, too, is if we could just cut off this piece, kind of on the southeast. It keeps bumping into this right here. Maybe if we could just cut that little section off while Lompoc looking for a way up. I copy. You're talking where all engines and water tenders is? Yeah, firm. There's a piece on what would be the right flank too that just kind of keeps pestering. There's a way to just get a quick cut on that, and then we'll look to get you guys positioned up top. Leave you alone. Copy. They mark you up on 12.
That is a DC-10. Right there. That.
Can I send someone out for you?
Okay, so where is Tanker 911 then?
We'll try and radio when you get to the edge.
Lining up. Tanker 911's lining up for a drop, so let's go.
Skyhawk 74 Foxtrot, right downwind, runway 25, sending to Lompoc.
She's in position.
Read vector traffic.
96 Tinker 7 and Tinker 74 released, and they'll be empty, returning to Santa Maria for fuel.
Copy.
I'll do this as long as we don't get carsick. Altitude is... Where's the altitude? Where? Oh, here it is.
is 50 miles southeast, negative 8.
2,800 feet.
3303 miles, Tanker 72 flight.
Now, when drop time happens, lead plane needs to get in front of this tanker because they don't.
Cameron Tower, Banger 710,
on the back course, low 5 for a touch go. Banger 7-1, Wilco. Taker 7-2, just go to face off and intercept the data. Taker 7-2.
Oh, that makes me ill.
10-4, do we have a picture of her?
All right, so the reason we're looking here is we'll find out exactly where they're
10-4 to my work phone.
taking the drops, so you can get an idea of the terrain. It's flatter than it actually is, because, oh God, this make me ill. Because of the limitations of drawing this terrain. However, I find this very valuable to figure out exactly, oh God,
Oh, we've got the Cessna on site, we'll follow them.
where they're making drops. Now, the lead plane will drop right in front of this tanker, and then you'll know when they drop a bit of altitude that the drop's about to occur. Then we can cross-reference as soon as they usually comment and tell the pilot if their drop is okay. And then we'll check the cams, see the DC-10 on the cams, and know exactly what we're dealing with. I think it's Itias Creek or Yitius Creek, Itias. There's the major Highway 1. It sort of parallels Highway 101 on the coast,
10-7, setting by alley sign.
but takes a different route. So it's going south. We're looking. If you can't see the little key, we're looking to the right. So it's making really big, wide circles. 2,800 feet. There's lead plane, somewhat nearby. Now, the reason that the passenger planes need a lead plane and the Marsh S2s don't, and the Scoopers don't, and the crop dusters don't, is because they were made for passenger jets. Passenger jets, you can look out the window and only see up or across, not up and across. You can't see down, like in fire. So you can't see where you've dropped your retardant or where the target is. So the lead plane goes in front. The lead plane can see down, and he will pop smoke like at an air show, and like smoke.
We're going to be headed back to Point Magoo after this. We'll just go via far.
No idea which pilots are talking.
Say again?
But they'll pop smoke. The smoke trail as soon as the passenger jet.
And then number 2, what's it reading?
Hang on.
672 flight, clear to land number 2.
It's sort of an easy job with the passenger jet tanker because all they have to do is fly into the smoke. The moment their nose touches the smoke from the aircraft in front, boom, they hit the button and they have dropped pretty precisely. So all the lead plane has to do is pop the smoke and start trailing it behind it as soon as it's over the target. Now, I'd love to see more video examples of that. That's rarely shown online, but right now I'm a little bit confused. They dropped 50 feet, 27. I mean, that's within the margin of error. Lead plane's still circling around, but when are we going to see a drop by the DC-10? It's just making wide loops right now.
Lompoc area traffic, helicopter 205 Romeo Hotel, 5 miles to the southeast inbound Lompoc.
Let's look at the airplane's route. I do not believe a drop has been made yet. Some are capable of doing 2, like a half drop, circling around and doing a second. I don't know if the DC-10 is. Hey, Smitty, how you doing? Hey, David, how are you? That's a good question. What's the humidity at Lompoc? So we will wait and see if the lead plane, this is a more example of rubber banding, is going to drop in front. They'll probably say something as well. So let's go to NOAA, okay, National Weather Service, Lompoc, California.
I should have a fuel truck that just arrived there.
What priority will go around?
57. Now we have an interesting intersection of two different winds. That's probably why it's more moist than
If you
usual.
want us to go around, we can go around for you.
So, Coach, we're going to roll up VFR now, and we'll get out of your hair to the east.
Tower, tanker 72-1 will be going to the right, dash 1 will be going to the right, dash 2 to the left.
We have mostly Pacific winds from the ocean going over the area from the northwest winds. Just blowing wind to the southeast. But look, we've got the
5 Romeo Hotel. Now 4 miles out. I'm coming in slow.
we've got the hot, dry desert winds. Santa Ana's meeting them, making this volatile mix. So far, the wind has been so far that we can see on the cams. The wind's been going
Water Center 27 on command.
in a constant direction.
Go for operation. Hey, I'm on scene. You got assignment for me?
Address on Newcastle.
Romeo to land runway 30.
Operations, this is Mike. Mike, go ahead. Just want to give you an update. We've got approximately 2 drainages, open line, active fire that's slowly backing. Called probably half miles, open line that's still active. Just let you know. Okay, Mike, send me your traffic with WhatsApp. Copy to half mile of open line.
Okay. Yep. Whoa.
Copy that. I have 2 dozers available if we can find a way up for them. I think they're having a hard time with gaining access.
And we keep seeing the DC-10 circling. I've not heard of a drop yet.
And then I'll start heading back that way. Pretty soon.
There it is. It's low, it's circling, but hasn't gone in for a drop yet.
Charlie Hotel with uniform.
Tower 472 Charlie Hotel. We're just going about 10 miles to the south. We're inbound for the U.S. Forest Service. Landing pads there for refuel. Direct report to 472 Charlie Hotel. Follow you, and I'll be number 2.
No worries, your fuel trucks are on the north end of the runway there, so they're waiting for you.
And thank you for the...
And we'll take our interval off of you.
Hey, Desi.
Okay, might take me just a second to land the bucket, but once I find the fuel truck, I'll be golden.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess the helicopter is going to land near a fuel truck and refuel on the road. That's cool. We've had multiple helicopters, even a tiny K-Max today. Hey, Desi.
Up along the edge. 332's on the other side with Crew 2 from Vandenberg cutting along, but we got to button that riparian zone up or it's just going to keep flaring up on us. We also got 21 Charlie on the opposite side of the road. They're going to be working with 332 as well.
David 10 on a clear current 21 Hyundai to Savannah or David Chase.
Okay, that's a license plate. The sheriff's office keeps butting in. So the DC-10 is not dropped yet. Waiting for instructions, I suppose. But their current plan was stop it in these 2 drainages. And they have not been able to. The entire last hour, they have not been able to accomplish that. And then they said, we'll have a plan B once we've stopped it in the drainage. But if it goes up the drainage, which we've been seeing on the cam, it's headed right towards heavier fuels, towards the thicker forested oak stuff, instead of just being on the oak savanna grasslands. So it's just about reached.
32s, they're trying to work their way across and chase the black across the riparian zone over to you guys. Once they get that buttoned up, then you and 30s can work up the drainage in that riparian zone and start knocking that stuff down, and Crew 2 is going to be trying to cut in there as well, so if we can knock it down and help them out.
So the plan is clear, but it's not been achievable yet. No matter how many drops they've been making, the fire's still been progressing in two different directions. With the wind to, I believe it's the south by southeast, against the wind, uphill.
Wait for it, 1129 valid CM1. Get ready up there.
Upper good.
He does have 2 dealer we're going to sell.
To the north.
That's a restraint party and they served civil harassment.
Civil harassment order. Okay, that's more sheriff's office chatter. I just muted that for a second so I can get a word in. But you see how it's reached pretty much, at least in our view, the heavier fuels. This would change the game completely. You would still continue to climb. You still got a hill, but everything is quite dry. There's not been the rains here yet. Next week they're supposed to come. El Nino in general usually means a hotter and wetter, a wetter and colder Southern California and Arizona and New Mexico. It's what the jet stream does, blah, 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 blah. This is not guaranteed. El Ninos, La Ninas, which we've been in since 2020, 23 back-to-back La Ninas, and now it's El Nino. They're always wild card years, but it's just that looking over the last 20, listening to the radio, looking over the last 20th century and the newer data, it's like a greater than a 50% chance that it'll be a wetter than normal and colder Southern California winter. But slides and floods and flash floods is what we can look forward to next. Is basically the warning from the weather people. So this may be one of the last really bad red flag Santa Ana things. Santa Ana's will go from, this wind pattern goes from October to January. And that's not a climate change thing, it's a geography thing. It happens every year. But it's still dry in October, it's still dry for much of November. So that makes these 2 months the worst, deadliest, and most frightening fire months in California. And the public still thinks it's summertime. No, summertime is a lot of fires, but rarely do you see the big town erasing fires in the summer. It's the Santa Anas and Diablo winds, which can go 75 miles an hour, 125 miles an hour, hurricane force winds out of the dry Nevada desert with 8% humidity. We've been lucky. We've had mild Santa Anas this week and last week, 55 miles an hour. Today it's only 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Here we would have seen this explode in already thousands of acres by now, but there's a couple of factors here in Santa Barbara County. It's exposed to the Pacific winds in a way that most of California is not. Because the Coast Range, see this little wedge right here? It's exposed directly to the more moist Pacific winds, whereas the rest of California never gets it, well, rarely gets moist Pacific winds because of the Coast Range acting like a big brick wall. The only place that moist Pacific stuff, this is why California doesn't get a lot of rain, can enter is San Francisco Bay and the Santa Ana Gap down there in LA. But check out this whole chunk of Santa Barbara County right here. This is relatively flat and exposed directly to the more moist winds. So we have 55% humidity right now, 71 degrees and sunny. Now, 71 degrees for a high of tomorrow, mostly sunny then breezy. So wind speed is a constant 18-ish to 20-ish miles an hour. You could bet that that's been fluctuating with the wind gusts. So, and they're saying, as high as 20 I'm thinking that we could see a little bit more than that. Every once in a while, it's you can bet your bippy that you're seeing every once in a while 35-ish mile an hour gusts. But this is what fire can do, race out of control. And they're still not ahead of this fire. They're still struggling with it in the creek, even though it's just mostly grass and hang on, mostly grass and oak.
3-4 boy, I'll send it to your MDC. It's for 3 vehicles.
Okay, the pilot broke in for a second. Okay, where's our DC-10? Still hanging around. It may have just dropped. Oh no, if we missed it, I'm gonna be sad. I don't think it just dropped. But it's now could have. If lead plane no, the lead plane did not follow that pattern right there. Yeah, the drop could have occurred right here. This is where both their paths intersect. So great. This may be what we needed. I'm sorry I just missed it. If that just happened. Let's find out where exactly that is. Because we want to know exactly where we're looking. I think it's Etias Creek. Okay, how do I change roadmap terrain? Etias or Yitius? Okay, assuming this is a correct spot. That's Etias Creek or Yitius Creek. What is... Okay, memorizing the landscape. This would match up if the fire is going up these two different canyon parts right here. Or at least empty. If that was a DC-10 crew, we just missed it. I'm sorry. You usually can't see it anyway. Like, it'll rubber band quickly because it goes down, but it would have been cool. So hopefully the DC-10 comes back. So let me look and figure this out on Caltopo. And then we'll know exactly where the fire's headed, what it's doing. Right here. All right, this is the battleground right here. All right, we've got our orientation. Look at the heavier fuels. It's just lapping at these heavier fuels. So when they're talking about the riparian, that means the vegetation growing in the strip with the creeks. So that would make sense if the fire started down here where we have the heat detections and it's gone up and it's spread left, spread right, climbing the hill. And they've tried again and again to get ahead of it and do these drops like this to cross the T. Sorry, I don't have the pen anymore. It doesn't work until I set up a third monitor. But I used to draw on the screen. But it's now pretty much reaching this much thicker fuel source, this forested type area. I would imagine a lot of that's oak. But oak is fire resistant. That's because it survives fire. It still has a lot of its limbs and stuff burn off. And whatever has been dropped, like leaves on the ground, big fuel source. They'll burn up the grass and the brush. So let's look back to cams. We still don't have any good news. Definitive good news about their progress. They keep saying, hurry up and
northeast, northwest, inbound for fuel.
Okay, that sounded like a helicopter inbound for fuel. Now it sounds a lot like air attack is, in my opinion, they've released some of the tankers to go back. They've already done a lot of what they can do, and they're urging the ground crews to move faster and pounce on it.
Operation Strike Team 9440 Charlie on command.
But in the last hour and 20 minutes, they've not been able to catch up with it. It keeps just leaping forward.
On this side.
It's climbing.
622 Papa Bravo, San Mateo, you want to work the numbers of runway 2.
It's climbing that hill.
Papa Bravo, departure ramp is OAG cross 30 and operations on the numbers of runway 2 are approved. South of runway 30 and left turns out of low at 100 feet.
Let me be able
Until
to.
you see the flagging, turn to the right. You'll make your way back to the hill of fire. It's probably half mile off the highway. Continue up the highway here until I see some flagging.
That really means like pink highlighter tape that they wrap around posts and stuff. They're like, oh, don't turn at the sign or this or that. Turn at the flag. Yeah, that made it worse. That made it sound way worse.
Units
Okay.
possible UI subject at the library.
I won't turn on that feature then. So it's frustrating one here. Oh, hey Rob, how are you doing? Sorry.
City's black and white flash ships, possible UI break.
With 3558.
With 3558, we're getting further, and then not willing to sign for 650.
Yeah, thanks so much for your input, Upton. Can you tell us a little bit more about what to expect?
Way towards you guys.
Are these like private ranches?
Left traffic for 2-3. Traffic.
What do you think will happen if the fire reaches that particular spot? Will it just be kind of a transition from a grass fire to a forest?
To the northwest, down before left-hand 26.
Oh, the beetle kill dead trees. Oh, yeah, Rob. Okay.
Go ahead for 24.
I don't think oaks get the beetles so much. Pines. Pines and firs are super vulnerable, but I'm not a tree expert by any means. That would be a good question. Now, Rob is asking, do they have problems with the golden oak?
I just went through on the west side of this thing. I'm heading your way. 45-minute ET.
Copy.
Punched through. Does that mean he parted the fire like the Red Sea?
After that? Something that can pick up a car with a low profile. Copy.
I'm wondering what is at risk other than the landscape, like the wildlife. We know it's not the most
We're at 331. We're up there.
populated area here, but does it just have a potential to be a big forest fire in this region? Let's turn on structures.
704 Julia Hotel, 2,400 up, direction north, upwind, coming for left traffic for 26, planning on left traffic.
Okay, pilot's just checking in, saying here's where I'm coming from. We've got some structures about a highway. Looks like this is a neighborhood or a ranch. And I don't believe that that is in danger. Let's see. Fire activity. Yeah, it hasn't. That'd be a little bit against the wind, but it could definitely spread if it climbed hills that direction. It would be a slow thing, or if the wind changed direction. What we've got to think about is the next couple of days, hot, dry Santa Ana things, and Holt Hanley admitted that he doesn't even want to speak about what may happen. To our fire concern, fire danger. Like, what should he tell the public? He said every couple of hours that he checks the forecast. It's changed for this part of California because there's so much uncertainty about what when the timing of the wet storms coming in from the Pacific. How is that going to interact with the Santa Anas that are blowing
3009, transition approved.
out of the desert?
Thanks for the craft, 769 myself.
So I know that there's ranches out here. It's a good place to put cattle, and around these creeks and drainages where you can have springs and they can actually drink something. I don't know what, is this a national forest or a state forest or just private land up here, where it may be transitioning to a forest fire if they don't stop it. Now there's our DC-10.
72 Alpha is going to be left-hand downwind for 26. And I've got the facing in the left-hand downwind here.
Okay, pilots are checking in, coming back. They're refueling right now.
County NS traffic, 704 Juliet Hotel, left downwind for 26, County NS traffic.
Look at our cams.
Control, Sun IC. Go ahead.
Look at it go against the wind.
You can cancel Los Padres water tender 23. Copy, cancel Los Padres water tender 23.
Los Padres. That's a forest, right? Desiree says lots of military landing. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, water tender 23. Copy, you can cancel.
I've heard of Hollister
Water tender
Ranch.
23, copy, cancel.
Victon says a lot of fuel around here. If the fire gets to Hollister Ranch, that would be very bad. Okay.
Traffic helicopter 357 Alpha. I'll be number 2 behind the Cessna on 7 days.
Can't make that out. Is that a place name? A town?
86 is Diaz office.
Or just a large ranch in the area? This looks like mining activity. Over here.
24, Mike on C-Fire.
Or something. Corey?
Out of the way.
Google Maps may have the answer. Yeah, Vandenberg's very close. Okay.
24, Mike on C-Fire.
Let's see. Here's a... Oh, nice. Should just check watch duty. I'm correct, though. This is where fire currently is. And look at it lapping the forest. It's 211 acres. They said potential for at least 500. That's why they called in the big guns. Give us anything you've got in the way of engines, plus very large aerial tankers. We had at least 2, the MD-87, the DC-10, but a whole fleet of Marsh turbo trackers, which are Type 2, meaning medium-sized tankers.
2,600 overhead, standing as the circling in for a left downwind 26, standing as I see the helicopter onto a final.
Pilots telling each other they see. So we got somebody... Somebody new. Now this...
For resources, once we get this riparian zone buttoned up, we'll be able to start pushing around the corner and start heading into Division Mike.
And they've been saying that a long time. So riparian zone is the creek drainage, so it could be this section, but it could be this section. This is Etius or Etius or Etius, however you say that road. Etius Creek Road. I wish there was a terrain button for watch duty.
Black RV, left downwind to be in the numbers 26 as landing.
Would make my job easier. Let's turn on different topo maps and find this ranch.
Point of contention for us. We got a lot of engines and bodies in there. We got Vandenberg Crew 2 in there now too, and a dozer now, so we should be good. Break.
Here, the green, you can see the forest. So this is where it's at. Now, let's find this ranch. 4-wheel drive road. I don't know how engines will handle that. Fire engines. This is another classic case of a fire getting away from them. Yeah, it's a quarry. Just because they didn't have good enough roads.
3 county type 3s working in there now, so that should be making good work of that. That'll be perfect tonight for that.
I wish you'd explain what you talk about. Okay, so
2055, I copy. It's going to be a San Luis County Sheriff handle, negative TC. 28S2 copy.
I see, Ugden, I see. And maybe that's why I've heard it.
What's that?
Hollister Ranch. And it's... That's not taking us
with uniform for the hotel taxiway.
the right spot, is it?
Alright, Mike Hotel, welcome.
Rancho San Julian. Oh, is that where? Yeah, you were saying that's where your relative is at. Ugden, I can't remember. Let's go back up. Yeah. Hey, Wildcat One. Sorry, I did not see your post. Rain's coming next week with uncertainty about how much exactly when. So I retweeted, and my Twitter is @K Wildfires. That's my Twitter. In fact, let me get a link for you guys. Holt Hanley. Holt Hanley did a very, very good 20-minute update.
To the right flank. I'll come down and tie in with you on the road. We're just up on the mountain.
Holt Hanley did an awesome job, maybe in response to what I asked him to do, which is just, can you make real quick updates and tell us what to expect whenever the Santa Anas are blowing? Just tell us Santa Anas what's going on. He gets on Twitter, does it?
They don't want to give us legal authority, so cancel units. No response for now. They'll call us back once they decide.
Copy, negative response to the library.
That could be.
Are you able to handle a drive-by of me and Johnny D. Wallace?
Hey, firm 55 en route.
Okay, units. Those could be police units, because police is bleeding into this. So what we got is a tense situation.
Along the sidewalk between the park and the auto dealer, and it's blocking access to people getting by.
Yeah, that's police stuff. They've been unable to stop the progress of the fire, even though some.
Clear to land, taxiway hotel, 9 Hotel.
They've been unable to stop it from reaching the trees, and that would be a much heavier fuel source. It would reach probably higher winds. Just being on the top of a hill. So this would transition from a mild grass fire affair to a forest fire. And it's going even against the wind. So Holt Hanley did a really good summary. Let me put the... Yeah.
Patrol 37 will be in quarter flank in.
I tweeted it this morning, or last night. He says, the situation's changing so rapidly, this might be our last red flag week for Southern California, or California in general, because they're hoping that it won't just be a little rain next week, but the start of the rains of November. That would finally mean fire season
550 Fairmont Avenue on 07.
is possibly over. We are in the worst.
Improved that to be able to get some type 3s up that road from the bottom going up.
We are in the worst fire season right now.
I copy that. Did you head off to the west?
Because the Santa Anas are here.
Yeah, you said with a little improvement you can, and then I was asking, did you head off to the west? I can't see or hear you.
But everything's still damn dry. So we are waiting for the rains, the wet season to begin.
You got me on C-Fire 22? Yeah, copy. Can you copy me? I do, yeah. I think a little bit more work on it. I think it'll be accessible for pickups and maybe a Type 3 or 2. I just have to get up there and do it. I'm ringing this black down here by the buggies right now.
Okay, I copy that. When you're done with that, I'd like to improve that because I'm going to make a request for some additional Type 3s up there.
I copy.
I keep forgetting if Type 1s are the big heavy engines.
Unit, try again.
I think so. And Type 3s are the smaller. They're trying to use a 4x4 Jeep road / trail. That it's once again a clear case of road access.
Dozer 23 is going to approve a line that you punch down from the middle division down to the bottom. He thinks with another pass or two would be accessible by Type 3. So any additional or extra Type 3s, we might be able to use them up Mike.
Once again,
Yeah, it's great to hear. We do have plenty of Type 3s, so if and when that's an option, let me know and we'll sign it. I copy that. You need some time, but I'll get back to you.
Copy that. Additional line 4.
hopefully they could keep this from becoming a forest fire, but it's tense right now.
That crew baseline 4 is going to be on scene shortly, and they'll be assigned to you.
Holt warned us.
I copy that. Crew baseline 4.
Wind speed.
And for that crew coming on scene, is their best access to start on the Mike Zulu break and continue up the line, cruising to the west.
That dozer line, that the dozer is working to make it start in the middle and start heading towards the east.
Okay, I'll assign her to you when they get on scene. Switch over to the captain.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, I'll tell you about the big threat and the big problem. So, they first of all, last hour, this fire's only been going for like 2. In the entire last hour, they can't stop the forward progress. It's still going. It's going against the wind and with the wind in 2 different directions. And so against the wind, where it's climbing towards the forest, where it would become a true forest fire instead of a grass fire like it is right now. They've been unable to stop it from reaching the forest, and it's a clear case of they have ancient roads that are not maintained. They're accessible for Jeeps and 4x4s and dune buggies and motorcycles, but they can't get their bigger engines or their water trucks up there. So the dozer crews have been out there trying to improve the roads. And this is a clear case of, you know what, we need fire access roads before the fires, not after the fires. And as they're busy trying to improve the roads to get the engines up there, and they're busy talking to ranchers asking, hey, did you guys make your own roads that are not on the maps? And wasting all this time, the fire, meanwhile, was just chewing through the vegetation and moving. It's not even moving that fast. But they can't catch up to it because they can't get the engines. So they asked all the aircraft, can you please get over here and drop retardant everywhere in front of it to slow it down so we have time to make the roads and call in crews from other parts of the county. You know, it takes a long time to drive there. So the aircraft have been doing that, and the aircraft have been saying, okay, all right, ground crews, we did our thing. Quickly grab it in the creek drainage because it's climbing up the creeks. There's a line of, trees and vegetation because there's water there. So the fire's been in these 2 different lines going up to the northeast against the wind, but up the hill towards the forest. You can see it here. Now, here's the problem. That's the problem. What's the big danger? What about the winds of tomorrow, the winds of the next day? We're not getting significant rainfall until next week at some point in time. So, Holt Hanley warned us. Awesome meteorologist. Hanley the Kid, I call him. You can check out his cool update on my Twitter. He made a video that don't trust any of the weather predictions because they're not only changing like about tomorrow, about the next day, about the same day, multiple times per day. because of the uncertainty of what the heck the Pacific storm, when it's going to arrive, where, and how it's going to interact with Santa Ana winds, which are hot, dry desert storms. Okay, there's an update.
I copy that. Yeah, you can offload there and just start tracking the fire. We'll try and do the same thing.
Now we have a different camera angle here, but the fire's.
You can offload there and then track in. We'll tie in face to face.
It's headed toward the northeast.
Face with you. Affirm.
Yeah, Ugton, who's been awesome. Thank you. For your local insight. Yeah, I'm not complaining about at all about, say, the amazing work here. It looks like the ranchers themselves and landowners have been doing their best to improve the situation. I'm complaining about a problem that I keep seeing year after year, month after month, season after season, is that we have a reactive approach to wildfire where we build wildfire access roads after the fire already began. And if California wants to be serious about stopping these, keeping the costs low, keeping the danger, reducing the risk to not only property and civilians, but to firefighters themselves. We want to keep out of control fires small and 1 to 2 hour affairs instead of these things that keep getting big. We need to grid the landscape strategically. You build the city walls before the Huns show up, because it's a race against time.
Ridgeline and drainage.
Now, the problem is what if the fire's not out tomorrow, or what if serious winds pick up? What if they're a lot more than 55 miles an hour?
I'll walk them up that dozer line that's below you guys, and I'll have time view of the gate.
Now, a grass fire moving around in high winds is bad enough. We saw deadly movement in northeast Washington with the Gray Fire and the Oregon Road Fire, which got forgotten, but we saw chunks of towns erased, like 75% of a town erased in a couple of hours with a fast-moving grass fire. Now, this isn't near towns, but that's what grass fires can do with high winds. Now, we know that it's way worse than a forest fire with high winds. These are low-lying hills / mountains, so the embers won't be able to spot as long range as they can, say, in really high altitude mountaintops. However, it's not going to be fun if the Pacific winds kind of shift away here. We get more of the hot, dry desert stuff. So that is the problem. It's reaching the heavier fuels. They've got to stop it right now. So aircraft has done most of what they could do. But the ground crews are still building roads, and so that even the small trucks can access it. We know there's some progress being made somewhere, but they're not explaining which drainage. So this is what is a little bit of a concern. Now, the rest of California, we've got other fires that have been breaking out. They've been pouncing on. Got this thing called the Buffalo Fire. 5 acres, slow rate of spread, no structures threatened. This is over by Beaumont, northwest of Banning and Calamasa. Is that how you would say that? But this is also in the hills, away from habitations. So that's cool. They have the camera link. Let's check that one out. Yes. Welcome to Alert, California. Let's check it out. 15-minute time lapse. Oh, this is that weird camera view. Power lines. So there should be at least a power line access road.
Go ahead.
What is that building?
Everyone in Davidson, check the area of La Honda for 2 high school students that were fighting.
Copy.
10 copy.
The note's correct that it happened 3 hours ago.
3 minutes ago.
Whoopsie. Get some eye drops, officer.
Working on buzz to the 338.
Let's see if I can get a normal view here. I hate that version of a view. Okay, I'll just do it myself by hand. So, that one is away from habitations as well. Just gonna Dunlap. Acres 1. Loma Linda, it's San Bernardino, Redlands area. Okay.
Go ahead.
Wow, look at that! Check out the screen, dude. Oh man, sweet. I gotta screenshot that.
The dean said they were not. The instigator was a Hispanic male juvenile white sweater that has Lompoc, last seen walking southbound Adam.
Oh, how cool is that? Okay, I got a screenshot. I'll show it to you guys in a second, but wow, those frames. Woo. Let me make a folder for it real quick off camera here.
Control 44, admin zone 14.
9. Wow. That was a trophy screenshot right there. Wow, what a time to just tune in. So let's see if we can do a time lapse last 5 minutes.
Control 44, Los Butters, coming 6.
Yeah, you have to check it out. Look at that. Woo! That's one of the coolest images I think I've ever seen on these cameras. Wow. That's a Firehawk, it looks like. California water dropper.
That's about as good as I can do.
We're still listening to San Bernardino because the Sunfire is still big, reaching the forest, and we're waiting for an update on whether or not they can stop it. Otherwise, the fire may be going on quite some time. Oh, Desi, there's we're listening to San Bernardino police, fire, sheriff's dispatch, all in one little freaking package. So the cops are butting in and randomly talking about arrest warrants and people fist fighting and all sorts of interesting things, because the Broadcastify channel, I have no control of that, has them all mixed together. So here we are. The instigator of the playground fist fight. Yeah, Uchten. Yeah, it's time to give landowners huge tax breaks and incentives to maintain their own fire access roads. That's what my family did when we owned rural property in Yuba County. We are in the foothills. We're not too terribly far from. Okay, switching back to the Sunfire, let's take a look at it. If the winds are dying down, they're not though. Okay.
917 South 1.
Okay, I'm going to mute the police chatter right there. So we're monitoring multiple fires. This one is just at 5 acres. And Watch Duty was talking about it. This particular one is a brand new fire as of fewer than 20 minutes ago. Riverside County, by Calamasa. So they've got their Santa Anas too. It's all over Southern California, which means it's going to be a long day for us. Hold on to your butts. Now, the big problem that Holt Haney was warning us about is he and no other weather forecaster right now can accurately predict the next couple of days because so much is changing. When you don't know what's happening with Pacific storms and when they're going to come and hit California and where, how that's going to mix with current Santa Ana wind situation with just the hot, dry desert winds pouring out of the Nevada desert. All you get is uncertainty and, quote, instability, unstable air. When hot, dry things meet colder, wetter things, that's what spawns tornadoes in the Midwest. It's the cold, dry Canada air, certain points of the year, meeting the hot, wet, tropical stuff from the Caribbean. And they meet in Kansas and Texas and Tornado Alley. And that creates incredible thunderstorms and instability. I'm not saying thunderstorms are going to happen. I'm just saying instability is what happens when those two types of air meet. So that's when the weather folk go, we don't know. And he was implying in a video that it was changing by the hour, not just by the day, like the forecast for the next day. So supposedly the timing is going to be the wet storms hit sometime next week. Let's see what it's Thursday. Who knows when? Until then, we've got red flag Santa Ana situations, where most of Southern California is just being affected by the Santa Anas. We have a unique situation in Santa Barbara County because here you can see that here's the Coast Range, Sierra Madre, actually. Oh, there's a movie about that. But yes, the general concept of the Coast Range Mountains. Most of California will be bone dry. Bakersfield, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Victorville, Barstow, Ridgecrest, everything out here. Because in general, the Pacific Ocean moisture doesn't penetrate too far inland, except just a couple of spots like Santa Ana itself. These places further inland are super bone dry from all last week Santa Ana's being 8% humidity. 8, like an oven on bake setting, 8% humidity. Now, with no significant moisture since I covered the Highland Fire. And you saw the Highland Fire just take off. That was when things were a little bit wetter at the time. And then we saw the 4-alarm fire in the Bay Area a couple of days ago. Hang on. We had, a 4-alarm grass fire that threatens houses. It was up at Fairview by Napa. Yeah, with the wet moisture and actual fog and rain conditions coming in.
Essentially to your west, the next west drainage, you can just walk up a dozer line. Copy that.
And that took me by surprise. It was a 61% humidity, or 61 degrees, excuse me, and high humidity. Like 50, actually I don't remember the humidity, but I'd have to refer to my post, but it was strange. So that's just goes to show humidity and these factors don't really mean anything when you've got windy conditions. So we can't trust forecasts. It's going to be a crazy week, potentially. We've so far been very lucky. We have not gotten hurricane force winds. We have not gotten the 75 plus mile an hour winds, which the Santa Anas can definitely deliver. They could change and you can have a hellscape at any moment. I'm not a weather person. I have no idea what the likelihood of that is. However, I can just tell you exactly what's been happening the last few days and last week. And that is fire behavior has been taking everybody by surprise, the pros too. When I first looked at the Highlands Fire and missed the beginning, it's because I looked at watch duty before going outside and doing yard work and didn't hear any notifications, unfortunately. And the Highlands Fire they had a sort of a medium lukewarm response to it because it was just a medium rate of spread. 1 hour later, it just raced across the landscape and all of a sudden buildings are torching. And boom. Then, as I was wrapping that up, there's a 4-alarm fire in the Bay Area while it's damp and dewy. And later it rained. And it was only 61 degrees. It was nighttime. So, okay, looking back, Yeah, we've been recovering multiple fires. I'm sorry. So flare up to your 11 o'clock there. Okay. Sorry, I'm unmuting it. This is a different one. We're monitoring multiples. Hang on. What is this phone call? Okay, phone. Don't be weird like that. Ugh. It is weird like that. One of my phone apps ain't working. It just went. But John Bruno tried to call. Let me call him back. Yes. Okay. Let me mute myself and ask him if he's ready to be on the air. Cool. We've got John Bruno. I was going to text him. So we're monitoring multiple situations. The Dunlap Acres camp here was the one with the 5-acre fire. Looks bigger now. Whoa.
Check the surrounding neighborhood and detail.
All right, that.
Copy. I'm just checking the cut in between the two. We'll call it.
I'm going to mute that. Okay, so this particular one, Smitty, that Buffalo Fire, Riverside County. Now we've got red flag conditions though all over the place. They're just running license plate numbers and stuff. So let's see what our current update is, and I'm going to call John Bruno back. John Bruno is a retired fire chief and captain in Shasta County. He'll have the best insight here. Hopefully, I can get him on the air if he has enough time. So they were calling it slow rate of spread 31 minutes ago. No updates. So if anybody wants to listen to Riverside County broadcastify, I'd be very grateful. They'll hopefully explain what's going on with that. I can only listen to one at a time. Yeah, I want to log in. Hang on a second, guys. I got to do that. Off screen. And call JB. Okay. There we are. So, 3 different concerns. Sunfire, biggest concern. Medium to high winds, where the Santa Anas are meeting. Pacific winds, more than 200 acres. Santa Barbara County, near Lompoc, excuse me. And sorry, unless I'm still listening to the radio. We've got the Buffalo Fire, which was the one that had the really cool helicopter drops. Multiple helicopters on that scene. And that is, look at that ridiculous thing. It had another Highland Fire. This was like the 6th one they called the Highland Fire. Last night, 1 acre. That should be illegal. So the Chandler Fire wrapped up. They saved neighborhoods and saved a school. That was a Chino Road. They called it Chino Road Fire earlier. Buffalo is in progress. The next one, right before I call John Bruno for his take on this. Okay, I can't click on. I'll have to ask Watch Duty to ask them to make the flames bigger so you can click on that, not just the aircraft. Whoa, Oceanside. So we have that's in a neighborhood. Units are staging at Stockton and Seabury roads for structure defense. All right, at Oceanside, California / Carlsbad. Yeah, we've got San Diego County is fighting something now. Hold on to your butts everywhere in Southern California. Just consider yourself in red flag, even if it doesn't say that. Because fires have been taking everyone by surprise in the last 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah, that's new. 8 minutes ago. Well, actually, they reported it 1 hour ago. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to unmute it. We're still listening to Santa Barbara County. Let's find an image of that new fire. I'll leave it with live. Oh, yeah, there's Cal Fire going. That's the Buffalo Fire. Firehawks. I'm going to use the bathroom, call JB, come back. Hopefully he has enough time to go live on the air with us. And he'll give us some insight. Okay. I'm discombobulated. Not San Diego. Not Long Beach. Do we have a cam? Anywhere near Oceanside. Excuse me. Go back to watch duty. Okay, there's San Diego. Long Beach. Oceanside is the intersection of these two major highways. Might be the easiest way to find it. Cams. Carl's bad. Oh, we don't have any cams. Do we? Maybe that one. Coronado Hills. Okay, we may have it. Okay. All right. Quick bathroom break. Come back. We're going to call JB. If you're still listening to Santa Barbara County, we're still hoping to hear an update about the Sun Fire. Have they been able to stop the progress yet?
Clear to line, Legion 96.
Running 3 Roll Golf is 3 miles to the east, over Pine Field, making left traffic for runway 26.
Copy. Anyway. Medication 17 en route.
Go to
58.
5 Tom, Henry 609, Hollister, Stork.
All set, Stork.
Dock is 90 left crosswind for runway 26 and look at it. Port Air 1097, reach Henry.
97.
Do you recognize him?
Negative.
You'll stay to the south side of this thing, and you'll end up running the black will go across the drainage, the little riparian areas where those willows are. If you stay in the black, you'll find a road that's pushed up one of these drainages, and that's where I'm at. I don't know where you guys want to go, but I'm trying to make access here. Copy. We'll head up the drain. Again. Yeah, copy. Everything's good. Basically, we're from where you guys come in to the north side, all the way to the drainage, all the drainage I'm in. There's a line and a crew that blocked it. Break. And then from there, on the south side, heading east, Mark went up that drainage up the road. So we're trying to figure out how to get to each other from here.
Sweet. Did you hear that, boys and gals? One of the forward progress was stopped at one of the drainages. Yeah. All right, one moment. We're looking at monitoring multiple fires here. Please,
Joe's on that left flank and Mark's on the other side.
Hey, Bugs, how you doing? Hang on.
I'll be out to you.
We're listening to Santa Barbara County, which I'm about to mute in a second. It's about the Sun Fire, which is the biggest affair. If they don't stop it in the next, I don't know, in the next drainage.
I made it up without too much trouble, and I'm working my way through the trees up here, try to come around this whole saddle where 338's working and the crews are at, and try to just at least get one blade in around through the oak trees to circle this whole thing. So I don't know if you want to try to come all the way to the east, try to come up that way, and then with two of us up here, we can maybe dive off that piece and go through those oak trees, but I didn't want to do it by myself, just in case I got hung up in the trees.
Once again, they're still struggling with access and making their own roads to reach the fire. So
kind of stay up the bottom drainage, or kind of follow where the dozer line is on the black, where Joe went across the creek. Just stay on the north side of the creek, and it'll cross over. I went through some piece of the creek, back up, and there's another road. It's that same road, and just follow it all the way up and go past the engine pumping up the hill, and you'll see me there where it tracked up.
hey, Bugs.
Show 7 Kilo Alpha released, returning to Casitas.
Okay, I'm trying to do a summary. Then
7 Kilo Alpha, where were they returning to?
Casitas elevation.
for God's sake. Okay, so we don't have any aircraft except eye in the sky right now. Some of the helicopters said that they were running around trying to refuel. So some of them could be on the ground refueling. Still in the area, they said they were refueling from trucks. So the big problem is if they don't stop the forward progress of the second drainage, it's going to the northeast against the wind. It is just bumped up against the heavy oak tree fuels. And it sounds like they need to make their own roads into it with dozers. And so the one dozer person was explaining he did not want to do that alone because of, well, that's risking his life, presumably. So people are still arriving, but it's Jeep 4x4, really crappy roads. So they've been making roads. And that's the big, big delay. This would have been a buttoned up affair hours ago if fire access roads had, good ones had been present. So if they don't get the forward progress stopped in the second drainage, we know it was like when in a fork up towards the oak trees, this may transition into a forest fire and go on for multiple days. We don't know much about the forecast in the future other than there's still a big wind problem with Santa Ana's and some Pacific storms coming in next week at some point, but everything is completely up in the air about the timing of that. And the uncertainty with the weather means they better button this up today. if it becomes a forest fire, even if it's not that big of a deal, what happens if the weather changes and there's serious winds?
It's not good for, you can't put like 4 up there. Might be 1 or 2.
He said, that was cut off, but he said you have a turnaround spot up here, but you can't continue going the way you were. The road isn't good enough, essentially, for whatever vehicle he's talking to.
Anyway, Blade, or straight.
So, just like we've had all the last few years, we've had a ton of problems where fires could have been a 1-hour affair and not very expensive and not very damaging, except they have to build a fire road after they need it instead of before. So we have a big red flag situation in California. And mods, please remind people to donate because I can't do that all the time. We haven't got donations yet today, and I don't have a job right now, so I could do this. So that's a little worrying if I do an entire day shift without any income. So I do appreciate even a dollar right now. And if you're unable to, don't sweat it. Just share the stream. Just share the link with people you may feel and use this information, pretty much like everybody in Southern California. As we are in Santa Ana conditions, this is one of the last really dangerous fire weeks of California fire season. In fact, November and October are the most dangerous months for California fires. Paradise Fire happened 5 years ago yesterday. Yeah, that was the anniversary. So, we are monitoring multiple fires. I just want to round this up. Going to call JB. That was the Buffalo Fire where we saw the really cool.
Connected, but we were starting CPR.
Starting CPR. Medic and other things have been playing on top of the firefighting. So this is one of the coolest screenshots we've ever had. This is the Buffalo Fire. Man, I wish California had more of these cameras on the landscape. Now we have so this is the Buffalo Fire.
RP is now advising she went to school yesterday, so she may have been located yesterday.
Now the Marin Fire, San Diego County, is still going. So they said their air assets are on the scene making drops. They're requesting 2 Type 1 hand crews. We definitely have neighborhoods and buildings threatened here by Carlsbad / Oceanside, but mostly Carlsbad. Thanks for the correction. And just unmuting the radio. There.
My idea is having 1 pumping engine, the rest showing water, and trying to put up a progressive.
They're still strategizing on trying to stop the progress of the sun fire towards the forest, where it might transition to a forest fire. So the sun fire is still a major concern in Santa Barbara County. So John Bruno tried to call. I'm going to call him back right now. So I'm going to mute myself. And if he's got time to be on the air, then he'll share with us his awesome knowledge, being the retired fire captain and fire chief of Shasta County. So let's give him a call.
Copy.
Requested via unit for 10-8.
10-8. Nissan out of Santa Maria, southbound from Price Street.
Saddle right now. He's going to move our car over behind you and walk a little bit.
Can you see the dozer line I pushed down into the drainage, or is that where you're sitting?
Reducing,
Reducing.
Okay, let me mute. All right, we're now listening to JB. Say something, JB. Okay, I think, guys, let me know in chat if you can hear him. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Share your knowledge.
Well, like, your resources hold hand in all been saying. We're not out of the danger zone until this low humidity Santa Ana condition stays with us, which is going to be at least till next Tuesday in Southern California. I was just through Santa Barbara about a week ago.
Oh, really?
And, I was on a cruise, actually, and I was looking at all the damage that the Thomas Fire did back, I think, in 2017, 2018.
Really?
They had all their drainage problems. So, yeah, so there's places in Southern California that got more green up than others, but this wind will overcome any green up. If you got a wind with the humidity, there's still a lot of dead fuel on the ground from this past fire season, and the new green up that came up from the rains that they had this summer and this fall. They're in isolated areas, so it just depends. As you can see, they popped 200-300 acres here, I guess, in Santa Barbara today. So
right,
and that's on I think it's on Julian Road, which is off the 101, right there by Gaviota, north of that. So
yeah, we've also got something going on by Carlsbad, where neighborhoods are threatened with the Marin Fire in San Diego County.
Yeah, they got to jump on everything they get. Like I said, we're not at. This is the critical time of year. It always is. In October, November, I remember the siege of 03 Cedar Fire late in October. And in fact, I was just talking to the guy who was the IC on that Cedar Fire, John Hawkins. And he told me that the fire down there, fire fuels, or the fuels in the fire potential still high. It's just the fuels. There's isolated portions of green up in various portions of Southern California, depending on
that's
where the rain actually hit the ground and went in the ground and made it wet and caused it to green up. So
yeah, and then all that dies in the summertime, and so if you have a wet spring, it's actually bad for fires.
So it's bad news. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to have to call you back. You can ask me any questions you got. I can call you back in about probably 10 minutes. How's that?
Sounds good. Thank you, JB. So he just warned me. He's golden. He's taught me so much about fire. That's why I always, when fake firefighters come in the chat or newbies and say, "Oh, you don't know that much about fire," I'm like, people like John Bruno, the retired fire chief and captain, both positions, have taken me under their wing and taught me pretty much everything I know. Are you arguing with them? That's usually when they shut up. It's like, I don't make stuff up. I learn from the best. And he's been giving us priceless information. He was a chaplain during the campfire and has so much experience and so many stories to share. I was too emotional yesterday to do any sort of Paradise Fire tribute. It's the 5-year anniversary, but this goes to show, we have to mention this, that we are in California's most dangerous fire season. If you look at the fire history button, he was talking about still seeing the damage from 2017 Thomas Fire all over the landscape here. And as you can see, red is, going back to around 2010. It's color-coded for fire history. This place can have Southern California has some pretty dang bad fires. Thomas Fire being huge there. Now, that's before the time I started covering them. So here we are, not too far away, with the Sun Fire. So I would like to 2017 was the year that, 1 year before Paradise, and that's when Santa Rosa burned down with Diablo/Santa Ana wind events. And I lost my family friend to wildfire same night. PG&E Power Company caused 3 different fires and burned down 3 different towns. Marica, Bangor, and chunks of Santa Rosa. So you can see how big and crazy, same fuels and same area that that fires can get with Santa Ana's. We've been relatively lucky, but is our luck going to hold until the rains of the seasonal rains of November occur. Sometimes they don't occur until December. We could have next week could either be the start of the rainy season, which will be the end to big fire danger. Mind you, neighborhoods can still go up during winter. But we're talking about the big, expansive fires.
Line 4 to pick up where they left off, heading to the west, and then the hose line and engines pushing line out to the east.
Okay, we're still waiting to see if they are going to stop the fire's progress at the forest here, or if it's going to progress and move and change into a forest fire. It's a totally different game. It's been mostly a grass fire going up hills.
10-468, copy.
But if it reaches these fuels, it could be bad, quite bad. We don't know if the next couple of days Santa Ana's will continue to be mild and only up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, or if they could go crazy. They are definitely capable of spawning 75 and 125-mile-an-hour winds. That's when some of these different... Let's see if this was... Yeah, this is what Thomas Fire is talking about. It's a, quote, massive wildfire that affected Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. One of the...
Charlie, I was hoping you were going to tie in with Crew 514, but did you copy that, traffic?
Still listening to the Santa Barbara County here. Look, this happened in December, guys. December. So date of ignition was the 5th of December. Now, what El Nino usually means for Southern California is wetter, colder winters. That's not always the case. You could have an extremely dry one. It's just less likely to happen in an El Nino year. It's more likely to happen in a La Nina year. But El Ninos and La Ninas are wild cards. They mean extreme weather events. Don't expect anything mild. Unless that would be a huge stroke of luck to have mild weather during an El Nino or La Nina year, but just don't count on it. So we have a completely uncertain near forecast here. Now, Holt Haley, who's just godfather of wildfire forecasting now, as far as the news world is concerned, has said that this might be our last red flag week. Still hold on to your butts, but look what happened in 2017. Thomas Fire breaks out 5th of December. Looks like it burned until March. Are you kidding me? It burned until March? They're still trying to get access to the Sunfire, so it's still up in the air if the Sunfire will become a forest fire or not. That's why we're still listening to Santa Barbara County. I click on and off the radio, otherwise I'll be interrupted with everything I say. The cause was down power lines, wouldn't you know it? The Thomas Fire. And here's what's problematic about California is most of the big fires and the big town erasing and deadly fires occur in November and October, occasionally in December, because the Santa Ana winds will and the Diablo winds in Northern California can blow until January. So California's power companies have a lot of neglected power line maintenance. I don't have to tell you about that if you already know. 40 plus years of it. So we see the result in Hawaii too, where neglected power line maintenance occurs. And when they refuse to shut off the power during high wind situations to protect the public. They're supposed to. The public wants that, but oftentimes they don't. So everybody has to worry about power lines going down, no matter how damp or moist it is. Unless it's torrential rain, power lines can and will start big fires, even in the wet months of the year. So the 400,000, almost 105,000 people evacuated during the Thomas Fire. And it was just one At the time, it was surpassed only by the Ranch Fire, part of the Mendocino complex of August 2018. Its fire is currently the 7th largest in modern California history. So it was declared out on June 1st of 2018, after more than 2 months in which no hotspots were detected.
Easterly on the Skyline Ridge across from you. I don't know if the upper end of the canyon is a little more forgiving or not.
So JB's going to call us back to 10, 20 minutes, something like that. So hopefully he can shed more light on these fires. This is looking better on the cams. Now, aircraft slamming this hill near Carlsbad. We'll have to check watch duty because somebody's there taking photos. Hopefully this won't. Yes, forward progress stopped around 2 acres.
Right now I'm just on the deep oak woodland area up here, just trying to feel my way across the top of the ridge, taking the path of least resistance.
Mike, we're about 3 miles to the north out of 3,500 maneuvering, standing in traffic.
Okay, so Carlsbad can breathe easy. Look how many structures are in
Possible
here.
right now to even see if I can connect.
Now, I do not work or make any income. Any extra income other than some small things that are passive. So if anybody can donate even a couple of dollars with Super Chat or PayPal, super appreciated. I would like to be at my post. We may have a weird year where December fires happen. Don't know. This could be maybe not the start of the rainy season. Maybe we just have a wet week next week, and then it goes back to being bone dry with Santa Ana's. No matter how hard it rains, Santa Ana's can dry out the landscape and make the vegetation just practically wilted and dead, ready for a wildfire within a week. Within a couple of days, because it's like a hairdryer in the landscape, 8% humidity. So we still don't know. Are we nearing the end of California's fire season, the worst part of it? Or is it still just begun? We made it through October without super bads. Doesn't mean we'll remain this lucky. Looking at what happened with the Thomas Fire of 2017, looks like things can break out in December. Thank you, power companies. So hold on to your butts. So the good news of today, we had a fire called the Chandler, which they called it Chino by the Chino Hills State Park. They saved a school, saved a development, kept it small, 20-ish acres. Awesome. Had them breaking out all over the place. Dawn Fire was stopped at 3.6 acres. Aircraft slamming it. Sunfire here has remained a big threat. It may transition to a forest fire unless they stop its progress soon. There's semi-good, semi-bad news there. They need to build their own roads to access it. So they're in progress. But we saw big aerial tankers. We saw DC-10s. We saw MD-87s working it. Totally awesome. So the cool thing about the situation so far, knock on wood, is that even though the winds have been here and present and not so good, they have not been bad enough to ground the aircraft. And they have not been light enough to ground aircraft either, because the winds are blowing the smoke out to sea. And there's still chatter. Sorry, there's a lot of police chatter that is not something I want to be broadcasting, but I'm still listening, and I'll unmute it. Desi says Fountain Grove, Coffee Park, Larkfield Wiki up. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I ignored chat for a little bit. Let's turn back on. Let's go back to look at the Sunfire. Look how it progressed uphill against the wind and against the retardant and against the firefighters too. Slow but steady is winning the race for the fire.
New Mexico Patrol 81, admin net, tone 14.
New Mexico Patrol 81, what's better?
And it's moving faster than we humans. So we need to keep an eye on that. Here's a different angle. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. We're now at 2 hours and 40 minutes in the broadcast. I got here as quick as I could.
Just verbal for now.
Police chatter. I got here as soon as I could, but it was already in progress and had been going on for about half an hour. So, look at all the red retardant all over the landscape over here. Wind's been mostly at a constant, but it's progressed with the wind and against it, 2 different directions. So one of the drainages is buttoned up. You can see there's a hill in between the 2 smoke areas. They haven't specified which one. But you could see that the canyon kind of forked into 2 major drainages going up this hill.
Command 3.
So the fire started at the base and went up both.
Control, sun air attack. Helicopter 514 is released, returning to Santa Maria.
Now at daylight savings change, it's just about dark, guys. It's like 4:49 and it's almost dark. So I was about to say pilots fighting fires, they time out. They can only work, I think, 8 hours a day. If they work over 10, they can't fly the next day because of fatigue rules, which are very important. And they're limited by daylight. So with return to standard time, it's not like they lost any more daylight than usual. It's just that their hours of operations.
My CLP is 10.
I mean, they can take off earlier in the day, but they're grounded earlier in the evening. Morse code again. So, this remains a concern. You can see how the fire's progressing.
David 10, respond for a missing adult, 216 North W, William.
Uh-oh.
Copy.
Now, sorry. I hope they find that person. I always wonder if it's somebody with dementia.
Saddle is. I was hoping maybe we could at least loop the whole thing, but I don't know. It's a lot of trees.
They're still struggling. So one of these is looking good. I imagine the one in the foreground, but that one with the heavy smoke has found trees. So they're still trying to figure out how to get in front of it.
Dark shirt, gray pants, and black shoes.
And it's slow going. So let me look back at chat. And, hey, bro, how you doing?
Incident number for an abandoned campfire ring, no heat, and I have a lat long for you when you're ready to copy.
I guess maybe they're going to investigate somebody having an illegal fire. Don't know. Okay. Desi says even then a transformer blowing could still start a fire. Absolutely. Absolutely. I remember one of the big times I went viral, the first time I went viral in Southern California was the Bobcat Fire of 2020 in SoCal Edison.
31.949 minutes by 120 degrees 00.997 minutes.
Hey, Urban, how you doing? Now, mind you, we're tracking multiple fires. So far, so good on the others of today. The Dawn, over by Santa Monica, stayed small. So did the Burbank by Santa Monica. Did a great job with Chandler Fire.
Control 44, I'll place a landline.
Saving a school in a neighborhood over by, where did I say that was? The Chino Hills. Now, remember last week, the Canyon Fire? Remember that thing that was in Pendleton Air Force Base? That got to 7,000 acres. We couldn't see much on the cams, and being an a Marine Corps base, they didn't explain much about it. Just saw a whole lot of smoke. Whoa, that got to 7,000 acres. Dude. Wow. That's right, we have HP Ren cameras. Oh. HP Ren cameras are high definition color, even color night vision.
23152. The caller recontacted advising the vehicle is now northbound 101 south of Santa Rosa. Described again as a beige Toyota Camry with a plate of 4 Zebra Sam Nora 010. Complainant swerving all over the roadway, driving on the shoulder at times. Last seen northbound south of Santa Rosa, and that was 2 ago.
So with the uncertainty of the weather, we don't know if this is one of...
24 was to be on his way to your location to assist, so it'll be a few minutes if it's worthwhile.
The Canyon Fire, the Sun Fire. With the uncertainty...
Down where the crews were working, there's a band of oak trees just below it, and if I get hung up at them, I can't back up.
Well, that would be bad, to be trapped. So this is the dozer crew still trying to figure out how to make a road so that actual fire engines with water can stop this. I'll show you where it is exactly.
Up there.
Right here. Now, Lompoc itself is not threatened. That's the town up here. But look at this unburned area.
Subject is looking for code 4.
Subject left the store.
There hasn't been a... There has not been a fire in this area
Code 4. 55 and 50.
for a very long time. I am going to mute the stupid... firefighters are talking in between dispatch and sheriff's office and such. So look, if you zoom out, fire history everywhere around except here, which means that's a heavy, heavy, heavy fuel load of, God, maybe 30 years.
If we were to try to connect this, and we're not even sure we can, it's going to be a lot of oak trees got to be pushed out. So I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, preference on that probably would be, as long as we're making progress with air, keeping fire activity down, is let the crews come in.
Okay, I copy. I'll hold where I'm at, because I am on top right now. Joe's across the canyon, gonna go fix the road. Break. Then I'll just sit here until the pumpkin goes down and see if there's any heat on this side looking back to the west.
The pumpkin. The pumpkin is like a mobile swimming pool, like a doughboy. Small round affair. So the pumpkin is deployed. It's like a little swimming pool. And the water trucks will dump their water into the little swimming pool so that the fire engines can keep dipping out of it. And then the water trucks just go back to get more water. And that little reservoir is great. It means they can bring more and more water constantly. So it's pretty big, big risk, Urban.
Cast loose in the roadway, O'Connor and Sutter, is that correct?
The locals are saying it would be quite bad if this fire gets established in this oak forest. It's thick. It looks like there hasn't been fire in the landscape in 30 to 50 years. At least it's...
Units are covering.
So imagine all the dead limbs and leaves, brush. They had a wet spring. They have a lot of brush growth. So we don't want this transitioning into a forest fire, because tomorrow's forecast, the next day, all throughout the weekend, Santa Ana winds might get worse. So right now it's a little bit more humid because there's a lot of Pacific winds meeting the Santa Anas right here in Santa Barbara County. But if the Pacific winds change and more of the Santa Ana winds blow over, you can have a drying effect. You could have it race towards Lompoc, theoretically. Lompoc, excuse me. And I don't mean threatening it directly, but that.
Yeah, I talked to the strike team leader on TAC, copy that. They said they may do and didn't necessarily need you, but if you're already going there and can improve it, it's probably worthwhile. Yeah,
Okay, that's too crackly. What I'm talking about, to finish my sentence here, is that you could have it race different directions, race towards the sea, or if it got to this canyon area, if it moved, you could have it. Usually, quickest rate of spread is on the ridgelines or in the canyons. If the wind direction changes, like goes the opposite direction from today, you can have it racing towards where structures are up here, and farms and habitations. And that's, you could have it go due west, it could change. It could blow up big, or there's more structures down here to the southeast towards the highway, this is Highway 1. So that's the problem. I mean, it's nice habitat. It's probably one of the last somewhat natural habitats of oak savanna and oak forest on the coast. Not developed and all that. Kind of mostly the way it was before white man came, I hope. You don't want it despoiled. But the flip side is there's not a lot of access roads. Probably never were. So, if there had been roads, better ones down here where it started, this would have been done in half an hour. But they're making roads now through a thick oak forest, and the depressed voice of the dozer crew said, we're still trying to figure this out. So here we are. Yeah, Ipton says if it moves north to Santa Rita Hills, that would cut off the 246 highway. Oh, yeah. Let's see where that is. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the area. I'm a Northern California girl. I'm still listening. We're waiting for JB to call back and give his advice. Now we'll okay, so Class Echo airspace in effect. C-Pro, what does that mean? I forget my airspaces. They just said the tower closed at one of the nearby Santa Barbara airports or airstrips. So I don't know. I wouldn't expect any more aircraft today. It's too dark anyway. So, okay, Highway 246. Let me figure out Google Maps. Highway 246. Let's go to Highway 246, Lompoc, California.
Sun Air Tech, airbound, or Command 3.
Oh, AirTech still circling.
Control, Sun Air Tech. Air Tech 1-2 has been released off the Sun incident. I'll be returning to Santa Maria for fuel with about a 8-minute ET.
Yep. Okay, everybody's off the fire. Air is no longer present. He's going. So that's him saying goodbye. So what we will have going forward is perhaps the channel of the ground crew. Let's look at the weather. And then we'll look at the possible.
Goes up the middle of the drainage. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, go ahead. You're talking about that road that goes straight up the middle of the drainage.
One moment. Here's the Santa Anas. That's Las Vegas, right there.
Can you handle vehicle release in front of Station 31? 10 flying room.
And most of the
from
fierce
770 Live Oak Ridge in Napomo, possibly to the homeless shelter on Kansas in San Luis Obispo, unknown route of travel. Last seen 30 ago at 770 Live Oak Ridge, a red 2015 Toyota Corolla, unknown 28, driven by Josephine Real. No further.
All right, I'm going to mute that until more Sunfire news breaks. So right now they're still struggling with one of the drainages. It reached the oak forest, and they're trying to figure out how to build a fire break, which is basically a road where water trucks and fire engines can actually access the fire. If they are unable to build a fire road today, then we've got the possibility of the Sunfire transitioning into a forest fire in a forest with virtually no road access. So right now we have some interesting situations. The Santa Anas are mostly pouring out of the gap by Lake Mojave due south of Las Vegas, which is over to the right side of your screen here. Sorry that I don't have the marking pen. This is Vegas. And so you can see the pink, more pink means stronger wind speed. It goes almost due south through Mojave Valley, Needles, California. All these places are tiny, deserty places. But it jumps over some of these hills southeast of Barstow. You see it kind of slamming Joshua Tree National Park, Desert Hot Springs, and Palm Springs area. Now, the Santa Anas are pouring right through this gap from Victorville to San Bernardino. So you've got some strong winds there. Now, you've got Red Flag and the Santa Anas pouring over the Santa Clarita, Burbank area. And some of this is mostly uninhabited to the northwest. But Thousand Oaks, Calabasas, Santa Monica, Burbank, LA itself, Pasadena, you're close enough. It's not as windy there, supposedly. But I just want to remind everybody, it wasn't very windy when we had a 4-alarm fire at Fairfield the other night, in the middle of the night, 61 degrees, and something like a crazy 78% humidity. I'm just going to say, look, consider orange or red flag, whatever you want for most of Southern California. If this Sunfire over here gets established in the oak forest, which is right there,
big line of fire about a third of the way down from the top.
hang on, because now the sun's going down. Sorry.
It's backing down the hill.
Okay, let's look at the cams. Will the Sunfire
6711 uniform over the city of Guadalupe, 2,000 feet, inbound, full stop, and I have whiskey.
Will the Sunfire transition?
Report midfield, 3011 uniform.
Will the Sunfire become forest fire?
3 miles southeast of.
Will the forest fire blow up if the winds change direction or become fierce over the next few days? Or will they get a handle on it tonight? Their best chance when any kind of a somewhat large fire breaks out is a sort of a rule that we all learned in the 30s, the Tillamook Burn Fire, 1933. You'd better get a big fire under control by noon the next day. We're meaning forward progress stop, not full containment. Otherwise, it gets bigger. Because noon the next day, you get the afternoon wind speed, you get the afternoon heat. That's a shot in the arm for the fire. That's steroids for the fires to have bright sunlight, direct sunlight, more heat, and less humidity, and that's usually what happens by noon the next day. Or you should say midday the next day. You get the point. So we got a nice sunset going on. Made nicer due to wildfire pollution and smoke. And it makes nice pink sunsets. Now, there's a magical time. I'm still listening. There's a magical time where we'll see the fire and the red glow of the fire before the cameras flip into infrared black and white. And that's what they were just describing. on the radio. And so hopefully we'll see very clearly where the marching edges of the fire are here. This seems to be the best camera view that we have. I have not heard of any embedded journalists who might be tweeting, but I should probably look. I would think this is pretty remote to try to respond to, but you know, some of them might have arrived by now. I don't know if it has a hashtag or what now. So Uchten says, oh man, some of those trees are 300 plus years old. Wow. That's what really worries me is this is why, okay, multiple reasons why we should build fire access roads before a fire. We know it's a fire prone area. We've known that some of California's top 10 largest fires ever have been almost next door. So when you know that there's a fire prone landscape, you should carefully work with the locals, the ranchers, Native Americans, everybody concerned to figure out where they should carefully put fire access roads around, 300-year-old trees, around Indian burial grounds, around and not bulldozing over the top of archaeological sites. Talk to the botanists too about rare ground plants and flowers. California has a lot of those that only grow in one spot. And other concerns. Now, it's too late for this to be sensitive when the fire is raging. That's when the dozer crews may just bulldoze heritage trees and the very last remaining endangered species rare plant in the meadow because they just have to work fast. So this is why we need to do it ahead of time. Build the city walls before the Huns come thundering over the landscape. This is why I would change FEMA completely. Instead of FEMA reacting to disasters and shilling out money to states that let disasters get really bad, give money to states to prevent disasters from getting bad. Like send inspectors. And so if, a lot of these counties are somewhat impoverished away from their big cities, like many, especially in California mountains, are impoverished. They could never afford fire access roads, but that's where fires get the worst. So instead of costing billions of dollars later, hundreds of lives later, in general, we could spend a penny, ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure. And these things would be done in 20 minutes. Oftentimes you look at watch duty and where they have good fire access roads and nearby facilities to do timely response. You have fires that could get gigantic, but they're done in 20 minutes. So here, once again, we've seen they're trying to make their own roads after they needed them. And now I fear for some of the heritage trees, they will have to knock down some trees. And who knows what else they'll be accidentally bulldozing too. So, yeah, Bugs Bunny says Oregon is building fire roads. Saw a video on that. Yeah, after the 2020 crisis when we needed them, right? We saw today Oregon had a very embarrassing wildfire just east of Portland in the Bull Run watershed where Portland gets its water supply. And even in damp conditions, it got to be a 2 to 3 week long affair because they didn't put fire access roads there. The lookout got to be huge. All of those in the Cascades got to be huge, and the Anvil got to be huge. And the Bedrock got to be huge because of the stupid policy of not only not maintaining forest access and fire roads, but bulldozing them. Like, destroying them. So after they did the Bedrock fire, there's an infuriating tweet where they proudly showed how they were restoring the landscape and destroying their own fire lines by taking dead trees and throwing them on top of the fire access roads and calling that restoration of the landscape. All that did was create a giant straight line for fungus to grow. I couldn't make that out. He says this is where the actual fire is. fires backing through the trees into some brush. These creeks may not have names. Maybe that's why they're not naming them. These are like the headwaters of Etias or Eunice. So the point is that I was happy that at least now I was saying that the bright side of some of the big Oregon fires is that now at least they're creating fire access roads for use in the future. When I saw them, I mean, they're taking huge full-size trees and just crisscrossing the dead trees all over the new fire access roads in the Willamette National Forest. What the hell are you doing? Now, loggers, when they fell trees, they have a very important job. They rake together into big piles all of the dead limbs and any dead vegetation that's now on the ground, and they burn it. That is to protect the forest from attack by fungus. Fungus, yeah, everybody's heard about the beetles killing trees, but there's a fungus crisis in the West, partly fueled by climate change and more dry conditions. Fungus just eats up and hang on.
Get it all with our hose. Maybe if we could go to operations and see what we can do about ordering a couple thousand feet for us. That way we can ensure we get down the other side.
Okay, they need thousands of more feet of hose. They're going to request it. With the helicopters grounded,
This front half is going to go quick.
that'll take forever. Okay, the point of that is these roads these fire access roads they just created for like the Lookout and Bedrock fires go on for miles. So for miles long stretch, they just stacked up dead vegetation. That's an arsonist's dream right there. One match. B, fungus will eat up all the dead trees, feed upon that, and start attacking the living ones. So they just screwed the forest. They didn't help it. Myself and other people could not believe what we were seeing. They were like, oh, we're doing forest restoration. You're not. You're making everything worse. They could have taken and sold all that wood to rebuild homes and we'll just not waste it and just get it out of there. But dead stuff all over the landscape hurts the forest. The Native Americans used to set, yearly fires a couple times a year to get the dead pine needles, the dead sticks, the dead fallen trees, and get those, if not 100% burned up, which the ash would fertilize the living trees, make them healthy, to at least kill the fungus off of those trees. People really underestimate how the Native Americans groomed what's now the United States for a lot of fireproofing. We have trees growing since 3,500 years ago, the Bronze Age, because of Native Americans. Okay, here's John Bruno. Let's put him on the air. Hey, John, you're on the air.
Okay, good evening. So sorry for the delay. I had some business I had to take care of.
Oh, sure. Let me introduce you for anybody new who's here. This is John Bruno. I get Fire Chief and Captain mixed up in my head. Shasta County.
I was a retired captain. I'm a retired captain with Cal Fire, yeah.
Okay, and you were a chief at some other place, right? Not Shasta County?
I was a chief for a short period of time, yeah, in a fire district in Northern California here in Anderson.
Okay, great. Go ahead and let me turn this down in my headset. Go ahead and what are your thoughts on the Santa Anas and what Southern California faces? And is there any threat to the north right now? I haven't really actually looked.
Okay, so I'm going to be probably asking to repeat yourself because my audio is a little off here. Santa Anas, what was the question about them?
Right, Santa Anas is a Southern California affair. The Diablo winds affect Northern California, but they're almost the same concept. I have not...
Yeah, they're a phone wind. We call them a phone wind, F-O-E-H-N.
Okay.
A phone wind, which is a subsiding wind caused by normally high pressure out by four corners of the U.S. and a low pressure off the coast. That huge pressure gradient, same thing we had happen here in Northern California during our catastrophic fires, such as the Jones Fire of '99, that was under a phone wind, and several others. Of course, the classic camp, November 8, 5 years ago.
Yesterday.
I distinctly remember that because on November 6th, which was a Wednesday, I was teaching a fire behavior class at the local community college for a fire academy, and we were talking about weather factors that affect fire spread and how they behave. Of course, 2018 was right in the latter trimester of the 12-year drought that we had in California. So, and we were looking at all the factors, and I said there's a high potential of a large damaging fire to occur in the next 72 hours. And sure enough, the car took off at 06:30 on Friday the 8th. So, and that was in the morning, believe it or not, where the humidity is normally the highest. But because these winds compress, they are very dry. And when you compress air, it heats up. Just like if you were to take a bicycle pump and pump your tire up, you'll feel your hands getting warm. If you were to fill a self-contained breathing apparatus bottle that folks use to fight structural fires with, you'll feel that the outside of the bottle is warm when you compress the air into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so these winds are not only intense in speed, but they are also very dry, bringing humidities down to single digits. So put a fine or moderately fine fuel bed and get a source of ignition, and the spread is rapid.
Right. Did you know we had a 4-alarm fire in the middle of the night during 61 degrees and something like 78% humidity at Fairfield the other day?
Well, yeah, but see, what can overcompensate the humidity is if you have dry fuel and you have an intense wind, then the wind gives it that component, that oxygen component. Very similar to the welder who wants to cut some metal. He will start it up with acetylene, and then he'll depress a lever on his nozzle and add oxygen, which increases the heat and the length of the flame. The same thing with the billows was for the blacksmith of old. He would pump his oxygen into the fire pit and increase the temperature by adding oxygen. So the oxygen component is what does it. And so historically, SoCal gets the Santana or Santa Ana winds, which is a phone wind, very similar to the north wind in Northern California, and the Diablo winds in the central part. For example, Oakland Hills burned under a phone wind in October of '91, so burning 3,200 some homes in a matter of 6 hours.
That was the Oakland Hills fire.
Yeah, October '91.
Yep.
Oakland Hills, and then the Cedar Fire that just came through here. They celebrated 20 years of the Cedar Fire. Not celebrated, but remembered. Excuse me.
Well, the end of it.
Remembered. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so those are all under phone wind conditions. So, for example, right now in Redding, California, they had rains here about 5 or 6 days ago, but they haven't had buckets of it to where the green up is continuous all over and long in length. So there's these pockets of dry fuels. Now you put a warm day or successive warm days of maybe 70, 75 degrees, 80 degrees with a wind component and then a dry air wind component, then you're going to have a fire that's going to move out pretty good. Now, I will agree that when it's drier and there's no green up, it'll spread faster and spot more easily. So, until we get out of the season, until we get wetting rain with successive storms lined up, you won't see the end of fire season.
No.
In fact, Cal Fire's extended their staffing all the way to, I believe, the 1st of December, which is, historically was never done 15, 20 years ago.
It's that's wise. That's wise, though, considering I just looked up the Thomas Fire a little bit ago that you explained that it's still a big black scar in the landscape. You just took a cruise by it, right? Now,
what's that question again?
Now, you explained you just were on a cruise. You just got back from a cruise by this area.
Oh, yeah, I was on a cruise, so I was out on the ocean about a mile from the coast as we parked at Santa Barbara. They don't have a harbor there. And you can see the scar of the Thomas, but more vividly, you could see the fortunate drainages that had horrendous erosion strips that run from the top of the slopes down to the bottom. That was caused, the year after that. So
yeah, I'm looking at the Wikipedia, and it says the aftermath of the fire was the debris flow of Montecito. But you were mentioning December. I was shocked to find out this Thomas fire started on December 5th of 2017.
Yeah, that fire burned in December of 17. If you remember, but here's the way you got to look at it. Winter doesn't start, or fire season doesn't end until there's no more threat to the wildland. And so historically, fire wardens and unit chiefs and forest supervisors would say, okay, what's going to be our standard for that? And, the rule of thumb when I was a young officer was 2 inches of accumulated rainfall with storms lined up. So that would decrease the threat. Once the threat was decreased, they saved the taxpayers money. We closed fire season by laying off firefighters, closing fire stations that are normally open for the fire season. And that was it.
Now, the federal sorry to interrupt your thought, but the federal increase in basically the doubling of pay for the federal wildland firefighters just expired. And is Congress going to do anything? Because about half of them are going to quit.
I have not heard any word if it was ever reinstated. But if they don't reinstate it, they are going to have a catastrophic exodus of a lot of their seasonal employees. They will basically do what other people do in the world of economics. They will find a better paying job under better conditions.
Yes.
And so the federal government needs to take care of the federal firefighters, definitely. And Congress has failed to do that. And they've got to do that. And everybody says, well, there's no way we can pay federal firefighters what those California firefighters make. Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about just in general for what they do.
Yeah.
The risk, the training, and they're putting their life on the line, and they're protecting the national forests of America and the national parks and the federal lands. And if you want a credible employee in any work environment, you have to properly compensate them and benefit them. And that's what private corporate America does. If they want to attract the best of employees, they normally have the best compensation package, but they also have a standard.
I would assume that experience is the number one thing that makes somebody effective, because you have to kind of know what fire does in order to prevent its spread. So if they lose most of a giant chunk of their experienced crew, even if they did a rehiring spree, if it was too late, we'd have a really bad season to look forward to next year, right? Of green.
Right. I met a Los Angeles County fire captain this past summer in August when I was traveling in Southern California, and he had been a hotshot, which is a Type 1 hand crew superintendent for one of the federal agencies, and he just could not maintain a healthy work life because he was gone all the time, away from his family. It was like being deployed every summer, and his compensation package was very low, and he took the test for the county fire department and went up through the ranks, and all that experience came with him. He didn't lose that, of course. All the training and experience that he captured working for the agency he kept with him. So, and CAL FIRE has experienced the same. They've had a lot of people come across from other agencies. But anyway, the Santa Ana is something that always perks up in October, November, December, and it's what I call the sleeping giant, because what happens in California is you'll have your central and northern California fire culture, fire suppression personnel that, they're starting to slow down. Days are shorter, days are cooler, humidity's higher, and unless we get a north wind, we might even get a couple of rains like we've had already, and so they might be held on duty simply because of the threat in Southern California. Now, years ago, CAL FIRE, back in the days of when it was a smaller agency, they would lay everybody off, and then they would take fire engines, drain the tanks on them, put them on a plane and fly them to Southern California and park them in a big parking lot. And then when there was a major fire, they would load firefighters and fly them down there. Well,
wow.
That wasn't really efficient.
No.
But now California pretty much has a year-round fire season. It's just much more a risk in other places. For example, in Southern California and Northern California, it's much normally over a year's period of time, much drier there.
Yeah, I want to point out to the public that the Thomas Fire was started by power lines. Now, it's actually, unless a fire is pre-existing, like in embers and coals are still warm, it's actually pretty difficult in a high wind situation to, say, light a match and start a fire. The winds blow it out. But power lines are one of those things that create molten metal, which will get it started no matter what. And
right.
A reason we
as long as you
seen,
have a receptive fuel bed.
Yeah.
Right. As long as you have that, and you have, you don't need a whole lot of humidity. I mean, if your humidity is 40% or less, it's going to burn. It's going to burn okay.
Right. And
especially with that wind.
The reason my grandmother did not, in her era, did not experience a huge amount of giant town erasing fires in the autumn and winter is because back then power lines were new. They were much newer. They've been breaking down for the last 40-plus years because of, well, corporate decisions.
Agreed. Right. Sure. All the hardware and the cross beams and the poles themselves, and then the vegetation around them. You know, when they first built them, they had to drive trucks in there and build those things. They had a big open area, and, you know, we're talking 50, 60 years now.
Right. I mean, they couldn't access the campfire. That could have been a back page news thing because the firefighters got and saw the power lines failing near Paradise, and the molten metal was dripping onto trees that were so old they blocked the fire access road. So this stuff, we're not looking forward to doom and gloom, and this is the new normal. This is the temporary new normal if we stop it, right?
Right. We had a term on the job in a structure firefighting culture called a target hazard. And a target hazard was a place that you either had a life safety target hazard or you had a fuel load target hazard. For example, if you had a large warehouse, like we had one in Reading, I'll never forget it, that was owned by a lumber company, and they had a warehouse where they had their finished lumber. That is anything smaller than a 2x4, molding, trim, 1x4, all fine pine. And they had tons of it stacked in there in a large warehouse building that was probably 20 feet high and probably 200 by 300, unsprinklered. Well, sure enough, they got a fire one day.
Wow.
And it went to the ground. So the ducks line up. And so there are these target hazards, and that Cow Creek, or excuse me, the campfire that burned down there by Polga, and I've been there on other fires over the years, there's a horrendous wind that goes through that Feather River Canyon.
Right.
All the time. All the time. And it was, here we are, November 8th, so you're at the very last, if you remember, 5 or 6 days after the campfire, they had a rain.
How could I forget?
And that was the first big rain of the year.
Yeah.
It came a little bit too late.
Right. It burned for 17 days.
Right.
And almost took out other places like Sterling City. They did an amazing job saving it. Yeah, how could I forget?
It was a week or two after that they had the rains,
Yeah, my brother barely made it out of Paradise. So, we're looking at the Thomas Fire right now, and I wanted to point out that in chat right now, people are calling you awesome, saying thank you for your service and thank you so much for talking to us, because everybody loves you in the channel. So,
well, you've done a good job. I think it's really kind of nice is you have a nice platform for the novice or the layperson out there that, they're not in the fire service, but they're in a community or trying to learn more about what happens and how it happens. And, actually, even a firefighter could go to your YouTube channel and kind of get a catch-all, because you seem to have all the talent with the IT culture and figuring how to click and wick on everything and bring it right before people's eyes. So, yeah.
Well, thank you.
But anyway,
multimedia is that's what I try to do, is just get people the basic
and that's really good, because there's not anybody out there really doing that. I know when you do get an incident, and let's just take, you and I both talked about it, the Caldar, there was a fellow that was live streaming on Facebook. Now, that was pretty unique, but that has to be a certain kind of person. You have to have, it's got to be a person that's got the knowledge and experience of fire behavior, because he could very easily get injured or killed doing that. But he was actually live streaming at the fire front that was banging right into the neighborhood. So,
Yes.
maybe he was a trained firefighter. I think he was.
If
trained wildland firefighter.
There's a couple that were out there, like Craig Philippot and others. The one I believe you're talking about, he actually started with, my channel started with the Tamarack, and he almost drove directly into the fire south because I tried to warn him on his Facebook. Like I started typing, look, the satellite says it's south of you, and he wasn't looking at chat, so he got very anxious. But yeah, they can get into trouble. But we
for
really
example,
appreciate
if I was
those
running that division of the fire, I would have to ask him to leave because, and if he's media, he should have an escort. Like when I was a PIO, and we had printed press or TV media that wanted to go to the line where the fire front was really hitting the hardest, they had to go under escort, and they had to go with their own. They have their own set of personal protective equipment, wildland firefighting gear, to include a fire shelter.
Yes.
And normally they go with me in my vehicle, so there's no problems. I had a fire one time in '92, the old Gulch fire, where two of the media came out from a local newspaper, and they followed me in their vehicle, and we parked on a slope hill. And then when the fire started coming, I said, okay, because I told them one of my standards were when I say it's time to go, we got to go. Aren't you hanging around anymore? We got to go.
Yeah.
And we did. I did that. I made that call, and their car wouldn't start because they came out with a low fuel level, and they couldn't start their car. It was terrible.
Oh dear. Yes. The media has to cooperate. Just find the public information officer and do what they say. That's very important. And that individual, he was ready to deploy shake and bake later at Westwood, California with the Dixie, and so we were very anxious for him. But so we
don't want those people out there, and the fire service doesn't want anybody to get injured or killed. It's bad enough it's destroying, homes, neighborhoods, and lives. We don't want any more loss. So, but anyway, the Santa Anas are always unique because of their subsiding dry air that they come over the Mojave, they come over the deserts of Southern California, spill down into the Ventura, LA, Inland Empire, San Diego area, and when the fuels are dry, one thing that's probably to the advantage this year is there is a little bit higher levels of fuel moisture because of the rains they did have in Southern California, and resources are not depleted. There's no other major fires burning in the western United States.
Yeah, so you have all the crews in the world out here. This has been very fortunate. And Holt Hanley, who's an awesome meteorologist, who's been explaining that really only applies to the big trees, though. Like the bushes dry out in a few days. But at least that has prevented major forest fires, right?
Right. Well, what you have in the timbered areas now is, and when you have a rain that comes through, the ground fuels get wet, and then it takes longer for them to dry out.
Right.
But if they have successive days of low humidity and winds, you can still get a good ground fire. Now, you might not get fire torching and crowning through the timber like you did in a crazy way during the Dixie and Caldor and Carr and Camp, because it's a different component. So, the old wildland fire triangle is, fuels, and that's the arrangement of them, how much you have of them, how dry they are, weather, how much temperature, how much humidity, and how much wind speed you have. And then the other one, of course, is topography. So when you get dry fuels under very hot, dry, windy conditions on slopes, that especially that are exposed to the sun, that fire is going to move out quickly. It has a potential. And if you ever look at the National Weather Service, when they issue a red flag fire watcher warning, there'll be a little paragraph at the bottom. It'll say, a red flag warning indicates that there is a high potential for a fast-moving fire, and they're talking about once it starts, okay? So I'll never forget the fella that was in Northern California here in Redding one day that was grinding his fence post. He was a retired policeman, and he was using a grinder, a battery-operated grinder out in his back 40, and he had a bucket of water, and he had a little tractor. And sure enough, one of the hot slags from grindings landed on the dry grass, and it was a red flag morning. So it was probably about 80 degrees in Redding. Humidity was probably under 20%. but it had a brisk wind on it. And he said, well, and then we saw the fire start. He said, I can grab the bucket of water or get on my tractor. And he made the decision to get on his tractor. And it burned 27 homes. All of them were his neighbors.
Oh.
In about 2,000 or 3,000 acres, yeah.
Which fire was this?
I think it was called the Fish Fire. It was back in 02, 03, way back there.
Chester County.
Yeah, it was right off Interstate 5, not too far from where the Fawn Fire was 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what I'm saying is the potential for large damaging fires in terms of acres and structural loss, if the fire starts in a wildland-urban interface, is high, extremely high. And that's why when they issue those, the National Weather Service, by the way, is the only official entity that can declare that. Then all the fire agencies, what they do is they ramp up. I know the organization I work for, they held people on duty. They staffed reserve engines. They upstaffed additional resources. And sometimes they'll pre-deploy. So let's say a red flag in Southern California.
Okay.
And I haven't checked, but I'm sure OES and CAL FIRE have pre-deployed strike teams of engines, crews, and bulldozers in Southern California, in the southern region. So
yeah,
from the northern region.
I'm very surprised that the red flag warnings this weekend, the last, have been very, very limited, and most of the big fires have been just outside of those areas. I feel like maybe the public, there should be something called an orange flag warning, so the public can realize it's pretty bad, but not quite red flag. And
yeah, they have a red flag watch, which gives you about a 72-hour ramp up of it's just like a watch and warning for floods, and then they'll put a wind advisory when it doesn't meet red flag criteria. They'll put a wind advisory out too, and basically, you could have a fire anywhere in our society. For example, you could have a building fire in a residential neighborhood, and you put a 50-mile-an-hour wind on it. It's going to burn your next door neighbor. Will burn his neighbors, and it will be a conflagration unless you can stop it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
that's why people need to turn in their neighbors if they see them mowing and grinding a red flag. You have to. Otherwise, it's personal health and safety. Protect the public over making friends.
You got it. We had a fire in 2004 that was called the Bear Fire.
Oh, God, yeah.
And it was up in Jones Valley, which is north of Bella Vista in Shasta County.
Oh, Shasta County. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the Great Bear Fire Claremont Complex of Butte County, but you're talking Shasta. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. This was in 2004. And there was a volunteer fire company chief officer. She was returning to her home and saw this man mowing his lawn at 1 in the afternoon. It was mowing, but it wasn't a lawn. It was dry grass.
With the north wind.
And she got out and she apprehended the guy and said, hey, stop doing what you're doing right now. You're going to start a fire. And he cursed at her and brushed her off and everything. Sure enough, that became that thing turned into about a 4,000-acre fire and burned dozens of homes that day. He was indicted and convicted. But negligence is common sense. Common sense is a big deal. It's Los Angeles City when they have a red flag, a fire alert for the city of Los Angeles. They issue a proclamation citywide. It goes over the media. Nobody can park off the asphalt or concrete. Nobody can park off-road. If you are, you get cited. Right, yeah, because of catalytic converters. The inside of a catalytic converter can be 2,000 degrees. So if the exterior of it comes in contact with a dry blade of grass, you're going to have, especially a wind on it, you're going to have a fire.
Yeah, we've had instances where people pull over the side of the road, look at their maps, look at their Garmin, and they take off. They have no idea.
Lots of them pull over and use their cell phones, right?
Yeah. So do you think there's a way that we could possibly ask car manufacturers to shield that, catalytic converters? Would that help?
Well, some of them have a guard about an inch away from the catalytic converter that's an insulator, but that still is warm. But then there's other components like tailpipes, exhaust pipes, and, equipment cause, that was the number one cause. In Shasta County, once they eliminated debris burning after July 1st, which now they basically eliminated around May 1st, debris burning was the number one cause back in the 60s and 70s. And then the other cause was playing with fire. So they launched these huge educational programs with preschool-age children countywide, and that really dropped off. But the biggest cause is equipment use.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you can't do anything about lightning.
Right.
Because, God, it's a natural thing.
If we look at the big town-erasing fires, the big disasters, the big mass death events, it's almost universally power companies these days. It
seems to have been a common denominator, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Lahaina just the latest. I mean, it's affecting other states. Pacific Corps has, I believe, it's Pacific Corps in Oregon was convicted of making the Beachy Creek fire worse and refusing to shut off, even though they had multiple 911 calls of your power lines are starting fires, and so they were convicted of hiding the evidence too.
Right.
So it's multiple states, not just California. So the nice thing is with regulation and new laws, we could change that. We've done really good progress with public education with, smoking the beer and cigarettes and things. So we've made over.
I remember 35 years ago when I made captain, was a young captain. We had a handbook in our library at every fire station, and the handbook was how to identify all the components of a PG&E power line system, the pole and brackets and the insulators and all, because oftentimes we would go to fires that were caused, and we had to be able to describe the components and all and how they worked and all.
Okay.
One of my first major timber fires as a young captain was a fire that started at 10 o'clock at night in September in eastern Shasta County, where two uninsulated high voltage lines connected and the hot slag dripped onto the forest floor, ground litter, and it immediately ignited a fire that burned about 8,000 acres and 25 homes in one night. And it burned all through the night. We caught it that next morning.
Right.
And contained it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically fire crews must wait for the power company to respond and turn it off before you can put water on it or you'll get electrocuted, right?
Well, not in this case. In this case here, the power line didn't break and energize. They just, because of the high winds that night, they contacted each other. So, they probably were loosened up from an insulator or a bolt or a bracket of some sort. It's kind of, if you look at some of the campaigns that these power companies are doing now, they're trying to improve their image with the public by saying we're going to put stuff underground, but it won't be till my grandchildren's generation are old that'll probably be completed. I mean, it's very expensive and it's a lot of labor intensive.
Right. Overall,
that's the way to go. Most local utility companies like Reading Electric Utility, they have everything underground, and it saves them a lot of heartache.
Well,
for that fire threat.
The neighborhoods that survived in Lahaina had underground power lines, and that tells you something.
Right.
Now, overall, it does
one thing unique about Lahaina, one thing I tell people about, I said, because people were amazed that a town like that could burn like that, I said, listen, all up and down the California Mother Lode, which is basically everything on the eastern slopes of the Sierra Nevadas and the Cascades, towns like Auburn, Shingletown, Cohasset, Paradise, Grass Valley, Mariposa, Oakhurst, any of those towns that are motherlode towns that are historically nostalgic wood-framed buildings, which are now, commercial buildings. There are small shops and shopettes. Even the town of Ferndale, which is all wood-framed, the old downtown area, it's kind of European architecture.
Yeah.
Anytime you have a fire with 60, 70 mile an hour gale force winds, you're going to have a fast moving conflagration. It's going to move from block to block because you can't put firefighters in front of it. It's too dangerous. And the hose streams can't reach the fires. And there's not enough of them.
Right.
So I think the Lahaina fire was a grass fire that started on one part of town that spread rapidly into wood-frame structures, wood-frame buildings.
Yes.
And went from building to building across the street, block to block, and it became what they call a conflagration. You saw this back in, you would see this in some places of the East Coast sometimes, with these large, old, abandoned flour mills and processing mills where it was all brick outside and they were all wood-soaked, wood timbers inside, and they would burn from floor to floor and sometimes from building to building. So, wind is the demon that causes the pain.
Wind is the demon that causes the pain. Okay, JB, 2023. I'm writing this down.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, you put that wind component. I mean, I saw it happen as a young firefighter. I'll never forget New Year's night, New Year's Day. Folks were watching the football games, and they had a wood stove, and they had a shake shingled roof. They had a flue fire that ignited the shake shingle roof, but everybody on the block, it was a subdivision, had shake shingle roof, so it went from house to house to house on like a 35-degree day. It's a clear, cold day. You might remember the Almaden fire in the I-5 corridor of Oregon 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
The 2020.
It started there, right?
That took out Talent in Phoenix, I believe, by Medford.
Yeah, Talent in Phoenix, southern part of Medford. Now that was amazing because that was a south wind where we were experiencing a north wind here in Redding. But anyway, that went through basically grass and some riparian areas of Bear Creek. But that thing was a wind-driven fire that turned into a conflagration. It literally cleaned out everything in its path.
Yeah, I was
wind-driven.
Live that night, and it was just one of the many Labor Day storm fires where it was kind of like the equivalent of the Santa Ana's, Diablos, and North winds were all blowing at the same time, but for Oregon and Washington too. Like that's every once in a 75-year. I don't think we've seen that since 1933. And so we watched on the ODOT cams, the traffic cams, the fire getting closer and closer to Medford and just ripping through Talent and Phoenix, and it's still pretty devastated. I drove there in August, and they're just their downtowns and everything were completely gone. But that
one time when I was studying for some, I forget, some class I had, and I think it was an intermediate fire behavior class. One of the handouts the instructor showed us was, and this was probably in the 80s, late 80s, and he was showing us a graph of all the large damaging. That term means that take out buildings. Normally when you hear the term large damaging fires, those are fires, wildland fires that have gotten into the structural interface and taken out buildings. They use that term.
I see.
And it showed that all of them occurred on days that were hot, dry, and windy. And if it didn't have the wind component, it wouldn't have happened. So, you know, I even think there needs to be even more aggressive preparation. I'm very much supportive of the pre-deployment concept. I'm also, you know, I think that maybe we need more of a push with the media so the folks know more restrictions in place, and they do the power safety shutoffs.
Absolutely.
Now, and you know, the only thing is about that was tough on folks is, you know, the average family had to go out and buy a generator in order to keep the refrigerator on and be able to keep lights on for the kids to do their homework, et cetera, et cetera. Not everybody can do that.
Right.
So
now,
as you know, in California, and I don't know, you live up in Oregon, I believe, but there's a horrendous increase in premium rates now for folks living in wildland areas. Horrendous increase, to the point where it's actually altered people's lifestyles. They've actually had to sell and move to other areas because they can't afford the insurance premiums. I mean, it's not uncommon for a 2,000 square foot home, you know, to pay $5,000 and $6,000 a year for homeowners' fire insurance.
Yes, and Newsom's been crowing about how he's trying to, like, he's shaking the finger at the you know, individual insurance companies saying, you can't raise rates on people or something. Well, you know what, Newsom, it's PG&E starting the fires for the most part, SoCal Edison starting some others. Their insurance companies should be paying everything, but he signed legislation to limit their liability. So that means that people's individual companies are liable.
Average consumer, the average PG&E customer out there is seeing a horrendous increase in their utility rates.
I think we've seen the death of a lot of the elderly and vulnerable who can't keep air conditioning on during the 112-degree days. So there has been a severe consequence.
Well, one other thing I want to bring up, because I have a friend of mine who's worked very hard on this. He's a retired battalion chief from CAL FIRE, and he was a very knowledgeable man on the job. He was one of the first fire behavior analysts in the department. And one of his projects is to convince government to improve the alerting system. It's still weak. For example, people in Lahaina, for example, they didn't know that there was I remember the emergency services director there resigned because of it and all. They have tsunami sirens, but that's for people to get to higher ground.
Right.
Well, they came back and said, well, if we would have activated them, they would have gone into an area that was already burning. But there's an alert system. Marin County's installed it. Paradise just did. Yeah, they did a big media article on it last week. These are siren horns that are similar to what older people might know as the civil defense sirens that they had.
Oh, yes.
Like I grew up in metropolitan Los Angeles. We had a yellow civil defense siren every few blocks in the city of LA, so that if we were going to get attacked by the Russians with a nuclear device, we were supposed to be notified with these sirens. Well, now with now the problem is when you have a wildland fire in Santa Rosa, 2017 is an example. People had no radios, no TVs, and they had no cell phone coverage and no computer access, so they were dead in the water. It was mouth to mouth. It was law enforcement officer, building to building, fire engine, street to street notifications, or common sense. Somebody looking out the window, oh, here comes a wall of fire. Grab the kids and the dog. Let's get out. So this notification system, LRAD it's called. It's used a lot for in protest to scream at people and stuff, but it can be used in a positive way where it has a speaker component. And one thing I think that I remember you did, I'll never forget this on the Dixie, is when the Dixie fire started coming down into the 395 corridor and hitting the towns of Doris, you were telling people not only to evacuate, but where to evacuate, how to evacuate, which road to go to where. Now, they might not be going direct between evac center, but who cares? You want to get them away from the fire, not into the fire, or into the path of engines, bulldozers, and crew buses,
Yes, so, Westwood, I believe, is what you're talking about, because the officials told them to go north, and the firefighters were fleeing from it to the north. Right. So, but yeah, that's one of the proudest moments here on the stream, and I need to thank you again for everything you've taught me about how things work and taught the team, because we can't do it without
this notification system, as you know, and you've been preaching it on your channel and all there. I'm all for. I mean, I would be willing as a taxpayer. You could add it to my property tax or whatever to fund an emergency alert system specifically to alert people when there's any kind of disaster. I mean, it could be an active shooter that's screaming down the street where you can tell people to shelter in place or evacuate, and go to. And these speakers are loud enough so people can hear them. I mean, they can wake you. They're loud enough and their decibel levels are high enough to wake you out of sleep.
Right.
And that's why people don't like them, because they say they're an aggressive tool or something like that. But
well, it's sad day an age when the old fire bells that used to be in town squares when people would ring them, the ding ding ding, is better than say the reverse 911. And but the people, instead of just wish listing this, people can sometimes buy stuff now like air horns, and you can actually be the hero that alerts your neighbors going up and down the streets or something like that, as long as you don't abuse it. But neighborhoods can make their own town bell. The big death toll of Paradise, one of the worst reasons for that was Butte County was over-prepared with their wildfire. With their wildfire notification system, but they forgot how vulnerable it was and how easily it could go down. So they had
Well, I think they had a plan, but they never had, and they never thought that they would have to evacuate the whole region at the same time. They had plans, and they had the area divided up into quadrants, and it was a good plan, and they had practiced it, and they but the fire behavior was so aggressive and the fire was so widespread, and the big thing in Paradise that really was challenging was the spotting. See, everybody that I talked to at the Chico FEMA Disaster Center, all those victims said the same thing, and they all were consistent. They said it rained fire. It literally rained fire, and they were talking about the clinkers, the firebrands that had gone from the main fire front up into the atmosphere, carried by convective air. And, normally when you're doing that, when you have a campfire, you'll see sparks go up and then they go out. Well, that's because they cool and then they land. But not in this case. We're talking chunks of building material in the sky, and then they land hot and start new fires. Well, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what people don't realize is the old style of doing evacuations, which is outdated. That's part of why I do what I do, is I just go with wind direction and say, okay, it's coming, go. But the old style was if A is threatened by, if the fire's at A, evacuate B and put C on notice. And then once it gets to B, evacuate C and put D on notice. And so they didn't understand that it wasn't going to hit Concal first. That's a big bowl. The fire skipped Concal by the embers blowing on the wind and landed at Paradise's doorstep. Now, what they did is they called everybody in the morning and said, look, pack up and get ready to leave. And then reverse 911 will call you again to tell you when. And so a lot of people just sat there waiting for the call until they realized, wow, that's a lot of smoke. The smart ones left on their own accord, and the hesitators, some of them went to their phones and found out their landline was dead, no dial signal, looked at their cell phones, and they had no mobile because the fire chewed through the landlines and it chewed through the cell phone towers. And so they hit the button to reverse 911, call everybody leave, and it didn't work. And then that's like my brother got out because he was lucky. A sheriff screamed down his street and said, everybody get the hell out, just yelling out the window. Not everybody was lucky. So over-reliance on
But I believe, that's where the governor and the legislators should sit down and they should glean all the feedback from what went right and what went wrong and how can we make it better.
Really?
It's kind of like, basically, people have to take personal responsibility, but there's a lot of people that just cannot move quickly. Elderly people. In the case of Paradise, Paradise is known as a retirement community.
Right.
And there's a lot of seniors there. They're on walkers. They live by themselves. They have pets. They have, they're non-ambulatory possibly.
Right.
And, they need assistance. And they were cut off from any kind of notification system, of course. But it's going to happen again, unfortunately. And Lahaina was a good example. And this is why I think, it's really a national problem. It's not just a California problem. It's a national problem because, I worked in hazardous materials operations. And one thing that there's a section of training that they always taught us, and that was countermeasures. And one of them was, what can you do to protect the public? Well, there's basically two things. You shelter them in place so they're not exposed to an airborne contaminant, or you evacuate them. And if you evacuate them, they have to be able to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Especially people who don't have, money to get a motel, relatives or friends. They're going to need to go someplace where they can be sheltered and have food and clothing.
Right. I'm all for, especially with the, say neighborhoods where the elderly live, like we're devastated in Paradise, have little shelter-in-place options, little neighborhood fire shelters. So because it's unrealistic, you could build all the roads in the world, but if the fire sweeps past and blocks your road exits, you have to shelter in place, and it's not going to be inside of a home. It's really got to be in like a bunker or even a culvert in the deep into under a hill. So
some of the tactics during the campfire never has ever occurred. I never knew in the past or to that fire, bulldozers removing vehicles off road so people can get out.
Yeah.
There were CAL FIRE bulldozers that should have been given the governor's Medal of Valor for what they did.
Oh, yes.
They literally bulldozed vehicles off the asphalt into the shoulder of the road so other people could escape.
Well, we've got a couple questions in chat for you too, but first that gives me an idea. What else does the public not really know about, say, the campfire, other things that you think is important?
Well, just don't. I don't know. I don't know if the Department of Forestry ever did an after-action review, what some people call a blue ribbon research, and they did it after the 2003 siege fire in the Cedar Fire and the Paradise Siege of 03 down there, and the governor had a commission called a Blue Ribbon Commission.
Okay.
And he got all the different stakeholders and said, okay, what went right, what went wrong, and how can we prevent this from happening again, or how can we prepare for it? And as a result of that, CAL FIRE was able to really ramp up the improvement in the apparatus purchasing and getting better equipment, because that was one thing they lagged in. And OES as well. OES started buying Type 3 wildland engines, where before they would buy Type 1 structural engines for local government. So, and a lot of other things changed too. Fire safe councils, Firewise, a lot of different things came out of that, I think.
Yeah, something good about Paradise is a lot of the elderly tried to open their garage doors to self-evacuate, but without power, they were too weak to pull the red handle. So now there's a battery backup requirement in all of California so that people can get out.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got a couple questions. People are wondering in chat, how could they best protect themselves instead of waiting for the government to do something? So one of the questions is, from Reflect the Sun, is there a good fire barrier product for your home, like Frost Check, Barricade? Do you recommend any of those steps? Those products?
Yeah, some of them are I'm familiar with Barricade. Some of them are very effective, but I don't know how long they are. They might only be effective for 24 hours. So if a guy had the time to coat the sides of his house and, cover it with frosting and before you left, that'd be a feature. I mean, maintaining your home, what I used to tell people that lived in the wildlands, I said, you got to maintain your home as if a fire came through here with a 30-mile-an-hour wind plus, and there was no fire suppression resource, no helicopter, no air tanker, no bulldozer, no hand crew, no engine company. Well, how would the fire naturally behave?
Right.
And that takes a lot of work. If you live in the foothills of America in an arid Mediterranean climate like we do in California, you physically have to go out and maintain your property. It's not like somebody living in an urban city where you go out and mow a lawn in front and back and be done in a half hour.
Oh yeah.
You got to constantly, really do a lot of work to maintain it. And once you get it thinned out, then maintaining it. I mean, things as simple as I wouldn't, if I lived in a rural area, in a wooded area, if I lived in a very high fire severity zone, as they call it, I wouldn't have rain gutters, because all they do is collect woody material.
Yes, gutters, we need to rethink gutters for sure. I would add to people that all the water and all the Frost Check and all the home-bought retardant in the world is not going to protect your home if you do not take a fine metal mesh and then staple gun that. That can be the quickest thing you can do. I mean, you can make it pretty later. Staple gun these soffit vents. We're finding out that mostly homes are being destroyed in wildland fires, not because the fire shows up on the ground and approaches and climbs the wall. It's actually the flying embers that are going into the attic and starting the attic on fire from the inside. And
that's one way. That's a way. What it does is it just needs to find some kind of route. For example, during the 2018 car fire in Shasta County, a couple retired fire officials went out and started surveying some of the homes that burned and some of them that didn't burn on the same street. And they looked at, gee, how did the fire start? Well, one thing that they came up with were two significant things they realized. Fires would start in flower beds of wood chips, and the wood chips with a wind would get a flame length tall enough to start burning the bottom of the exterior wall. And the exterior walls don't necessarily have flashing on the bottom to protect the wood. The wood burns, gets inside the wall, and burns the house down. Another is wooden fences. They were a significant player in spreading fire.
Really?
Because they're designed to burn. I mean, they're pecky, they're woody, they're cedar, they're vertical, and they're exposed to the sun, and they're real kiln dried. And so when you put a fire on them, with a wind, it's in pretty hairy conditions, you know.
Right, right.
So,
I encourage people to get retaining walls and you know, those sorts of things, because you can absolutely stop a ground fire with a retaining wall. A fence is going to spread it from backyard to backyard, but what I would encourage people to do is, instead of planning home defense that you have to man, the best thing you can do is groom your property to make it think of attracting bees. The firefighters are the bees. Be the most beautiful flower on the block, the most defensible home, so they stop in your driveway and defend your home instead of anybody else. So how could they do that? How could they make it?
it takes a lot of work.
Okay.
You know, you live in rural America, and you live in an area where there's oak, woodland, grass, or timber. You know, just think about the volume of pine needles right now that have fallen on the ground, on your roof, on every square inch of the surface of the earth, just from a gentle 10 or 15 mile an hour wind.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, hundreds of pounds.
Right, falling leaves, dry leaves.
Right. So the only way to really keep that out of your gutters, for the most part, is don't have any overhanging trees, defensible space. But the best chance.
Or don't have gutters at all. And people say, well, I got to have gutters.
Not really.
Well, then you have to come up with a rain guard system.
Yeah.
Where you can get guarded rain gutters, you know.
Right. There are alternatives. People can, like little rods that, you know, how water kind of clings as a moving water droplet, and it goes to the corners and then down into, like, French drains on the ground. But what you need to do is make it so the firefighters want to defend your home. Make them confident enough that they can wet down your building, be in your driveway, and let the fire pass over them. Like, you could have a water tank. You could have a defensible space, a swimming pool or a pond, correct?
Those are helpful if you have an engine company that arrives, but just think about this. If I'm an incident commander,
sure,
and I have a fire front a mile wide or half mile wide with long flame lane spotting, crowning, and torching, and it's moving into an interface area where there's, you know, subdivision, for example, on a ridge top, which everybody wants to live on a ridge because everybody wants a view. Normally, behind those homes, they have a cantilever deck. It's made out of wood. Yeah. And underneath that deck, they store everything they don't want anybody to see. 2x4s, plywood, trash. Oh, you know, they might have their mother-in-law down there. I don't know.
Whoa.
They got everything down there.
Oh, wow.
So you've got all this, you
alive,
have what I call
I hope.
Yard fuel, yeah. So what happens is the fire isn't gently going to come up to the back of your house with a wind, especially upslope. Every 20% increase in slope, it'll double in speed.
Okay.
It'll get longer flame lengths. It'll preheat the back of your home. And then all of a sudden, people would say this all the time. You know, we were looking at these houses, and the fire was coming, encroaching upon it, and it was on the ridge, and all of a sudden, the whole house just exploded. Well, the whole house didn't explode. The whole side of it ignited at pretty much at the same time because it was preheated.
Right. I tell people you should take that gazebo-looking cross-hatched stuff and the fake wood, not the real stuff. Put that under your deck and then put a screen there so that leaves, when the fire approaches, it's going to be pushing wind. Don't allow the leaves, pine needles, or anything to blow up underneath your deck or gather there.
Right. There's a lot of maintenance because here's the deal. Why do people live in the country? Why do they live in the wildlands? Because they like nature and they like trees and shrubs, because they like birds and they like the squirrels and the raccoons. They like being out there in nature. They like kind of like being rustic. But you got to remember that historically, these foothills and mountains of California have always burned from the beginning of time. And now we have buildings and schools and strip malls and churches and community centers all over them, and people and homes. And so that's very challenging compared to, you know, the urban firefighter of America. You've got this wildland urban interface that has, snowballed in the last, so I started the fire service in the mid-70s. And I at that time, I remember in college studying about the Bel Air fire in '61. Well, the Bel Air fire was one of 3 or 4 major fires in California since the turn of the century that made it to the news, but they were kind of a one freak kind of thing, and that was about it. But the Bel Air fire got the attention of a lot of legislators because it burned out Hollywood. It burned out wealthy people. It burned out people who had an influence with government. And so locally in Los Angeles, boy, they formed a brush clearance unit. They changed their municipal code. That's another thing. I think the building code needs to change.
Absolutely.
Now, we do have a change that occurred a number of years ago with sprinklers, and I'm all for that. That was a smart thing. But just the way we build them,
right.
Yeah. So it's kind of a combination of things. It's a combination of things, you know. And of course, having fire protection availability. I mean, you know, not every rural community is going to have a municipal water system of hydrants and mains and pumps and diesel backups and all that. But if they don't, they can build their own. I've used lots of pools. Every fire engine has a portable pump. A portable pump can pump around 100 gallons a minute, which is sufficient.
Okay.
And we use those a lot. I had a friend of mine who lived on a ridgetop who didn't have a pool. He put in a cistern, a huge concrete cistern with a big metal sign that says fire water, fire department, attention fire department, water, and a big arrow. Yeah. And all you had to do was lift this lid and drop your hard suction into that, and you had 2,000 gallons of water. Well, that's equivalent to 4 fire engines.
Wow, yeah. What I've seen, and it was in Yuba County, was the residents, I believe, I don't know how these got there, purchased a whole bunch of the old steam engine, steam train boilers and hollowed them out, and just mounted them on the roadsides as just giant water tanks. And so that's what kept the neighborhood from burning up.
And a lot of folks have the big agricultural poly tanks now. You can see them at Tractor Supply. They got them. Okay. And any various size, and they'll put them on a high spot. And, you know, remember for every foot of elevation, you gain about a half pound of pressure. So if you were 100 feet above your home, you would have 50 pounds of pressure. And what they'll do is they'll put in a standpipe, a hydrant for the fire department with the fire department threads on it of 2.5 inches, so we can hook up our 1.5 inches or 2.5, so we could get auxiliary water besides what we have in our tank. So, yeah, water supply is advantageous. Definitely is advantageous. In fact, if you look, the premiums that you pay for your homeowner's insurance is dependent on how effective your fire protection is, and most communities without any water have a very, very the rating is based on a scale of class 1 to 10, 1 being the best fire protection delivery system you can have, and 10 being the worst. And there's a lot of them out there that are, 8, 9, and 10s. And they pay a higher premium rate. Right. It's called an ISO rating, Insurance Services Office.
All right. So, I think there's a lot we can do. The individuals, we don't have to depend on the government to rescue us because, well, there's a lot that needs to be done. And they mainly, whether or not you're safe is the actions you take and how prepared you are. Do you agree with that statement?
Say that again. I didn't quite hear that.
The number one factor in whether or not somebody's has a good outcome after a wildfire comes in their neighborhood is the actions that the individuals take to be prepared, to have done everything they could, and the actions they take, such as evacuating early. It's more important than waiting for the government to rescue you.
Right, and you got to realize that you can't depend on the fire service because the fire service may not be able to stay at your home. For example, I have a close friend. The engine company that pulled into his driveway, backed into his driveway as the fire front was coming, had to kick the front door in and take refuge in the hallway. And as the fire front passed, then they went outside, fired up their pump, and put all the residual fire outside of his house, on the corner of his roof, all his landscaping, his shed, his wood pile, put that out before they left. So you have a higher chance, I would say this, you have a higher chance of escaping your house being burned to the ground if you maintain it, yes. But all it needs is one spark to get into one crack or one fuel bed. It could be something as simple as a wicker patio set on your porch. It could be the crack in your garage door, between your garage door, the door edge, and the molding of your garage door. It could be one spark that will go in there and land on a box of magazines that you have in your garage. Now start that magazine on fire, starts the box on fire, burns the wall, burns the garage, burns the home down. If there's no fire suppression resource in front of your driveway, now just remember this, by going back to what I was saying, if you have this fire front coming through and you have 100 homes being threatened, okay, so you would need 20 strike teams on site before the fire approached that neighborhood in order to really efficiently and effectively try to protect it. We shoot for a 1-to-1, one home, one engine company per home, but we can't do that. There's no way you can get that kind of equipment that fast. I don't care if you're in downtown Los Angeles, you just don't have those resources that can respond that fast.
Yes.
And then sometimes the fire behavior is such that, you know, firefighters have something they're taught, and that is called risk versus gain. They will risk their life to gain the opportunity to save someone else's life, but they're not going to risk their life for something that can be replaced by an insurance policy.
Right. We used to put, send out 20-man hot shot or smoke jumper crews, and they would all perish together for trees. You know, I mean, as much as we love trees, trees can grow back. We don't put them in death traps anymore. So I was trying to make it feel a bit hopeful. Everybody's got to have a sober reality check, like what you just said. But just like that's what triage is. It means that if they're in a neighborhood, I mean, if they have to pull out, they have to pull out. But if crews are in a neighborhood, make your home the best one on the block that looks the best for them, the best possibility of saving, because that if they stay in the neighborhood, that's what they will prioritize, right? If your home looks the best with a water supply, defensible, that's the best chance your property has.
Yeah, I would say you have a higher potential of being, you know, lower risk. Yeah.
Right, because people should leave. People should leave.
But it's a group thing. Yeah, they absolutely should leave. Absolutely. But here's another thing that we have found, that if you take a neighborhood, let's say it's a subdivision, you know, where you've got, you know, homes that are 30 feet apart from each other in an urban setting or a wildland urban setting. If neighbor A doesn't take care of his place, neighbor B does a textbook excellent job, and neighbor C doesn't, when neighbor A and C's homes burn, they will burn neighbor B, because you've got it. You can't have one yard cleaned up and the next yard is an absolute mess of yard fuel. And so it's kind of a group thing, you know. And besides the building codes that need to be changed, I think the development codes need to be improved in these wildland urban interface areas where where subdivisions have basically mineral soil dozer lines around the perimeter of their subdivisions at great width. I'm talking maybe 100, 200 feet, and they're maintained so that, you know, people pay Melrose funds for landscaping and flowers and trees, and they pay Melrose funds for school construction down the road. Well, maybe they ought to use some of that for fire protection, you know?
Right. I think FEMA should have a new take on things, payout for prevention, and then make that a contingency. We won't pay you anything if you basically don't do anything to prevent.
Well, the insurance companies are starting to do that now.
Yeah.
Allstate will actually physically visit your home and inspect it for, you know, threatening trees or wildland urban interface threats, defensible space. They'll do that now.
Yeah, and we need the cities to actually, you know, fine people into oblivion that just refused to cut their weeds down that are growing over their roof. I mean, that has to happen. But it's also, it's be smart about where you purchase a home. When you're looking to purchase or rent, take a look. Do you have hoarder neighbors that don't take care of their yard? It's going to be a life and death decision, perhaps, about where you move. Do you have responsible neighbors? Think about that.
And, you know, there's laws on the books, but oftentimes, you know, it's really efficient. Stand by here. I got an interference. It can be hard to get people to do things. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like personal responsibility for how you raise your children and how you maintain, you know, how you maintain some civility in society. You know, and but this problem is, I started noticing back I remember the first time I noticed it was in the late 80s. Florida went through a drought, and they had horrendous wildland fires with structural loss. And so they had the NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, did a survey, and they found out that this was a rapidly growing problem in America. And now, I just read an article in Wildfire magazine not too long ago, how they're predicting the next 50 years. And
Really?
Yeah,
50 years, huh?
It's pretty.
Wow.
Well, but the potential, this is what's happened in the last 50. What's going to happen, the baby boomers, the Gen X's and Y's are going to retire.
Okay.
They're not going to want to live in urban America. They want to live in the wildlands. And so these neighborhoods are only going to continue to grow. There's going to be more and more people living in the wildlands. And if the weather changes that have been occurring still occur, and you have these weather changes where you have longer fire seasons, hotter summers, and that's the thing in California that a lot of people in California specifically, but it's happening all over Oregon and Washington. Washington has been mind-boggling what's happening in Oregon and Washington as far as the wildland fire size of fires they've had the last several years. But
yes,
it's happening all over, not just the western United States, but in the South, places in New Jersey. You might remember Gatlinburg, Tennessee, that one Thanksgiving a number of years ago.
Right.
So what I say is, right now in Virginia, I couldn't believe it. My uncle lives in Virginia, and that showed this fire that they had. It was moving out, and you could see all these beautiful hardwood colors from all these beautiful hardwood trees that they have back there. Mm-hmm. But it's just that if you have hot, dry, windy conditions in dry fuels in mountainous terrain, you have a potential for a wild fire that's going to move out. And if you have buildings, homes, schools, churches in front of those are going to be at risk. And people. So.
Absolutely.
Well, it's good talking to you tonight. Thank you for all you do. And like I said, if you have a question, give me a call. I'm around most of the time.
Yes, I've wanted to do that pretty recently, and some of them were pretty hectic, like the Highlands. I hope I don't have to call you because there's not many big fires. I mean, fingers crossed, but we're not out of danger. We're really not. And I'm really...
Yeah, I think or not out. We're probably until Hanley, I think, was talking about the low pressure system hitting around Thursday next week, and that'll really cut things down. But see, here's the thing: how much rain is it going to be isolated or broadcasting? How much rain? Then what's behind it? Are there more storms? If you just get one day where you get a quarter-inch rain, and then you get high pressure building behind that with warm air, warm dry winds, and open sky, then you could be back at it again. So it's a combination. That's why these Southern California fire seasons go year-round.
Yeah, you're a Holt Hanley fan too. Yeah, he's great, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he does a good job. I think he does. I think he's a meteorologist for a local TV station somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, yes, he is, and he was just getting his doctorate or something in some sort of weatherology. But we are so grateful to have you. Everybody loves you on the channel. I'm super grateful. I could not do what I do without you and some others that took me under your wing. And we are so grateful to have you on speed dial too. And we're glad that you had a good vacation, right? You deserve one.
Well, I took a trip with my grandkids, but I did, as we were going down the California coast, I had my binocs with me, and I was looking at, especially when we got into Santa Barbara, because Santa Barbara, I remember when I was a young fireman back in the 70s, has historically had large damaging fires, and I was there in 1990 for the Painted Caves fire, burned 650 homes in one night with the sundowners. And those winds came over the mountains right toward the ocean. And so that Malibu, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County strip in there is highly prone for large damaging interface fires. It historically has been that way, and it's going to be that way in the future. But now even more so, if they get bad rains, they have so much burn scar there and so much erosion that they're at risk. And of course it did happen there. But yeah, so, we're not out of the danger zone yet. Hopefully we'll be safe. Hopefully nothing will happen.
Yes. It looks like this particular place where the Sunfire is, and we don't know. I'm going to check status, but it may become a forest fire. We hope not. But they're having trouble. It just reached the oak forest, and they're having trouble making a new road.
Yeah, we'll get into the timber. Yeah, there's, let's see where that fire's at there. Yeah, there's timber in the higher elevations, but most of it's just mid-range brush.
Well, it just reached
Southern
it,
California brush.
unfortunately. So if they can button this up by noon the next day, that's the best chance they have, right?
Well, you hang in there, Catherine. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much, JB. You have a wonderful night. Thanks so much.
All right,
and
you
we
take
love
care.
you.
You hang in, take good care of yourself, okay? Get some rest.
Will do. Bye-bye.
Okay, all right.
Okay, guys, that was JB. I'm sorry I've had, that's golden information there, straight from the horse's mouth. He's so wonderful. Everybody loves John Bruno. He's back in Shasta County right now. He's given us updates all throughout this year, as well. Coaching me about how I can help the public and how we can, because we're a wildfire tracking team. I wanted to interject a couple of times and say it's not just me helping the public, it's everybody here. Everybody from locals chiming in to the mods to everybody who's donated. I can't do this alone. To the journalists that I was trying to butt into, the journalists that risk their lives along with firefighters to show us what the fires are actually doing on the ground so we know, instead of imagine how it's going. That has been the best way I could ever convince people to ever evacuate, is like, well, here's the current status. Everybody's running for their lives. Firefighters are pulling out, and here's the mushroom cloud. Then they go, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't defend my house with a garden hose. We'll go now. This is we've got to really salute citizen journalists who I'm not risking my life. I'm just sitting here biting my fingernails off with anxiety because I know what fire can do. But Bugs Bunny says, "But you are our fearless leader." Okay, let's start a cult. Fearless leader, isn't that what they call Kimmy in North Korea? Yeah, I like the sound of that, Bugs. Fearless leader. Yeah. Cult of personality. Oh, Reflect the Sun. Thank you for your kind donation. And yeah, that was a really insightful question you had. And I believe that what you said earlier, I was trying to type, we absolutely do need for the new fire landscape we're in, for a variety of reasons, not just the new climate, not just because of people moving once again into the rural parts of California in a way we haven't seen since, the gold rush. These factors, the stupid policies of suppressing fire for most of the 20th century and letting tremendous fuels build up and not listening to the Indians about, keep reducing them year after year. Many mistakes have been made. As long as we learn quickly, until then, I completely agree that we need to stop what we're doing, which is feudalism as a system to fight fires. Now let's go back, and I'm going to turn on the radio. Okay, so we're still listening to Santa Barbara County. Hopefully we'll get an update. I was checking back with, and I'll finish my sentence in a second. Watch duty has no information for the last 3 hours. That's because when I kept looking at these bouncing bars here, not here, here, it's mostly been the static. We've had little chatter at all, police, fire, or otherwise, for Santa Barbara County. Speak of the devil. Hang on. I'll explain feudalism.
Information, I'm holding a 415 subject, 4100 via rail.
That says police and sheriff as well as fire. So I'm going to mute that for you guys, keep it low for me, and I'm going to unmute it the moment they talk about the fire. We may not really get any more information the rest of the night unless they do a flyover at night, which usually happens after 10. But now that, hey, we could see one soon. That looks okay. Yeah, I was just listening now to a bunch of domestic violence stuff. Yeah, I'm glad I muted it. So Usually after 10 is when they used to do the flyovers. It's absolutely dark. We looked at the sunset a little bit. I tried to mess around with the HP Ren cameras to see if anywhere in Santa Barbara, but they're not. They are pretty much in the LA, Pasadena, Oceanside area. They're really sweet color cameras. We did watch the Highland Fire with color cameras. The hell is that? Oh, military plane, a Hawker Hunter. Whoa, antique. Okay, dispatch is going on about the trespasser having a history of meth use. Oh dear, that could spice up. But I don't want to put people's personal problems on the internet if I can help it. So now that it gets dark much earlier as far as the clock is concerned, and well, a little bit because of, well, it being winter, we may see some of these infrared flights happen much earlier than 10 p.m. Like, technically, I suppose they could do it now. Now, here we've got a view which I wanted to explain. At sunset, there's this magical time where you can see right before cameras go to black and white infrared the actual marching flames of the fire, like a line of red or something. We could go back to that. We did not see it. It was all grainy and too distant. See, it was just too grainy and distant. If they would upgrade these dang cameras, we would have seen the fire behavior a lot better. So some of these are vehicle headlights, especially for just a moment when you see a really big round glow. That's probably vehicle headlights. They also do get dozer crews and stuff can have super spotlights. They are building a road around the Sunfire. The they have a horrible game to play of guess what fire will do, and if they guess wrong, Wheel of Fortune, thanks for playing, but you're off. You all your work is for nothing. So they're playing the game. Guess where fire will go and what will it do? Because they have to plan the road. A fire line is basically a road, makeshift road, and complete it before the fire reaches that road in order to station all the water trucks on it and wait for the fire to get to them and then put it out when it reaches them. So you have to get ahead of the fire, loop it, and get ahead of it. So the unfortunately, it's like 300-year-old trees, and I have not seen a fire. Just looking on CalTopo, no fire activity in this region. They usually date back at least 30 years. So it could be we've seen more than 50 years without a fire right here, a significant one. Meaning this is a nightmare of dense, not really a jungle, but dense forest. And that's the impression I've been getting from others. And if we get high winds tomorrow, like afternoon, more Santa Anas, instead, like right now, we were somewhat lucky that the more moist Pacific winds were mostly touching this fire today. What if everything changed in the next few days and it was the hot and dry Santa Anas? This could be bad. A forest fire, it could transition from a grass fire to a forest fire tomorrow. So we are fingers crossing right here. That's what we don't want to see. If we're lucky, we just have some mild Santa Ana winds until mid to late week next week when we get some moisture. But like Holt Hanley warned us, don't trust the forecast or even tomorrow because it's at that level of uncertainty. Never underestimate what winds can do. It can be pretty dang moist. It can be pretty dang cold. But winds mean all bets are off. Fire can do incredible stuff. Incredible rapid spread. No matter how wet or dry it is, unless it's torrentially wet. Okay, so going back to, and thank you so much for your kind donation. That's the only donation we've gotten today that I am aware of. I've been live for 4.5 hours. I will be for a considerable evening here because Santa Ana winds are still blowing. Things could still break out at night. but I can't work for $20 a day or nothing a day. So every little scrap, every little dollar is super appreciated. And thank you so much. I'm trying to not get employment while fire season is still going for California, so I can be ready to drop everything like I did today at a moment's notice and go live. But I do have to make an income, and I feel like crap every time I beg for money. But I want this to be ad-free too. I never wanted to reach the point where we interrupt this emergency broadcast to talk about this VPN. You know, I just hate that idea. Oh, thanks. Oh, wow, another donation of 40. Well, you know what you get as quad hearts today. This is an honor I rarely bestow. Quad hearts. You're wonderful. Thank you. And if I've missed anybody donating on PayPal, my apologies. It's supposed to alert me, but the phone's alert system has been troubled. I may have to get a torn upgrade to a Galaxy S23. This is an S22. Or yeah, no PayPal donations today. Or go to an iPhone to make sure I have all the alerts I need for things like watch duty and everything down the pipe. So you're totally wonderful. So anybody else, you can just hit the share button and text and put on your own social media pages. Hey, this chick and her wildfire tracking team goes live whenever there's a fire sub today. That is one of the best ways to help the channel. It's too long. It would be too long to go into right now about how it's harder and harder to make a living off of YouTube. YouTube itself seems to be struggling, which is the scary part. I'm doing weird draconian things such as telling people you can't watch YouTube anymore if you have an ad blocker. And this is why you see so many HelloFresh and NordVPN stuff, where even though ads are already on YouTube, creators are then still blabbing about products in the middle of their show. It's just becoming super hard to make a living. Now YouTube wants us to pay money to them to boost our videos to the top. I feel like I should never encourage. I will never do that. Like I will never drop $100 in order to make sure I'm at the top. Hey, that's unsustainable. I can't do it, and I don't want it to encourage that. I think it's just wrong. Show people what they want to see, like YouTube used to be, not not what people shell out the money for. That just means that the big channels will get bigger and the small ones will struggle. As it is, we're already hurt. Even though I'm covering this fire, probably most people affected don't know that we are here because it's the like button. Stupid little things with the algorithm. Anybody who hasn't hit the like button, I appreciate it now. A video has to be trending to go to the top. More and more people have to be tuning in. More and more people have to be chatting. More and more people have to be hitting the like button. And that's how you can fight and go to the top of search results for what people are actually searching for. As it is, usually videos are already popular at the top. So if we say fire, if you search on YouTube's fire in Santa Barbara County, you're going to get pretty much 2017 videos coming up because those have been viewed more than the breaking news. It's bad, but the algorithm is stupid. So actual breaking news and coverage people, the only ones who can afford to go to the top or the ones that arrive there are the local news stations. And they'll usually have a 2-minute blurb about something and go on to the next story. They're not comprehensively covering this. Oh, Small World Life, thank you so much for your kind donation. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's Nina MC. Okay, let me write down that you changed your name too. Guys, everybody stop this. I'm kidding. I had to change my channel name too. But I can't keep you guys straight. I need a I need a... Okay, I'm still listening to radio. That's messed up what they're talking about. Okay, let's stream chat people who have changed their names. Okay. So, Nina MC, are you in Plymouth County? I'm sorry if I asked you this last time. Is now Small World Life. Okay. Thank you for your kind donation too. And well, now I recognize you. Welcome. So, okay, I made money today. Yay. We could survive. We could survive. Okay. Please read the above fearless leader. Okay, I will. Keep stroking my fur that way, Bugs Bunny. That's gonna be a new meme on the channel. So, okay. Let me what above? Okay. Bugs Bunny says fearless leader is a dictator from the fictional country of Pennsylvania and the employer of the inept mobsters Boris Badenov and Natasha Vitale. You should make a comic book, man. This is good stuff, Bugs. He could always be found in his underground hideout called Central Control. However, it seems evident that he did answer to one big man himself, the diminutive Mr. Big. This has got Inspector Gadget as well as classic cartoon Boris and Natasha vibes here. You're awesome, Bugs. You crack me up. Okay. Did I miss anything? I was going to respond to two different things I saw in chat go by when JB was with us. Now I'm still listening for any update for the Sunfire. So they did chatter just a minute ago, and I wasn't quick enough to unmute. But it was basics of some crews, the day crews going home. They usually start going home by about 7 p.m. Now that we're off daylight time, maybe it's earlier, maybe it's around 6. And then they come back for the morning briefing, which will be at 7. Big fires, we used to watch those in the morning. They used to have those, but it's for the fire crews, not for the public. So Cal Fire just streamed that on YouTube at the same time, probably for their own people, but we found them. So I do not believe that we'll be able to watch that. If the Sunfire gets big enough, we hope it doesn't, eventually they'll get an information officer that will create, maps on the wall and point at them and updates once or twice a day. I just hope it doesn't get that big. But it has the potential because they're struggling in the woods with it. At least, it's very far away that we're looking at it. I don't see any new movement of the fire from this vantage point. So fingers crossed it's going well. It doesn't mean all hell can't break out loose tomorrow if high winds picked up unexpectedly or some other thing. They are struggling to wrap around it. Hang on a second. Report of power lines down. Hang on.
In the area of Betaravian Black.
Better what? It's the whole Santa Barbara County. This is a bad day for power lines to be.
The orange light coming from the power lines.
Crap. Where? Crap, what did they just say? No. 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 We don't want orange lights coming from down power lines. That's either molten metal, sparks, or flames. No, not allowed. No. I don't want to do a 24-hour stream. No. Now I'm listening carefully. I've got the radio on. Let's see what the follow-up is to that. No. I missed where this was at. Did anybody hear? We're at the 4th hour and 40th minute of a stream. So power lines down. Orange lights reported to dispatch. Now, we've had a lot of fires break out today. They've done an excellent job pouncing on them. within and without the red flag zones. So what I was explaining earlier, I had to address two things. One, I disagree with the chatter and I hope you will like my disagreement kind of way. Like I hope I have good news for you kind of way. With the chatter, when JB was talking about it seems like you can either make a earthquake safe building or a fire safe building, but one's worse for the other. Actually, I did a lot of research on that because I'm just one of those people interested in disasters, kind of obsessively. And so part of my video production career would be examining disasters to see how we can learn from them and have everything from new building codes to new responses. That's always been in the back of my mind. Wildfire was never something I really wanted to cover. It was mostly history. And not a disaster show of like, ooh, have you heard of this disaster? No, like the deep dive that here's what really happened. Here's what really needs to change. And here's what you don't know because everybody else does shallow reporting. Sort of thing. Not, oh, I have a disaster show. Like the serious, in-depth, down to the details, what absolutely needed to change and where did it all go wrong. So, earthquakes, 1906, I know a lot about that, the San Francisco quake, for example. And many of the mistakes of the 06 earthquake were repeated in Loma Prieta. The last big San Francisco earthquake. Last big San Francisco earthquake, and most of the damage was to fire. One of the things people don't understand is that most of the brick buildings in San Francisco absolutely survived. Everybody gets this tunnel vision and the media.
3646 and 3461. We have an additional RP reporting a subject in the middle of the roadway, 246 and Skip Mesa, possibly the same subject from the nearest call.
246.
Going north on H, now we're on 100 block East Chestnut.
Copy.
I'm still listening for the down power line report, and if that's going to be a significant fire. I don't know if that is on a vehicle or vehicle wreck or the nature of it. We're still...
For lines arcing on Bed Arabia eastbound right before the railroad tracks before Black Road. Near the large water tower, it's an orange light coming from the power lines.
Black Arabia? Am I hearing that right? Okay, Black/Arabia roads, two different ones. It's behind Black Road near the large water tower. Okay, so we do have potential for a fire starting by this breaking news power line thing in Santa Barbara. But where the hell is that in Santa Barbara County?
Code 4, your final.
You know what? Pulse Point. Let's see if Pulse Point app on the phone works for Santa Barbara County, and then we will have a list of the 911 incidents. It's worth a shot.
100 block East Chestnut.
Affirm, code 4.
100 block of East Chestnut.
Copy. I'm ready for the 28 whenever you have it.
2, 5, Frank, 7, 3, 8, 7.
Is that the power line?
Copy.
I don't know. Okay, let's see. I love that Morse code. So much better than the tone out crap. Okay, search by agency, Santa Barbara. On the phone, I keep track of almost everything that goes on in the Portland area because those...
And it's Goyo Park with ring 17.
Yeah. We've got Santa Barbara County, okay. Okay. I keep... Yeah, perfect, we got it. You can't read this, but this explains all the fire engines responding and all the ambulances.
Affirm.
It's going to be backwards for you. Wires are down between Betaravia, not Arabia, Betaravia Road and Black Road in Santa Maria. Okay, and they said en route ME26. I don't know what ME26 means. If that means engine. E just means engine. Agency Santa Barbara.
461. I'm with the vehicle. It's 7 Paul Nora Frank 820, and it's driving towards Nycobing on the side of the road with hazards on.
Betaravia Road and Black Road, Santa Maria, California. All right, let's go. Perfect. Here is where next to a jail. It's next to a jail. Santa Barbara County North Jail. So it's near the town, west end of Santa Maria / on the way to Betravia? This intersection. So it's up by the tall. Near the large water tower. Orange glow repeatedly reported from the power lines.
3381. Sorry, mileage is 0.
What water tower? Oh! Oh, I hate that. Look at all these historical buildings. Wait, no, that's not a building. Oh, okay. I just thought this was a building. I got dry eyes. I need some, that looked like a storefront to me that was like wooden from back here. So I thought it was like a corner store, like an old general store. Then I went, no, because I went forward and they disappear like they had been torn down. But it's actually just this net. Okay. Because I was thinking that could also be a thing that could burn up, but yeah, those are some serious power lines. What large water tower? This jail looks like a mission. That's sweet architecture for a jail. Looks prettier than my school. My grade school. My grade school looked like a prison. Okay. I have no idea what they mean by a fire near a large water tower, but
3803
it says May 2019 imagery. Hot dogs. Sweet. Hot dogs. America's catering #1. Santa Maria hot dog. Alright, we'll listen to see if this is a new breaking news fire or something of least concern. It's flat ground. Is that a bunch of windmills?
17804.
Windmills. No, it's sprinklers. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to mute that. Sorry if they were just talking over me. Now, yeah, the two things I wanted to address in chat. We'll return here. Let's check out our Sunfire. I will unmute it once they talk fire. Most, everybody, the media and History Channel and stuff like that have driven this. It's a somewhat valid point about unreinforced masonry structures being vulnerable, earthquake vulnerable, right? But in reality, on closer inspection, it seems to be yet another pretty much a big earthquake myth. Okay, sorry, they're doing running license plates. big myths about earthquakes persist even for hundreds of years. One which is like, oh, get in a doorway in an earthquake. No, get the hell out of the building. Doorways are not stronger than anywhere else. That myth arrived because when the early quakes happened, when California was mostly still colonized by the Spanish and stuff, the adobes, which are just mud brick buildings, emissions, the adobe structures, would basically fall apart. I mean, mud brick is, you just saw the death toll in Afghanistan from just a 6.0. And what happens in the Middle East, gigantic death tolls from quakes that are out of proportion, even, no matter how strong the quake is because a lot of that's mud brick construction. It just crumbles to a powder. And so the only things that would be standing in an adobe structure were the doorways because they were framed in wood. The entire building wasn't framed in wood, but the doorway was. So that only applies to adobe, guys. Don't think that you should be sitting around in a doorway. Leave out the doorway and get the hell out of any building is your best course of survival action in a quake. Use your head, though. Make sure that you're not walking out into, stuff falling off the building's front, which is going to crush your head or something on the sidewalk. But in reality, just get the hell out of the building is your best course of action. Now, doorways arguably are the weaker parts of a wall because there's a cutout in the wall. Don't ask me, I'm not an architect. So other big earthquake myths have arisen. Diving deep into the 06 quake, you see all these devastated images of 1906, but it's mostly from the fire. Most of the buildings that collapsed, and indeed the biggest death toll building, the biggest single building that collapsed that caused a huge death toll was the Valencia Hotel. I went to California, I went to San Francisco, I went to that spot. And if you look at where the Valencia Hotel, 3 to 4 story hotel, if you count the basement, collapsed, killed hundreds of people in it. It was a wooden building, but the wooden structures on either side of it had damage, but were standing. What happened was the Valencia Hotel was built upon where a creek used to be. And that means it's marshy land. It does liquefaction. It's not at all really about the construction of the building, except, well, mud brick always sucks. It always sucks. It's more about the foundation and what did you build your building on? Is it on firm ground or is it on rock? There's almost no damage on Nob Hill, which is a giant big rock where the rich lived. The rich slept through the 1906 earthquake, huge as it was. It was like an 8-point or something. What is the ground movement going to be like? It's going to be absolutely worse in wetlands, infill, sand becomes quicksand. So the building didn't shake apart; it sank into the ground and shattered down in there and trapped people. So when you get the next part of the myth is, well, I could see for myself. Look at devastating images of San Francisco's quake. All these brick buildings are freaking rubble, man. And the famous post-quake video of a couple days later, somebody going down Commercial Street, isn't it Commercial Street, towards the ferry building, on a wagon. There's just rubble everywhere. Well, that was a desperate attempt by the National Guard to stop the fire spread, and so they dynamited those brick buildings. That's mostly what got them. And then when the firestorm overwhelmed the town anyway, just a raging inferno caused a lot of the brick walls to collapse. Mostly they were okay during the quake. So there's a myth that goes around saying, oh yeah, brick buildings are just going to fall into nothing unless they have huge, gigantic, expensive seismic updates. No, not necessarily. So you can build towns, you can replace wooden structured towns with brick and have them be seismically safe and fireproofed, quotation mark, fireproofed at the same time. So, yeah, Bugs says good night. I was just talking to you about this, Bugs. I hope you didn't leave. That was Bugs' I was trying to give you good news, Bugs, about that. Okay, let me go back up. I missed a lot of chat. So the second thing is I agree with you totally. Reflect the sun. I think we need a branch of the military type fire response because we have something ineffective right now, which is like feudalism. Now, if you play any history video game or you're in charge of a civilization, and you have like the game Civilization, you go through a period of medieval times after Rome collapsed. Rome had a big standing army, right? Rome could efficiently, quickly get to any area of conflict because they had a good road system and they had a standing army ready to respond to anything. Well, when Rome collapses, city-states kind of emerge. There's no big states anymore in the Western Europe. Every town and every city is kind of like it's its own government entity, going backwards in progress. So eventually before you had emperors, you had a couple of different city-state leaders, princes. They would conquer nearby city-states and make a small country, or like, a region with a name at least. Like for Kingdom of Burgundia, Kingdom of Lisbon, Paris kind of started to make a little bit of their own area. But when the conflict arose, there's no standing army. There's no big taxation thing. You had a system of feudalism where the person in charge, the prince, says, hey, we need to raise an army. And he asks his noble lords underneath him for troops. So the nobility of the rich cities, rich regions, would produce some good quality troops. And, the boonies, people in charge of the boonies, got a bunch of peasants with sticks showing up. So it wasn't enough of a prosperous land to have very rich nobility and middle class and people that could afford more than showing up with padded cloth armor and sticks and spears. Now the rich, prosperous cities produce knights, right? Here's the thing where we need to get out of feudalism. We, with firefighting, are in feudalism, where fires break out. The foothills of California, mountains of California, for example, where they get really huge. Those are the poor counties. Those are the areas, that's the front line. That's where you need rapid response and really good equipment, and that's where you don't have it. The rich cities, San Francisco, LA, these places, got the big budget for firefighting, and yet where the big wildland fires break out, it's volunteer units who keep having their water trucks breaking down on them, and maybe can have teams of 15 people and be in charge of a 50 to 100 square miles. And this is one of the reasons why we need to end the feudalism, where the rich cities have the good equipment, but don't use much of them, don't really need it. Where it's needed, you don't have good equipment and pro-trained, young, vigorous recruits. It makes more sense because we're one country and California is a more prosperous state than Oregon and Washington, which are impoverished in comparison with income, right? All the West Coast can have some pretty damn bad fires. But these other states like Oregon and Washington have to lease California's equipment. Well, aren't we in that? We're one country. We need something more like a National Guard, but it's firefighting where we just shuffle around the states that need it, regardless of it's a poor county or not. You get the good equipment. That is going to make us hang on a second. That was pretty funny, dispatch. Let's see if she repeats what she was saying.
Were the subjects described as wearing a black dress and ballet shoes, thin built?
66, I'll preempt the back.
I shouldn't laugh at this, but the way dispatch was just talking, she goes, well, the suspect is running around half naked. I think she said half naked. At the corner of blah, 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 blah. Appears to be having either a panic or manic episode. Both, I would imagine. I shouldn't laugh at that, but sometimes that's funny. Now, if we had a robust standing army, if you think about this. So, if we had like a standing army ready to respond rather than, I don't want to say low quality, but compared to the fancy equipment that like the rich counties have and cities, it's low quality equipment that they have to deal with in the rural counties. It should all be the same. All the counties should be ready for the fire danger that they face. If we want to save, billions and trillions of dollars, and keep these small and, non-huge, gigantic disaster affairs, because we have to protect our economy. Rome's main downfall, there was a bunch of barbarians involved, but mostly it had an economic collapse. They couldn't pay anybody to join their army anyway. And they had a whole bunch of mercenaries that they trained for military things and said, oh, we're cutting your pay. And that's part of why the barbarians are like, really? Hang on.
There's no hazard. These are just lights on the pole itself.
Copy, no hazard.
Okay, he goes, Betravia or Bitteravia, I don't know how to say that. He goes, we just responded. The power lines are not down. There's just orange lights on the power lines themselves. Okay. Okay. I like news like that. It makes me wonder about the kind of people who report this. So, Nasty Devil says the Roman army was full of Germans and that was a big mistake. Well, actually, one of the Germans almost saved Rome. There are some really good ones. I mean, you say the Germans as if the Germans were one people. I mean, they were like a bunch of different tribes. But yeah, I know they were making a joke. Yeah, but some of them, I don't remember their names anymore, but were actually pretty amazing. But they never stabilized their currency. Rome at one point started to debase its currency, meaning they had wild inflation. The way you get inflation is either make too many coins and pass them out so that like gold and silver lose their value. Copper coins were like the pennies. You buy a couple loaves of bread for like 2 pennies, 2 copper coins. Silver is the somewhat large purchases that the average person might make. You and me, the payroll was in silver for good paying jobs, blacksmithing, whatever. The soldiers are paid in silver. And when Rome had some bad economic times and policies, they decided to cut the silver coins with some lead, base metals, cut the copper coins with the same, and they even started mixing silver into what were pure gold coins. And so the money, but if you went to go get these coins, they're still charging you the same amount of money for them, even though they had less precious metal in them. So the buying power of everything was reduced. Inflation went out of control, and we've got clear parallels to what's happening like right now. You're like, oh boy, $100. Now it's like,
Copy, it's for a 1021 request for
turn that way down. Now it's like, oh boy, I got $100, but can we even eat out and go to the movies? Probably not with the family. Yeah, we try not to be super depressing like that. Switch to Bitcoin. Talk about volatility in currency. Bitcoin. Woo. I remember my friend reporting his Bitcoin was worth 2,000 and 7,000 and 18,000 and 12,000 and 27,000 and then 8,000 and then currency has to be stable. Yeah. But the point is that the Romans got their beep together. Let's look back at what the cameras are showing. They got their stuff together, but they only fixed the gold coins, which only the wealthy, the mega wealthy, had access to. So their buying power was secured. Like, oh, I could buy 500 horses without taking gigantic losses. I could buy 800 pigs for my plantation, sprawling plantation farms, without taking any losses. Oh boy! But they kept the crappy silver and copper coins for the everyday person, which is the majority of the population, devalued and with very little buying power, yet they didn't really up wages to compensate, leading to rampant crime, barbarians getting paid, for their being mercenaries, biting their coins and going, oh my God. Maybe we should stop being on the payroll and start, being on the take. Let's take. I mean, the Antonine Plague, which is probably the world's first experience with smallpox, which destroyed a lot of their men of fighting age. So the Romans didn't really have a large standing army because most of the huge portion of their young men died. There are factors. The Antonine Plague also destroyed the economy and just helped put nails in the coffin by people with skills dying. There are factors, but mostly they just did not fix their economy. So people stopped engaging in the economy and they started bartering. Can you tax barter? Nope. Nope, you can't tax the wages of somebody if somebody was paid with a pig this week. You can't just ask for the back legs of the pig, especially if it's under the table. So their tax base dwindled. It was all trade based. It wasn't income based. They didn't have an income tax. It was not much of one. It was when people traded one thing for another. And mostly so is the rich people getting taxed. I mean, the poor people, the cost of taxation was meant higher prices for the poor, but they weren't directly taxed that much. So when the rich people had their gold coins initially devalued, they feared that it would happen again. So they started trading. Oh, I'll give you 500 horses for 800 pigs, and you can't tax that. Record keeping could be cooked. So they needed barbarians are threatening. They need to raise giant armies. Not only do they have a manpower shortage, nobody wants to sign up because you get paid in crappy devalued coins. And they no longer have the tax base to even up to pay. That was a big, serious problem. They never fixed copper and a silver coin. They went back to gold Aureus coins, but it's bad. So, okay, I'm sorry, I've been ignoring chat. We try to keep Bitcoin can't be diluted. There's a ceiling for Bitcoin. I like this conversation. We can move to random topics, more random topics, because there's not much fire info coming down the pipe. But I do see a lot of parallels. Rome's fall happened in less than 500 years. And many times they started kind of getting better and arresting their fall with good leadership, but good leaders tended to get assassinated. And arguing over which specific thing caused Rome's collapse would be an endless circular argument. But I think that we can all agree that they needed a military to protect their people, and they lacked one at the end. Soldiers are paid troopers. Warriors might just be somebody who volunteers their time if, puts down the blacksmith hammer and then picks up a weapon in time of need. That's a warrior. I have a day job, but I'll fight if the village is under attack. Soldiers are paid employees of the state. You don't have that, you don't have a state. Not for long. Urban says it's time to go to sleep. Oh, well, that's right. You're a little bit further on the east. What time zone are you in, Urban, again? I totally forget. Sometimes I need some memory prompts to remember this stuff. Yes, it's I'm not a huge crypto fan, but I do find it interesting, and I do like an idea of a people's currency, just not one that's that easily manipulated and volatile. And I'm one of the victims of needing the video cards when everybody bought them for mining, and I had to pay out 4 or 5 times what I normally would for this channel. I'm a little bit upset about that. I'm upset that it. Hang on.
Now has either hose line or hand line around it. Still a lot of work to do, but we've got just about line.
Yes.
Copy that, thank you.
Okay, I don't know which creek division Mike is in, but this is an update that we've been waiting for. An update on this Sunfire. So they said they've got a hand line and hose lay around their part of the fire, which I would assume is this bright glowy section right here. I'm delighted that down here we don't even see it anymore. This is the second part where they reported victory. Second drainage. This is the other one furthest from the camera beyond this ridgeline hill. If that's Mike and they've got a good hose lay. That's right. He's in Eastern Time Smitty. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not talking about the algorithm for Bitcoin. I'm talking about your straight up traditional type of manipulation. You got your big holders of the currency, and they call each other on the phone and say, "Let's sell a lot right now, and they can crash its value, and then let's buy a lot right now to increase its value." Now, silver is manipulated like that.
Confirm on gate 8.
We might have an aircraft coming to map. I'm not talking about its production, algorithms in production. I'm talking about what the holders can do. A lack of regulation, oversight, and such. I mean, look at what Sam Bankman-Fried just did. I'm talking the exchange. Was he just convicted? I didn't follow that very well. How little oversight regulators have of things like that. So yeah, thank you for being here, Irvin. Good night. Let's see if an aircraft's inbound. I admit I don't know too much about it. If you want to enlighten me about some smaller points, I'm all ears. It's just that there's a huge cost in energy to make something that's imaginary. It is non-tangible, is what I mean. And yet we are tangibly hurting our environment, the planet, and causing shortages for people like me that need, computer parts. All the copper and the other things that go into manufacturing of this giant overproduction of video cards, there's a massive cost. The copper mining, the earth rapey type stuff to mass produce these things, which only have a lifespan of 1 to 2 years, and either end up in the trash, e-waste cycle, or some of them get recycled, but then you have to spend a huge amount of money and energy to recycle metals. They heat up the metals again. So is that cost to the environment is a lot less if you print out paper currency and it's, well, made out of cotton paper and some dye. So SPF was FTX token and not Bitcoin. I thought it was an exchange.
1097.
Look up volcano mining. El Salvador's 100% green, making Bitcoin mining is hard is the reason it has value. Right, but I'm not the world's biggest fan of currency at all. This would be a lot to explain. But when it comes down to, say, S hitting the fan, collapses like collapse of Rome, blah, 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 situations, or even local economic disasters, you can't eat money. Food, clean water, and medicine is the most valuable currency when people realize hard times are upon us. Any kind of currency can be manipulated either by the government or the producers or by the holders. Any amount of currency can lose value, gain it, be volatile. Any currency is vulnerable to it. In the days of coinage, we saw not just Rome, but many different currency collapses in different civilizations. So ancient Egypt, the world's, I look at stability. Let's model, if we want to be practical and have stability, let's model ourselves off of history. What has ever been the most stable country in the world, most stable economy? That just for thousands of years going and going and going, like the Energizer Bunny, pretty much stayed very similarly the same. Now is Egypt. What is their big ticket to success? They recognized that food was basically money. They never developed coins. There's no ancient Egyptian coins, no Old Kingdom coins, no New Kingdom coins either until you get to, well, the Greeks take it over. But they saw there was a mistake to tie their buying power, what you could get in their economy, to precious metals. Precious metal production, especially gold, was basically slave-based, and the slaves had a lifespan of 6 months on average. That dangerous. And gold deposits and silver deposits are only found in certain places. So anytime warfare interrupted production, you had an economic crisis. Anytime warfare, like your country sacked another, and there was all this treasure loot, you had another crisis where all of a sudden your economy's in shambles because you have so much treasure. Now the precious metals are too abundant. So Egypt was really smart. They would tax their farmers, 80-90% of their, they had an agricultural-based economy. 80 to 90% of everybody in Egypt was a farmer. They taxed them on their harvest, stored it, exported at a huge profit, most of it, but stored a lot for a rainy day, and then for emergencies, and then they stored another portion of the tax. And now, during the Nile floods, they had 80 to 90% unemployment. That's an economic crisis, so they had to do something about that. Well, the Nile usually changed course a little bit every year, so it started out with, let's give the unemployed people something to do. They'll say, hey, here's a job where you learn trade skills, masonry, painting, tomb decoration, pottery, whatever, basic labor, whatever your skills are, calculating, math. For big public works projects, and you see this happening in pretty much every agricultural society, you've got to employ. Oh my God, that scared me. Oh my God, that scared me. That was loud. You have to employ people during the farming off season. Otherwise, the devil finds work for idle hands. Cry, right? So what Egypt did was say, hey guys, you don't have to work, but if you want to. The Nile moved away from these towns this year, so we're going to deconstruct them brick by brick, stone by stone, and move them back towards the river. We will pay you back some of the money of your tax money if you want to be involved. And that was why they built pyramids and stuff, like in the years when the Nile didn't change course that much and they had mild floods. They just had to find something to build. Let's make temples. Let's make tombs. Let's relocate cities. Let's build new cities. Eventually, pyramids were the biggest construction project they had. Let's build the world's tallest building. You just have to get them to do something so that they're happy, proud of their production, learning new skills. And the ultimate stable currency is giving them back their food. So you just don't see Egypt having the collapses. Now, I'm not saying we should all go to barter or something, but it says something about what we should be thinking about going forward. I see currency being completely irrelevant within the next couple hundred years because it's going to seem so imaginary. All wealth comes from labor, and when robots become sophisticated enough to perform all labor, all necessary labor, I mean, people will always want to garden, build arts and crafts, labor's love. People get bored, they like to do stuff. But when the time happens where all labor is backbreaking stuff, the low-wage jobs are replaced by robotics and such, there will be an end to scarcity for most things. There's only scarcity right now because currency is the determining factor on producing things. Like right now, most of the gold ever mined in California is still sitting outside of the mines in California. That's right. Most of the gold ever mined in California is still sitting outside of the mines in big rock piles. That's because the labor cost of processing that gold exceeded gold's value. And that's most of the gold. The mining companies only took the easy gold that was easy to refine. But say we have robotic labor, which is essentially free after, if you think about it, no wages and stuff. Gold production could increase so much that everybody could own it. Everybody could just bedeck themselves in gold all over their bodies. We just gold plate all sorts of buildings, rooftops, just like they do in Russian churches. Hey, Smitty, thanks for the heads up. A new fire? Okay, let me check this out. So the entire basis of economies will change in a way that will be entirely new for humanity, except in the days before civilization, before currency, when kind of everybody kind of had what they needed in the glory days of hunter gathering. I'm thinking gathering before the big megafauna collapse. So we'll have it into scarcity, just nothing will be particularly scarce. What are we going to do? Just probably distribute everything because everything is common. And then find what we really want to do in life and chase our passions and our dreams. Everybody will be occupied in their own occupation, what they want to do. And then what the old, what used to be, look in the paper for a job and take whatever you can get. And do what you don't want to do most of your life. A new age of exploration and scientific discovery will happen once we stop the rat race of trying to produce for ourselves every day, like everybody's been doing for the last several thousand years. It'll be a glorious time if we could reach it. Like, not end the world first, nuclear holocaust, which we're kind of close to. In a way we haven't been since 1962. Bay of Pigs and Cuban Missile Crisis and Khrushchev and Buttons almost pushed. Why are we still in a proxy war with Russia? We've been in proxy wars with Russia since like 1958, maybe even earlier. Can we just stop that? Hey. Will the robots keep us as pets? Yeah, that's different. AI and robots are two different things, but there is a danger there. There are new dangers as well as new exciting things to think about. And when people like Elon Musk are saying the AI might take over, oh dear. Oh dear. Maybe we should pause it then. Like, why are you guys still going full steam ahead on that? I'm against human-looking robots, period. They should all look like a machine. I think most robots will be stationary if we're smart about it. Like the dishwashing robot of your home should just be an arm, that 2 arms that just wash dishes. It can't escape and run amok or be reprogrammed to do anything else. It's bolted to your sink area, for example. Like it can't. Nobody can hack it and tell it to go trash your house. Governments can hack it all they want, but not cause chaos on our soil, because if they're all humanoid, they could be turned into soldiers by hacking. And so we've got to pause. Oh, you're a computer scientist. No wonder you're so jaded. No wonder you're so jaded, nasty. Yeah. But here's the thing, wildfires are going to become extremely easy to fight pretty soon if we put our efforts into it, developing that. Right now, like the Beachy Creek fire was 5 acres, the deadly one in 2020. I had to evacuate my mom from it. It was too dangerous to put fire crews in because there was no way out, no road access. So the fire sat there for weeks, literal weeks, 6, I think, 3 to 6 weeks as a small, tiny fire in the forest. And then on Labor Day, the hurricane force winds picked up that Oregon had not seen in 75 years. Actually, more than that, nearly 100. Not since 1933 Stillwater burn. So imagine if we had a lot of firefighting will transition to remote control joystick stuff, just like in the military right now, where drones are operated by people with remote controls in the Air Force, unmanned. Imagine if dozers and maybe even humanoid-esque looking robots were controlled by firefighters, and you could drop them off, and we would have no threat to the hotshots. What if we could transport humans with a little human carrying, like helicopters, that could be with us in 5 years? So technology will make wildfire fighting trivial, especially when unmanned aircraft, can slam a fire at night when it's weak. We're just in a period of hell for firefighting where we don't have enough technology to make it trivial yet, and we have all the mistakes of the 20th century, creating a horrible environment for fires in a bad climate system right now. We are in the worst it will ever be for wildland firefighting right now. Last couple of years, probably the next couple, and then technology will change everything if we invest in it. I'm still listening to the radio. There's a lot of police activity. No new updates on this fire particularly. Okay, I understand your sentiment. Nasty. I put a bunch of keywords that will auto censor a comment. Doom is one of them, because I try to make the channel like this. Like we tell people straight the dangers, the sobering reality. But we try, everybody will just tune out and like develop a drinking problem if it's negative Nelly hour all the time. We've got to have that silver lining to give people hope so they push for the right thing. So an overall cooperative, productive conversation and hopeful take on the situation is part of the rules, which I should put in the description of the video, but I ran out of room because I had so much evacuation info this fire season. But nothing really too political except when it really, really matters for fire. Like, go ahead and trash Newsom all you want because he's been the worst thing for California fires in recent history. Talking a good talk, but behind the scenes, being detrimental. And screwing fire victims like my brother and people I know personally out of their just compensation for the Paradise Fire by signing legislation that told PG&E that they don't need to fail. They could just raise rates on the victims to pay the victims. And limiting the liability, limiting the amount of money they had to pay the victims. So you have people slammed into poverty and still homeless to this day. And families broken up like mine due to legislation Newsom signed. He takes money from PG&E, the perpetrator of all these biggest disasters of California. So go ahead and trash him. That's he's not a Democrat in my opinion. He's just C for corrupt. There's been plenty of bad Republicans that take PG&E money as well. PG&E has to be stopped or these fires aren't going to stop. That's not something we can get around. So I don't endorse candidates. I just rate them by do they have good fire ideas or are they part of the corruption system of taking the money from the perpetrators that kill? The corporation keeps killing and killing and killing. Killed my friend, nearly killed my brother, nearly killed my other brother in a different fire. And some people I know in Paradise are dead, too. So there's like, that's unavoidable as a political topic, but I do want to avoid us versus them mentality. Liberals versus conservatives, we have to unite. Sorry, we do, in order to push for effective change. We both want to see an end to California being destroyed. We both care about our families. Loggers versus anti-loggers, like, okay, no, come together. Find our common ground. As long as we fight each other, we get nowhere. And technology's got all kinds of scary applications, but boy, it's going to improve our lives in great ways too. Wildfire firefighting, I think, is the best thing. Take progress in making wildfires trivial to fight is the best thing technology has to offer us, I believe, other than, say, medicine. You know, AI is going to help us make incredible leaps into figuring out diseases. Nasty Bill, I salute your enthusiasm. Since I can't espouse violence on the channel, I'm going to say, go ahead and challenge Newsom to a Wild West duel with squirt guns, please. Oh my God. But look, I need to go back in the past. California's corruption didn't begin in a day. Concerning something is terribly wrong where power lines are not being inspected, let alone maintained. There are supposed to be government inspectors. Supposed to be. And yet the campfire breaks out and that power line wasn't maintained in 96 years. Let alone the every 25 that they're supposed to be completely destroyed and rebuilt. So there is something going on where inspectors are either not doing their job or too afraid to do their job or prevented from doing their job whether or not there's not even enough of them, or they're corrupt. There's something wrong happening. So, but if you go back, California's had a series of Republican and Democratic governors, and this has been a long time coming. Infrastructure didn't fall apart in a day. It's 40 plus years. Remember, Arnold was a Republican. I don't know if he was good or bad as far as his policies on what to do with power companies, but those were the Enron years, I believe. Enron was his own kind of bad, right? You can't avoid those topics, but it's very clear it is more than just the governor. There's California's local legislators. Some of them take PG&E's money and some of them don't. So I'm not in the business of telling anybody who to vote for. I'm not a member of any political party. I can tell you what, though, town hall meetings and stuff, ask them if they take PG&E's money. If they do, say next candidate, not voting for you. And ask them if they have a plan, ideas for how to prevent wildfires from getting big, bad, and deadly. Things like, changing laws so that developers can't make death trap neighborhoods, to all sorts of things like funding firefighters, increasing their wages and pay, to making the corporations that kill Californians pay out of their pocket instead of ours, the taxpayers, fighting corruption, pushing for new technology, increasing the budget for firefighting, these sort of things. I don't care if it's a D or an R, I will vote for that person who even talks about it. But we need to talk about it. Most disappointing thing ever was when Biden and Trump had their big debate and not even one of them mentioned wildfires. Oh my God. It's the biggest. Wildfires are killing more people in the United States and destroying more land and destroying more local economies and the environment than war ever has in the United States. This should be our number one topic we're talking about. Right. I know you've got a bit of a jaded disposition. People do respond to hope. Remember when the United States had hope? There's this awesome speech. I mean, most people like FDR. Some are not huge fans. But FDR's 1936 speech for when he was running, he talked about the corrupt military-industrial complexes, war profiteers, big business, fat cat monopoly capitalists that pay people like slave wages, and those types that keep down the little guy are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hate. The roaring crowd. People are upset with a lot of stuff, and they're just looking for hope. The fact that Trump got elected and he was an independent candidate, basically. I mean, he went technically Republican, but he was not who the Republicans really kind of wanted. It shows populism is popular again. People respond to hope as well as fear. So what do we have to do? Provide it. Most of what is bad right now, we can't do anything immediate about the climate. It's here. It's dry. It's here. A long-term worldwide problem. Everything else that makes wildfires bad and big and deadly, we can completely end in a short period of time, mostly with legislation. Right now corporate execs can't go to prison if they kill entire families and erase towns. But what if they could? Okay, radio just came on. It's still, I'm still listening to dispatch. Nothing about fire. Now, I'm happy about one thing we're seeing here. Nothing has moved. Right here. Look, there's a swaying wind effect with the cam. Swaying wind effect with the cam, but it's not moving yet. Fire has to move to survive. Find new fuels to survive. If they've truly got the forward progress stopped, and they can really, really get secure lines around it by noon tomorrow, this thing is done. This thing is done. Let's look at current wind conditions. Have they changed? 67% humidity, so it's 5%. 10% more than it was a few hours ago. That's looking good. We've got 57 degrees, visibility of 10 miles, dew point 46 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 42. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Yes. But tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 71. Not bad. Breezy with northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest 15 to 20 in the afternoon. And winds could gust as high as 25 miles an hour. I would really take that with a grain of salt. Really could be worse. Because it looks like they're not specifying here, but the wind at first in the first part of the day. Oh, wait, sorry. First part of the day. Yeah. First part of the day is a northeast wind. That could possibly be more Santa Ana stuff, but it could be Pacific. Becoming northwest. That's definitely Pacific, but picking up in strength. The uncertainty about what the Pacific is doing right now is making forecasting extremely difficult, like according to Holt Hanley. So whenever they say up to 25 miles an hour, that's generalized. You get ridge tops, you get wind condensing and funneling down into drainages and canyons. It's going to easily be 10, 15 miles stronger in those little specific spots. That's where we've got the fire today. That's why they struggled with it in those spots today. It was higher than everywhere else. So we can't look too much into the future because it's irrelevant as a forecast. But breezy tomorrow. They better get a hold of it. Some decent containment lines around its head by noon the next day is the best course of action. Outcome. Oh yeah, Eisenhower warned us about the complex. I'm not against anybody making a profit or a buck that's reasonable, like in a reasonable love mom and pop stores and craft artisans and all that. I'm against monopoly, unfair stuff, people crushed into poverty and Charles Dickens stuff. And we're still fighting that kind of thing. Capitalism is supposed to be about choice. I mean, you live under Marxism or Stalinism, you really don't have a choice about much of anything. But there's supposed to be competition, a healthy, non-crazy capitalist society, and we don't have that. Right. I'm sick of war. I don't know about anybody else. I look at these disasters, these fires, these big quakes, and I applaud everybody rushing to help their fellow human. And then you look at the war zones, and they're creating the same hell voluntarily. Just it's scarcity. A lot of wars will end when scarcity ends. But all ethnic hatreds are another matter. It's scarcity of land, like in the Middle East. Everybody wants the same little spot. They'll either everybody who wants that spot will either learn to live together or they will all die together. But that's their choice. Their choice. And they made that bed. I have to live in it. I just, I don't know. I'm just sick of it. Okay, now Steve is here. Okay, let's go back up. Coach fires San Luis Obispo. Okay, let's check in on it. Maybe we've got an update. San Luis Obispo. I don't see it. Parkside, that's Oceanside. That was a done deal already. I don't know why it's red. San Luis Obispo, like the county? Scribe in Santa Cruz County. I admit that I really don't know my California counties like I did when I memorized them in 5th grade. 4th, actually. That's like 38 counties, right? It's 1 acre, okay. Acre. Gray and tiny. Cancel the hand crew. Final update unless situation changes. Great. Cool. Nasty says, oh, thank you for the kind donation. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you for your insightfulness too. I do want to know more about, tell me about things like Bitcoin and whatever. Okay, what do you think are the biggest dangers and biggest benefits of the emerging technology of right now? Like, I know a lot of people are just biting their fingernails off saying, I'm done as an artist, I'm done as a musician, I'm done as a writer, AI is going to take my job. I think it's going to enhance those who already have talent rather than take everybody's job. Just like the typewriter helps the writer. And I think it will create more jobs than it destroys. Like we saw the automation of telephone, where there weren't legions of women at their station, literal hand connecting lines. I mean, I had to unplug and plug plugs all day and say operator, because people couldn't direct dial. You invent direct dialing, and sure, that puts a lot of women out of work, but it made telephone so cheap that now women were in call centers. Now most people could afford a telephone. So if you look at AI, it might replace some jobs. I think it'll only replace the jobs of those without talent, honestly. Right now, there's more demand for writers than there are good writers. Why we have really crappy movies and stuff. Most books put out today just utter crap. One round of printing and never heard or seen from again. And thank you for the kind pat on the head. You look at electricity and it put all the lamplighters out of work. Electricity put the whalers out of work too. That saved the whale. No longer do we need whale oil for all the lamp oil and stuff. But wasn't that a good thing that they got new jobs? Electricity meant fewer ships and stuff burned down at sea, and it paved the way partially for modern ships, cargo ships. So bigger crews, more survival of people at sea. Just technology generally makes things better. One of my friends got upset and said, I will never use the self-checkout line at Walmart or any grocery store. It's taking people's jobs. And I said, oh, please do, though, man. That's about the worst job that gives you carpal tunnel syndrome. Just scanning barcodes, beep, 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 moving your arm like this. It's a job built to maim people, hurt them, and give them pain for life. There's still plenty of other things to do for a store. Now there's people, new, better paying jobs such as the maintenance of the self-checkout machines. Whatever a machine can do or a monkey could do, I don't think humans really should be engaged in it. Nancy Devil says, I worked on AI for 2 decades. Really? Any big outfit or like solo? What they have now will never displace most workers. What, despite what they say, it'll displace actors, software engineers, but manual labor is the place to be. Not sure I understand that 100%. Okay, that's still police chatter. Somebody threw a cup at their sister and struck them in the head. And apparently the police needed to be called over that. And the police arrived. And they did not find a significant injury, just one sister whining about the other one. Wow. Oh, man. Being a first responder. You mean making AI and making robots to replace manual labor? Is that what you meant by that comment? I know that what's a little bit concerning is computer generated faces and things are looking so realistic that it's really hard to tell the difference. And like deep fakes, for example. So actors tried to do the thing where they rushed to copyright their own, not copyright or patent or something similar. I can't remember the word right now. Their likeness, so that, say you wanted Keanu Reeves in your picture, you'd be paying the studio instead of paying Keanu Reeves to act, right? Studios still kind of own the big stars, almost like slaves. Not as bad as the golden age of Hollywood, but when you sign on with the big studios, it can be severe. Okay. Oh, you mean manual labor is safer now? White-collar jobs are being replaced by current AI. Oh, okay. Robotics is lagging behind. So blue-collar worker is safer now. Okay, do you think unskilled or skilled labor? Like, is it better to be a plumber right now than assembly line worker? I think the skilled trades are the safest and the best bet for job security. What? That just sounds like airport chatter. Business citation, probably just civilian craft. I do not see the mapping plane. Wait, that's Point Conception. Yeah, I'm in the right spot. Channel Islands. I was hoping we would get an updated map. Something of an update. Because right now I think the skill trades that require brain usage, such as going to somebody's house and figuring out their plumbing problem and how to fix it and how to bring buildings up to code. And from the plumbing shows on YouTube, I feel like that still requires human thought, such as, and experience, such as I've installed 25 of these faulty faucets. Every single one of them leaked and I had to replace them later. So I'll never use that faucet company again. I found in this situation a different valve is better than that valve. That seems that human knowledge, experience, and creativity solves those problems. So do you think it's skilled trades or unskilled trades that are the safest, blue collar? I would bet on skilled. Oh, Desi, yeah. We can branch off into other topics after fire news really slows down. But to tie it back up to how this relates to fires, because I had the original point, Desi, of how technology is going to make firefighting trivial. All right, that's just more police chatter. I didn't know if that was fire related. Desi, we're living in a period of hell right now where we almost have the technology, like such as nighttime remote operated helicopters that could do drop after drop after drop on a fire at night. We have like 2 of them functioning in California. If we had, say, 100, usually the first night a wildfire breaks out, mostly they could be contained by that period of time and just never become big ones. So we are on the cusp of that technology, but not quite. We used to solve a lot of wildland, not solve, but get them buttoned up really quickly. In the days when, 80s and 90s, we parachuted out hotshots into the middle of nowhere, and they worked night and day to the mountaintops and rural areas to stop the fire, and that was very effective until we started having mass death events where we lose entire crews of 20 and 30 because they had no way out. They were parachuted into roadless areas and they had no quick exit. So we stopped doing that, and that's part of why a lot of the fires get big. Beachy Creek Fire may never have even happened. That was my example a bit ago. But because we no longer put parachute crews in or allow them to hike into a death trap that they can't escape from should beep hit the fan. Some of them are getting bigger. So that started a conversation that was a little bit about AI, what things are happening in general. Wildfires will be trivial. My biggest hope is that we're just going to be telling the grandkids and great-grandkids about how wildfires used to get big and actually kill people, actually erase towns, and it'll sound like ancient history to them because they'll be like, "Wow, you mean they didn't have? Why didn't you just parachute robots in to replace smoke jumpers?" Well, we didn't push the technology fast enough. I think that is the single greatest use of new technology will be in firefighting. Everything will change. It'll become trivial. And in structures, there's new technologies like LiDAR, where firefighters will no longer be trapped in buildings. I can't make that out. That's distant, scratchy aircraft sounds. They will never be trapped in buildings again for lack of being able to see and find their way out because they'll be wearing little things in their helmets that show the room. As LiDAR, which is laser radar basically, shoots out into the room, draws an outline in their field of vision. Like there's the couch, there's a door, there's the curtains, there's a TV in the room, there's a victim sucking their thumb, a little child underneath the couch. You will see. You will not be blinded fires anymore. That's one of the big killers. Firefighters will be able to tap the sides of their little sunglasses they're wearing inside of their helmet that gives them air into different modes like FLIR, LiDAR, regular human vision, night vision, and they'll be able to look up and see if the ceiling's about ready to collapse or not. There will be little numbers that will say this is the temperature of the ceiling, and the little warning will go off. Beep, beep, beep. Flashover is about to occur in 10 seconds. Get the hell out. Maybe they get a warning of 20. They don't get any damn warning, except about 3 to 5 seconds right now by looking up at the ceiling and seeing ropey snakes, fire snakes on the ceiling. A twisting pattern of fire right before the smoke itself is about to ignite and go boom. That's because they don't know what the temperature is. When it reaches a critical point, the ceiling, boom, flash over. So this is...
Copy, thank you.
Oh, they said Rescue 51 will be first out of Station 51, but I think they're... I don't think that's a wildfire they're responding to, or maybe they're talking about going backstage. So, yeah, our priorities are not good, but when people become aware of this, we've seen prototypes, we've seen, trees on fire too, but we can't reach it, or like the Grenfell Tower disaster. We still are making buildings too high to put them out on the ground. Our ladders can't reach the victims. Hoses and ladder trucks can't reach the stream of water higher than ninth floors generally. How's technology going to allow us to reach the victims and put the damn things out? Now, what I used to do, Desi, is back up what I'm saying with some visuals, like show people what I'm talking about. Well, I get so many copyright things I have to respond to after the videos. I think what I need to do is make a stream one day about the exciting new world of firefighting technology, the emerging stuff, the prototypes, and freeze frame and get permission to show these videos before I do. Because I will run the risk of, like, the entirety of today's video, even if you play 30 seconds and there's a song on that guy's video that's copyrighted, then the owner of the copyright of the song takes control of my entire day and puts ads on it, or makes it not viewable in certain countries. Worst scenario, some of my videos, like 8-hour streams, 12-hour streams, are off the air now because, like, studios say, oh, you used a clip of our movie or something, or a soundbite, or 2 of our songs, and therefore it's a takedown request, and YouTube complies, and I can't fight a big studio. Like when I showed a clip of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, they said remove that clip, or we're issuing a takedown notice. I had to erase it. So last time this happened, my video was at 9 to 12 hours long, and the studio said erase parts of this movie that you showed. So I went back to edit it out, and then YouTube prevented me and said you can't do that for a video that goes over 7 hours. You can't edit a video. So it's completely off the air. Okay, let me look back at the chat. But Desi, I get a lot of feedback. Oh, Desi, we don't have to stick to fire topics. In fact, I asked him about his expertise. I'm very curious about. Assuming you're male, I'm sorry. I assume gender. I'm a bad woman. I assumed somebody in science and AI for 20 years have got to be male, but I'm probably right. So, no, I'm happy with Nasty Devil. You just found us today for the first time, and how did you find us, by the way? I don't recall you seeing your icon here before. Desi, the off topics later in the evenings, we're not getting that much fire info. Keeping chat going and keeping people engaged where I have to say something. I do encourage from time to time, because what am I gonna do except repeat myself? the more chat moves, Desi, and all the mods, I gotta have a powwow with you guys. It's part of the algorithm. The more chat moves, anybody types anything. You can talk about, I like dogs. What's my favorite dog breed? Go ahead. Because that bumps us up in the algorithm. Not just a like button, but it's called chat rate. So if nobody is chatting for like 5 minutes, we're actually taking a hit. And in the rankings of people finding the video. So I wanted to have a very big variety stream. My original goal of YouTube was my first love is ghost towns and history. Not paranormal, I don't believe in it, but Wild West, tumbling tumbleweed, saloon doors swinging ghost towns, gold rush ghost towns. And I branched out to other types of ghost towns. And I wanted to go film them and have a YouTube channel, and hopefully people would pay me to go film things. That's pretty expensive, gas and lodging. Show people abandoned and revitalized places like Placerville is a gold rush ghost town that has found new life as an antique store town and a tourist town. California's got several thousands of these. Yes, several thousand ghost towns. I haven't even compiled my database yet. I still have no idea how many total there are. I wanted to set up a system where people could visit ghost towns for themselves and report when they find new ones in the United States. Because I won't be able to visit everyone in the United States. That's not possible. And then enlarge the database and include people's submissions of their videos and their photographs from around the world. Like I've been to Pompeii, but I don't think I'll be going to Libya anytime soon to visit Lepsis Magna or other abandoned Roman cities, and I don't think I'll be going to Baghdad anytime soon, given the obvious situations of it being dangerous to be an American in the Middle East in general right now. However, the locals could submit their content, show us wonders of the world achievements, and everybody seems to be fascinated with why people settle in an area and abandon the area. My second goal for YouTube was to be Kathryn's World. Express myself, my beliefs, my opinions, and then learn about other people's. It is constructive and friendly of a environment that I could craft. I remember, Desi, I freaking hate fire. I hate every moment of looking at them for the most part. They're the big destroyers. We've lost so much to fire and so many people. I do this because nobody else is, and somebody has to help the public, and that's why you're here too, Desi. I mean, you and the other volunteers are so wonderful. I can't do it out. We're doing this because we care. But I may never meet the people that come into chat ever again, for obvious reasons. I want to learn as much as I can about them and what they do. I don't. I'm a bit of a windbag that I want to learn about other people and their takes, their experiences. And a lot of time, that's just what happens in chat. It becomes magical. Is people from all over the world will tell me about new things, give me new hope, and we can pass it on. And I find out things that I thought were true or maybe aren't. I just realized I've been eating this bowl of pasta for 6 hours. I forget to eat doing this. Let's look at our cams. There's also my own psychology. I was a weeping wreck last night. I don't know if you guys saw my post. I would like to have attended the Paradise Fire memorial service yesterday, the 8th, precisely when it started. I don't know if it's precisely when it started, but maybe when the town fire started. It was like 10:30 in the morning, but I would have liked to have been there and present. Probably would have cried through the whole thing. I just don't have the money or the health right now to be in California currently, but I feel like I should have been there and interviewing people and talking to people. I still want to make documentaries about that. But I thought, well, maybe I should do a Paradise Fire. Yeah, that's a seizure, not a new emergency. We're still listening to radio. I just sort of cried like a baby yesterday, and I debated going live anyway, even though I knew it might be emotional. I started. I wanted to have people remember the victims for the most part, so I went to the Chicoer, where they have the victims. The Chicoer paper. Yes, Google. I'm not a VPN. I'm not an evil person. And I thought about reading. You click on an image, and these are their individual stories. So I began doing so and completely broke down before I even went live. So I just made a post about how I won't be going live, yesterday, and why. I mean, there's a 20-year-old here, a 93-year-old, 68-year-old, and 90-year-old, mostly elderly here, and then some people with obvious disabilities. And my brother, he worked in a retirement home and in caregiving role, and he would show. Not everybody lived in the care home, but would come to the senior center, portion and hang out. And some of these people, he would show their birthday parties and birthday cakes. It's just a person that shared a lot on Facebook, and I think I recognize a few faces. And I took horseback riding lessons there as a kid. Visited my brother a few times. I wasn't there all the time, but I figured it would be more demoralizing than anything for people to see me just completely broken down, like I was last night. So my psychology is still just police dispatch. I have to take mental breaks, even if it's just a little while. If I'm doing this hour after hour, I'm live when there's usually a crisis, and many times when there isn't, when it's just a red flag day or whatever. And my life revolves now around wildfires. What I do for a living. I'm trying to make this what I do for a living. Don't know if I can maintain that anymore, but my life now revolves around wildfires. Thinking about them all the time, even though I am a traumatized person. Not traumatized like the people who have experienced it. But my friend died in one, a family friend. And we lived in the fire danger zone and moved out of it, but fire that killed our friend got close to where we used to live, really close. I definitely could have been one of these victims or my family. After nearly losing my brother in Paradise and then my second brother in near Grass Valley fire, it's a nerve-wracking thing. I've got to take breaks. We do. So if we'll talk about other topics. I hope you understand. And we definitely don't have to police chat to make sure people on fire topic, except during a crisis. I would call for chat silence except new info on a crisis fire, like the Calder or the Dixie. Those nights got insane. We also had 30,000 people in the chat, though. That was a lot to police. You guys remember that. Yeah, Nasty Devil says if you turn copters and planes into drones with night vision, you could just end forest fires. There's a ton of research on the subject. Can you direct me to some Nasty Devil? Yeah, exactly. I talk about fires as being a dragon a lot. There's a lot of parallels there. Obvious fire breathing and nastiness and all that. Destruction. Yes. Okay, announcement. We have gray squares, guys. The GOES satellites detections are now gray. Let me highlight this for you. All right. For the fire of concern, the sun fire here. Gray is a special what? What's a 415, Smitty, and police talk? Is that we have a possible 415 at a Walmart, I think, where a lady was trying to pick up her son there, and somebody's possibly hitting her son.
To get further.
5434 en route, fill code 4.
Copy.
What's a code 4?
30-year-old male. He advised he's possibly gang associated. Appears HBD. Still trying to get a location.
Gangland. So, still listening to Santa Barbara County. Gonna mute that. That's depressing. Okay, the good. Hey, Larry, thank you so much for your kind donation. You wonderful day after day, Larry. You're a supporter number one. You are number one. I mean it. And how are you doing, by the way? Now, this is a celebration when the GOES satellites, these are two squares divided right here. When they go gray, you can click this fire info button. You can't read it, but for the GOES satellite detections, it means 6 hours have passed since the last big heat detection. Awesome, awesome sign. Awesome. Let's look back at our cams. I'm feeling better and better about the sunfire. Still have to monitor it, though.
Black jacket, pink shirt, pushing a shopping cart.
Mustache, black jacket.
Medication 13, medical emergency, 13 Camino de Vida.
Okay, if somebody's beating on a kid, I want the police to tase that guy into the ground. All right, Larry, how are you doing? Now, during the winter time and the off season, I'll try to make some firefighting related videos that are about the positives, like prototypes. That we have the drones, like the Grenfell Tower and other situations like high rises and trees on fire. They've now got drones that can mostly vertically up and down carry a fire hose. That's a lot of weight. But carry the fire hose up to the upper branches, up to higher floors on a high rise, and put that water right in to save the fire coming out of a high rise window. And there's another application. If they can carry a loaded with water fire hose, that means those drones can deliver a cable. Okay, sorry, it's more police stuff. People got stuck in the Grenfell Tower, but they were waving out their windows. That's a very tragic, horrific fire in England. There is a way to escape without, I don't know why they don't have fire escapes on the outside of buildings anymore. But if a drone can deliver them a cable, they could zip line down to the ground. And that would be amazing. myself, if I was an architect, I'd have little areas on the sides of like big extended balconies on the corners of high-rise buildings where people can make their way down a high-rise from the outside to these major platforms, and the major platforms would be equipped with an escape system of the victims throwing the cable down, and people down below can affix the zip line to a secure object on the ground, and people could just zip line down. It's a lot better than what we've got. And then maybe make their way from balcony down to balcony in a way through, not like Firefighter 05 is what?
They might need more packs.
More what?
They searching on scene in the area. SO's also responding.
It's hard. They're rushing.
A brown Honda CRV near Pizza Garden.
To that incident of violence, they're rushing fire crews because the person that was beaten, I don't know if it's a kid or youth or what, probably needs medical attention fast. So that's probably just fire crews at that place. Please. Okay. It's hard to hear about the sorrows we can't do anything about, but I like what I'm seeing on the camps. 2 good spots. They said they were making good progress, that they had hose around a fire, if not the completed road. Hose lay. That's a great step around this sunfire. And it's getting smaller on the cams. And our heat detections from space have not been triggered for 6 hours. We've gone to gray. So tomorrow anything could happen. There could be freak winds that come up. Tonight's supposed to be pretty calm. But if Santa Anas are worse than expected tomorrow, or the onshore winds, the Pacific winds, we've had a mixing together today. If they're fiercer than expected, this could fan up and jump lines tomorrow. They got to race all night to get this under control. Okay. Somebody says we still use 10 codes and L's, but my guess is injury, felonious assault. Yeah. A 410. What is a 410 in police code? Please. See, there's different 4 codes. Now that one's saying reckless driver, accident, hit and run, accident with injury. Okay. It depends on which set you're on. So different municipalities will have different flashcards. Really, police code flashcards? Let's play the game. Thank you, Smitty, for your insight. Smitty says, really, I never did any sort of patrol in California other than on the base. I bet you got funny, all kinds of stories, some funny and some not. My dad was a reservist for a bit till he realized that's not for me. Okay, so 401 is accident. Hit and run, accident with injury. How's this game supposed to work? Fire, prowler, unknown trouble. Sign up and see the remaining cards. Well, I don't know what I was just looking at. Now I learned some. He just 1050'd. That means somebody just wrecked. And you hear that in police chases all the time. He just 1050'd. 1050 is accident. Katie says 415 is California's general disturbance. Could be loud music, loud party, or two people yelling. I'll get into assault, and then they tend to go to PC code with specifics. Okay.
John 2, by Domino.
I'm kind of interested in what's going on there. So thanks, Katie, for that. What's PC code? Police code. I mean, PC is police code. Like 10.9 is say again. Everybody's familiar with 10.4. That means, yeah, I heard you. 5x5 is more trucker slang that the police use, which is you're coming in 5x5, or maybe it's, sorry, guys, radio operators, maybe it's ham radio slang that truckers then use. But coming in 5x5 is loud and clear, and I used to know more of these, but police, the 10 code. Yeah, let's just say California, but really, Northern California and Southern California are two different states. De facto, if not de jure. 1050 under the influence of narcotics. Not anywhere I've heard that. That's at Stanford University. Okay, there's no update on the fire or that situation. So, yeah, 1020 is what's your location. What's your 20 is what they short that to. 10.9 is I didn't get that. Repeat, yeah. But they don't even have 1050 here. Huh. 10.11. Running a plate and running somebody's warrant. What's a code 9? PC is penal code. Oh, okay. Penal code, okay. So, like, what does that mean? Like the actual law in question, or like penal as in the prison system? Like, man, this should be standardized. 537 defrauding an innkeeper. What the hell? Okay. Code blue. Bus or a taxi in trouble. Some of this seems completely made up. Assault's a 240. Batteries a 242. Oh, here's the penal codes. There we are. Oh yeah, arson is 451. Disturbing the peace 415. There you go. So they said 410. Unless I misheard that. They said there was a 410. Right? And the dispatch, before I unmuted it, said there's possible assault. Penal code is law. Okay, law code. Yeah, thank you for your input. Were you an officer, Katie, or a dispatcher? Or we do have a lot of Katies, so I'm not sure which one you are. You're the Katie with this light blue K. If you remind me, long COVID's been weird. And the struggle with my kidney problem, whatever the hell that was. has left me with a, it's not like impaired memory, it's like I need a prompt to remember the particular details about people much of the time now. Also, just, well, I was very inactive during October through March of last year because of my kidney problem. I was bedridden. Just not seeing people every day, right? Now I need to reheat. I'll look back at the fires, but there's not much to see, and that delights me greatly. I'll look back at the cam in a minute. I think a lot of what we're seeing is the work lights of the dozer crews. Okay, I'm in the kitchen, and I'm still listening to the radio. It's just a bunch of running plates, people's date of birth, blah, 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 it's dispatch. Oh, here's the fire, Division Mike. Oh. Unmute. He says continuing to hold. Yeah. Okay, let's do a 30-minute time lapse.
See, Division Mike, come in.
Yes. Come in, Mike.
Just information update. Division Mike has been lined. Excellent, thank you.
Mind? Lined. Oh, lined. Lined with hose. Or a dozer line. Yes! They got the dozer line complete. I think that's exactly where we're looking, guys. Right here. Sweet. Okay. Feeling way better about that situation. Way more better. Now, if they can only arrest that wannabe gangster guy that just beat somebody in front of a Walmart, I'll be happy. Where's my fork? When I came over here to unmute it, I accidentally pressed the wrong button on the microwave. I just pretty much boiled my pasta. That's okay. Doesn't have to be al dente. It can be mushy. It still tastes good. But I forget about food when I'm at my station. I haven't had any other meal. So I went live 6.5 hours ago, sat down with the meal. I've been trying to eat the same bowl of pasta for 6.5 hours. I better complete this. Small World Life says, Katie, yep, that's what I was looking at her dictionary. Help. So Katie was not LE, but we live by our scanners since we have no live media. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I think where were you at? Katie, we may have been corresponding on, we may have been talking to each other either on Twitter in comments months ago. I think we were talking about, were we talking about the Golden Fire? And how I was in the dark. We were all,
Harris or just down 246?
oh my God, that scared me.
I think 246 is crap from here. You know, it's the same distance.
Oh God, my heart.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Alright, we'll do 246.
I think it was the Golden Fire by Bonanza, Oregon, one of the early ones. I didn't know that it was jumping streets and taking out neighborhoods because we couldn't listen to it. I just was looking at they lost communications in that county down in southern central Oregon, to kind of near the California border, because once they lost power to the area when the fire chewed through power lines, first responders lost a lot of communication with each other and couldn't monitor Lahaina either because of that. So I had no idea that the Golden Fire was jumping into neighborhoods, and I didn't know. Live on the air, didn't know until locals that had fled got into cell phone range again. Their cell phone towers went down to the fire and started posting pictures of the fire just coming into their neighborhoods, and everybody running for their lives. It was like, oh. So there was a Katie I was talking to about the Golden Fire and how I was super frustrated because I was looking at the official county website and they never updated the website to say a crisis was happening. These evacuations need to happen right now. But like I said, there's a lot of Katie's on the channel, so if that wasn't you.
Confirmed. CHP is en route, however, they do not have a DRE on duty.
I copy. Thank you. Use their help regardless.
Okay, so the 1015 in context was related to the roadblock being taken down and person manning it going off duty. Okay.
Valid.
It's a secret language. Okay. Small World Life, formerly known as NITA NC, says back when I was doing legal work, penal code was the actual law code under the state code. Okay. So that would be why it varies from state to state so much. Okay.
Division Mike 40 Charlie.
All right, here's the fire news.
Good. Hey, you want me to take this other Gulf Strike team up to that west side? Have them cut that out.
There by your rig.
Yeah, they're kind of down here in the creek area. I was going to come up there and show them that right by the other side of where we started.
With the units back, 55 Hollister Avenue is a 415 X-ray in the front, refusing to leave. Described as a Hispanic female, approximately 60, wearing a black skirt and jean jacket.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. Now that was some good information. They said at Division Mike, which is where these lights are, as best I can tell, on the, I don't know which drainage it is, the left or the right. I think it's the right drainage here on this map. One of which was conquered earlier today, but they still had a struggle. We just got some good news about it though. Here on Ytius or Ytius, or however you say that creek, the fire went up here. The green is where the heavier fuels are, where the oak forest is, that they're trying desperately to keep the fire out of for the most part. Especially if the Santa Ana winds pick up tomorrow, or any kind of wind really. So they said, take that Gulf Strike team that you have and go on the western side. So when we're looking at the lights, it's orient. Well, that's pretty. That's like art. Do they not notice though that their cameras are out of focus? You know. So let's orient. I'll show you on the map. We are looking towards northeast. Fire's right here. There's the blue line, and since the fire is here, just to the left of the blue line, we see the fire on the left. It's hard to really orient ourselves. It could be like this, where the fire's at, or here and here. It could be that we can't see all of it, and it's like a trident with three places it went. I assumed it was more like a peace sign. And it's hard to line up the landscape, but it really climbed uphill against the wind and against retardant and against firefighters putting water on it from time to time all day long, going climbing just because fire likes to climb uphill. So I don't think it matters too much. Division Mike is here. He reported, yeah, interesting. Put this into perspective. The fuzzy lights we're seeing on this view, same fire, are the big red lights that are on the windmills. It's become modern art, actually. The fact that the camera went out of focus. Look at this. It's beautiful. Now, we call that in photography bokeh effect, where lights are out of focus, usually in the background of an image, and they either look like perfect circles or different shapes. Sometimes if you have mist on your camera lens or it's dirty, you can get the same effect. But they're pulsing like that. Out of focus is... Yes, it's a camera out of focus, but is it art? Okay, let me look back. So, back to the point about the fire. Here's the camera that's still in focus. Danger Bond. Danger Bond. So, left side of the view, somewhere in those drainages. I think those are mostly headlights of the work crews, although this part could be the fire right here. Oh, Division Mike, let's hear him talk.
On a valid address on Calaveras and Goleta.
That's the police. Come on, Division Mike.
10-4, thank you. And if by chance, did CHP get an ETA?
Come on, Division Mike. If police talk over, we're just going to hear the police. Hey, B, yeah, okay. You know about it.
Yeah, I copy that. Don't get too overzealous just because the oaks in there at night. Yeah, I copy.
What? Now, JB explained what a Gulf Street strike team was. There's different types. Charlie's, Gulf's, and Lima's. Strike team is a team of generally 5 of the same kind of resource with 1 designated leader. Charlie's strike teams are engines, Gulf are the crews, and Lima's are the dozers. So the Gulf
Charlie,
is, yeah.
They're responding from the office.
People walking.
10-4, thank you.
Hey, bro, thank you so much for your kind donation. I'm going to make it financially. I make it through the month now. Where it's looking better. Ah, very, very much appreciated. You get a heart, too. Larry, I'm so sorry, Larry, if you're still with us. Larry, you still around? I was remiss and didn't give you your double hearts. So, bro, you get a heart, too. Whoops, I screwed it up. You have to press space bar. There. Create a heart for you. Much appreciated. And Katie says, Katie's talking to Smitty. Smitty said some of the regs have changed since I did that. About the time probable cause came in, you quote a PC on the air. But before, if you quoted an address or license plate, they would walk from the court if you did that, not presumed innocent. Huh? Interesting. Now,
54, 36, code 4, tap notes. Code 4.
what's the code for again?
66 units to night zone.
1097.
We still don't have a mapping plane, but
Thank you.
we've been hearing pretty universally positive news for the past half hour. Yeah, this is a great. I should bookmark this. Ubinet, if you guys want to know about the slang of firefighter talk, this is a great explainer. It's journalism around the Yuba County area, close to
Medic 17 available.
close to where Paradise sort of is to the south, in the valley. But Yuba County does extend a bit into the foothills.
Before we can 92 to 40, check on suspicious person, mobile auto repair, 316 West 1st, Suite C, Charles. Be advised there's an unknown subject walking around the business and next door.
Santa Barbara County is big.
It's an HMA, bald, gray hoodie, block now.
Copy.
Now the heat detection is not right here, but right here. I could have been off one little canyon over. It could be here at the fire's location is at. Now I was thinking over here because they put a lot of retardant here. But without pinpointy stuff, like tomorrow, there'll be more Veers and Modus, these round heat detections, Modus and Veers. The snowflake is not where the detection is, it's just the center of the circle. The circle is the whole margin of error. So, this spot might be exactly where Division Mike is. But it could be down.
Problem with electrical outside in the area of 4470 Cuttle Button Court.
Okay. Electrical problem. Very active dispatch. Let's go back. It's so bright. Let's get off the white screen. Okay. Welfare and institution code. Marijuana for sale is 11359. Okay. Revised official 10 codes. 10-1 unable to copy. 10-2 the signals are good. 10-3 is shut up. Stop transmitting. 10-4 acknowledgement. 10-7 out of service. 10-8 in service. 10-9 repeat. 10-10 is a fight in progress. Whoops. I clicked on that. 10-11 is a dog.
3566.
10-6.
208, and you can clear the alarm on Kyrail.
A 10-34 is a riot. Okay. 10-22 disregard. 10-21 call me on the phone. Yeah, that's usually for very bad news. Like, we found a victim dead. Usually when you hear them doing a search and rescue and the result is not good, they say, can you call me on the phone? But sometimes they just straight up say on the radio, we found a victim, and the victim is deceased. That happened the other day where I was going to go live for a somewhat local structure fire in the Portland area. It looked like it was major. And then the people calling 911 were neighbors, and they reported the fire was through the roof already, but an elderly person lived there, and along with a dog, and they weren't sure if the person made it out, which means that they didn't. Elderly people don't usually get too far. I had a bad feeling about it. I monitored the situation, and I mean, fire through the roof in a small one-story dwelling. That's not going to be a good outcome in all situations. And sure enough, they just said straight up, found the victim deceased later. That's unusual to hear on the radio, but it's usually just say, call me on the phone.
1097, 34, he was looking under bushes towards the alley and then walked away.
Copy.
What in the bushes and then walked away? I do listen to local scanner radio and get little jingles for stuff in the Portland metro area, and what I wanted to do was cover a happy ending of a structure fire where everybody's out. And if you go take some pictures of my own, explain how people can be fire safe in a holiday season. There's many little things you can do around the house that you wouldn't think about that you should change about your house immediately. Little self-inspections you can do. Everything from...
236, go 9. 7 Robert Victor Boy, 688, be at Village of Bradley.
Code 9 is not on this list. Oh. Wait. Is it just on its own? Like, would it just be like 9 on its own? I don't see just 9. Now, I have like a numbers dyslexia kind of learning disability, so numbers.
Copy.
Numbers are hard for me to memorize. Contra Costa County, it's a roadblock.
Forward 1098. GOA ETL.
Copy.
Let's see.
3644.
Okay, I can't search. Can't search for 9 because there's 632 9s on this page. What is this? Santa? It just it said Contra Costa County, but Santa Barbara. Not here. Okay, police. What is code 9? Keep forgetting this. Set up a roadblock. Set up a roadblock. There's been a lot of roadblocks tonight. Okay, let's check out Watch Duty, see if anything else is going on. We still have wind. There's that quarry fire that's been going on for ages. Tuolumne County, Stanislaus National Forest. It's kind of middle of nowhere. It's in patrol status now. The last activity of the fire containment is at 100%. Nice. 5 hours ago, they gave an update. The current activities of this quarry fire in Tuolumne County, not to be confused with the other quarry fire that I was covering on Halloween, the giant eucalyptus piles that, for some reason, somebody thought would be a good idea to stack up and wet down water. That was a urban fire. This middle of nowhere, Tuolumne County.
2-4, Storm received, P101.
California Mountain Fire here. Stanislaus National Forest says the last fire activity was on Friday, November 3rd. When resources finished hand firing the Box Springs Trail into the granite to secure any further spread to the north and east. By granite, they mean cliffs. It's high altitude here. Resources monitored activity on Saturday, November 4th. Small islands of unburned fuel were consumed between the fire's edge and Borland Creek. Sunday.
2941, valid Class B, left of Mario.
Sunday, November 5th, fire received 3/4 of an inch of rain, which ceased any further fire spread, though larger fuels continued to slowly burn. Monday, November 6th, the fire received an inch of snow. Resources did not go out that day due to road conditions, and on Tuesday, November 7th, the Type 2 WFM crew was demobilized and the fire was put into patrol status. Yeah, when there's snow on the ground. The only activity noted by patrolling engine was smoldering in the large heavies and the stump holes, meaning the big, really big trees. Wednesday, November 8th, the Type 3 engine was demobilized. The fire was called controlled. No anticipated growth due to the current fuel conditions for the received precipitation. Large down material from the stump holes will continue to smolder until they receive more moisture or they just burn out. As road conditions allow, patrol units will be sent out every few days until either no heat or smoke is found, or at least 1 foot of snow accumulates on a fire before it will be declared completely out. So for now, it's declared contained.
Engine 11, back in district, local area.
Let's 11 back in district.
See about the maps concerning this. Yeah, that definitely is middle of nowhere. Immigrant wilderness. Immigrant on the maps of California means where the pioneers are coming in on the wagons. And before the official California Trail, which is just a couple different routes, was finalized, everybody tried to find their own way with often terrible results. Okay. Amiwok Village. Oh. Alright. Alright, let's go back to checking out Sunfire. Smooth sailing. Lately, we just hope the luck holds out. That looks like a person's private plane. Haven't seen any mapping. It seems like it should be by now. Alright. So, cases Smitty was that the only for certain offenses or before cell phones, so you can't imagine how something like a speeding ticket would be issued without broadcasting somebody's info. Yeah, like somebody's license. I've never heard of Smitty, any sort of dispatch thing said over the airwaves of the police getting in trouble. They run everybody's plates, describe people, they give the driver's license number out over the airwaves and ask dispatch to run whether or not they have prior convictions, warrants out for their arrest. Dispatch basically recites their entire life history, or interactions with the police, down to prior speeding tickets to help the police figure out if they need to let them go with a warning. Let them go with a ticket, or like arrest them on the spot for felony evading arrest in another county or state, you know, or for driving without a valid license, etc. That's Morse code, Smitty. I think they have replaced tone out with Morse code. I only know SOS. Da 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 da. It's been on my life goal list, for most of my life to learn proper Morse code. They have little games on cell phones now to help you learn, but I know damn well if you don't use it, you'll lose it. So I haven't bothered to learn yet. But if I do get my ham radio operator's license, that might be important. Can you see how relaxed I am compared to the other nights when we're listening to those horrible screeching tones?
34, 54.
34.
I can't take
34
tone.
with all units to 40. Respond to the rear of Crossroads Church, 412 North B-Boy. To the rear, multiple shots heard and a male yelling, "I'm going to kill you," getting further.
34 code 3 from north and A Adam.
Whoa. Shots fired and threats yelled, "I'm gonna kill you." Code 3 means arrival.
Code 3 from College Street.
Okay.
I know what code 3 means is get there as soon as you can with lights and sirens.
Possibly a female involved, still getting further.
Copy.
Oh. Okay. Let's do the 12-hour time lapse of the fire today. The sun fire.
area. AR deployed.
1097 AR deployed.
33, same traffic.
Copy.
This is mild wind gusts. 25 to 30, they were saying. Yeah. We got the same forecast tomorrow. One thing I was going to mention to JB when we were talking about wintertime fires and their special.
Copy.
36, same traffic.
10-4.
Their special.
5 is Laurel and A Adam.
Mist covering. Adam 7, you're.
There's a vehicle to the back of the church.
20. Frank Victor 971.
4, you were covered.
The vehicles 28 is going to be 6 King Frank Victor 971.
Something happened with the line. We're attempting to call back.
What a difference a few hours makes. Can you imagine what a raging inferno this would be?
Vehicles, a clear current 99 Chevrolet, to Andres Bedoya, Villalba, 704 North F Frank, apartment C. Charles.
Copy.
All units, code 33 on green.
Okay.
28. Perimeter, he may not be involved.
Aro Lorraine Bahanan out of Napomo. Last run them in is 6538.
Contact the resident at the residence address on Cuddle1.
Upper.
Hey, there's our MD-87 from earlier today. Well, these were high-resolution images. it puts it in scale when you can see a huge passenger jet, how big this fire was and how quickly it ran. Now, in relatively high humidity.
One out of a vehicle now. One out of the vehicle.
A special thing about wintertime fires, why structure fires can be extra bad, and well, any kind of wildland one that gets established too, is that cold air is more oxygen rich. That's how. That's why we have the world today. So, but it dawned on somebody that was important.
One male detained.
Do you have any update from RP?
Negative, and he refused. No info on him.
Copy, only one caller.
Affirm.
Copy.
Now, random police question. Do you have the right to not identify yourself?
Copy that. 21 Charlie, unit 2, copy.
To the police. I mean, can you just say, I ain't telling you my name? Or does it mean you get instantly arrested? What would that mean? In places like Russia, you don't have the right to fail to identify yourself. In fact, you have to carry around your passport with you everywhere you go. Your papers. And police can, for any reason, just say, show me your papers.
On in the vehicle now.
I'm not sure in Russia, though, if you have to tell the police if you move. But they always know where you live.
38 with the units back, audible alarm on each place. With the units back at Genus Pieces Cake 205 East Clark, check on the backdoor activation. The alarm company spoke was responsible for accepting was requesting dispatch, but it's not responding at this time.
3235 back.
With 3235.
I don't know what happened to our specific case of interest here. They said suspect in custody for which incident?
Cancel code 33.
What about the shot?
Cancel code 33. All units resume normal traffic.
Shots fired and threats. Did they get that person?
1097.
Oh, is code 33 something about radio silence? Because then I could sound fancy if I declare a code 33 during fire emergencies. 1033 is an emergency.
81 Brandon Drive, 81 Brandon Drive. Respond on command 4 TAC 7.
Oh, it's a vehicle accident. Yeah, 33, code 33, clear the radio channels for emergency traffic. We'll do that, guys. We'll declare code 33. We'll be professional. We'll be the most professional unprofessionals you'll ever see. Code 33. Emergency. Radio.
3560.
Traffic on.
Eastbound for a vehicle accident, 81 Brandon Drive.
And then cancel code 33. Alright.
3 vehicles involved. We're also have fired medics now.
Damn. Hope everybody's okay. Now let's check.
Looking back from Turnpike.
I want to see the mountains.
1097.
Has snow been sticking near Lake Almanor?
3566, I'll be able to X-ray under the 217 overpass.
With the
Oh God, it's in rotate mode. This is Butt Lake. Can't make this up. Stop. Oh, there's Mount Lassen. Look at it spinning. Lake Almanor to the right. Super white with snow. That's lovely. Looks like above 6,000 feet. They really got significant snow.
Go ahead.
But look at all the dead trees.
You guys can continue checking the area, see if there's any crime scene. 10-4.
We're still listening to Santa Barbara County, waiting for, I want to hear at least another update on the Sun Fire before I'm satisfied that we could adjourn. Small World Ice. I am the most official, unofficial source for Wildfire.
11, Battalion 11.
For Wildfire you're ever gonna get, man. I'm the official, unofficial source. In fact, we are. Now look, all this, since the Dixie Fire wrapped around the lake, all the brown is all dead Loomis National Forest. Old growth, for the most part. Look how it wrapped around the lake. Chester survived right in there.
Brandon Drive, 81 Brandon Drive. We have no further.
I'm talking about the 3 vehicle accident. See this brown strip? This is where the Dixie Fire wrapped around the entire lake. And it did this mostly in a single night.
Maybe a subject trapped in one of the vehicles.
The subject is trapped in one of the vehicles. Subject. Not victim, but
3968 to 3131,
subject.
Units can go subject.
That sucks. Small World Ice says, agree you are. Thank you for what you do. But thank you guys for supporting me. I cannot do this alone. I really thought Fire Stream was going to last a week. I had only done it once during Paradise Aftermath while it was still burning. I had been monitoring the fire by myself just with my own skills with maps, and I'd been learning CalTopo just to learn about ghost towns, and you can flip to historic map mode and such, and saw the wildfire knew the ins and outs of it, and I had tracked wildfires heading towards historical places of interest. And so when I was doing that for Paradise, I had never done anything on YouTube except for a school project and a cute little project where I did a lyric video, but that was dabbling in it, and I hadn't picked it up for years. So I saw that there was a need fireworks. Okay, dispatch just said, or an officer just said there were fireworks at our location that we just saw. During Santana winds.
98002 SM.
1088.
Medic in 1042 responding.
I did not have the personal confidence nor really enough expertise to give people advice about what to do in a crisis. I had all this fire knowledge. I learned I had more knowledge than the average person, but it was primarily in how to, defensible space, how to groom your property. Paradise itself is where I decided to learn about how to survive when you have to shelter in place and stuff. and all that grim stuff. And then later in 2020, when the Labor Day fires broke out, I went live to show people tracking, like I did during Paradise, how you can use CalTopo. And I thought I was just going to teach people, what is that? How to track wildfires for themselves. What is this? What is this? Fire? Called Jesse 1? Oh, I think it's one of those control burns.
I don't have a patient count yet. Let's continue the truck in. Assuming they're bringing them into it. Couple 11 burn ORC.
Oh, I said 2 vehicles involved. Okay, oh, that's right. We're in Northern California. This has got to be one of the prescribed burns. That just freaked me out. Looks like it's over by the port. Jumpy. No, it's not. It's by Eureka. The port cam has one too, though. Humboldt Redwood State Park. Now this is where the complexes were. But those are done. Please tell me they're done. Wait a second. It doesn't show a prescribed burn. Then why do we see a fire in the camp? The hell? It's been going for hours. So it's not like it's something new to report. Where did I just lost the camera? Where did I put it? At like down here in Pasadena. The hell? Shingletown. Okay, I swear I just saw the port camera active, which I think is where they do have some prescribed burns. Weed. What's going on with weed? It's a business.
Looks like just one patient.
I copy. Single patient, fire working on extrication.
Okay, that massive car crash was between 2 vehicles, but then they spun out in 2 parked vehicles. And yet just 1 victim tracked. Okay. I don't see any prescribed burns on the watch duty map. Yet we do see a fire by Eureka. On Jesse 12-hour time lapse. All right, what county is this? We'll just have to look it up. There's a bird. Yeah. Got pockets of dead trees here. Okay. Okay. What county is Eureka, California? Is it Humboldt? I think it's Humboldt. What county is Eureka? Yes, it's Humboldt. So Humboldt that county prescribed burn. She's the restrained party in us. Come on, just give me a list and a map of the prescribed burns. Upcoming prescribed burns in southern Humboldt County. How about just current event calendar, board meetings? Okay, just like if somebody sees fire like this on a cam, we should be in 5 seconds able to look it up. Why is it not on watch duty? Okay, California's Prescribed Burning Association, Humboldt County. Yeah, I've already been there. Explore California's PBA's associations. Okay, that's also not what we need. Humboldt Toyabe National Forest. Toyobe. Okay, this is explaining what one is. You just explained we're doing it. (2022). Okay, interactive. Story map. I don't want a story. I want to know what you're doing. I forgot to say. Okay. Humboldt University or something, Delaware County. Now, will you please tell me what's going on? Oh, workshops and agendas. I don't care. Okay, programs, contact us, publications, resources, news. Are you going to tell us what's going on? No. Why would they tell us what's going on? Okay, let's continue our search. List of prescribed fires in the Humboldt County, California active now. Current emergencies, not exactly. Let's click on it for giggles. Small World Life says, I've given my family the tips you have given them about how to make their home safer. They live near Whiskey Town. So I consider your info very useful. Thank you. Thank you for patting me on the head, because that's what keeps me going, especially when I feel terrible like today. B says amazing coverage as usual. Thank you for the pats. Please praise my mods. A lot of them have been here for like 5 hours too. We should give our mods a hand. I love the clapping hand emote, because they're 100%. Okay, that's the waving hand. Where's the clap hand? Is that clapping? Yes. I'm glad that YouTube has these. Let's give our mods a hand. Okay. I was in the middle of talking about something, wasn't I? Yeah, how it got started. I didn't have I had a huge personal shyness to overcome. I'm kind of terrified of approaching people and upsetting them or getting a bad reaction or calling them, especially after I've been sick. I get sick a lot. And disappointing people and saying, I'm sorry, you didn't hear from me for a while, but I still want to interview you or ask you something. And I just get terribly anxious about it. I've been able to perform on stage. I got over that kind of anxiety. You're sort of in character. Like right now, I'm in character. Not like an actor, but you go into a presentational mode of you. There's nobody in this room with me to make me anxious, right? I even forget myself because I'm just focused on the task. But when I'm right next to a person or about to call someone on the phone, I can just have a huge anxiety and personal shyness to overcome. And I even look all nervous sometimes. And sometimes people who would otherwise like me and take a shine to me are turned off by that. They don't know why I'm nervous around them. Well, I'm just nervous around people. So I didn't have a webcam or microphone when I first decided to go live, though, during Paradise. I just realized that people had no idea what the hell's going on, that the media didn't have much of a clue either, because of the chaos. It burned for 17 days after the first day until some serious rain happened. But the county, Butte County, was doing all they could. Still trying to figure out if there's prescribed burnings. What are we seeing in this can? This mysterious fire now that I keep losing. Yeah, what is this? This is ongoing. You see the flashes of vehicles driving around. This is vehicle headlights going through the woods here. So it's being monitored.
We don't have any ID on him, and we're going to need to ID him.
Oh. They said we're going to need to ID the victim. We're transporting the guy trapped in the two vehicle collision in Santa Barbara County. If he can't identify himself, he's got to be in a bad way. He's not carrying ID on him, but they're taking him to the hospital. So you see other smokes in the background. I mean, is this just a big slash pile of logging? Or, okay, they're running a plate. I don't want to violate privacy and stuff. I mean, that's big for a logger's slash pile. But if it's damp, Humboldt County often is. This is the right time to do it, or the torrential rains come. It's kind of a race against time to get logging slash burned. Or maybe cleanup piles from the multiple lightning strike fires everywhere. This July and August, they had 4,000 lightning strikes, at least. Maybe 2 sets of 4,000, I'm not really even sure. With those big back-to-back rolling thunderstorms we had. So not all of them took off and became big fires, but if they either pounce on it or it doesn't really take off, you get these weird brown spots on the landscape of dead trees. Good to finish the job. So the fungus doesn't take over and blah, blah, blah. And so you don't have these big fire hazards for next lightning season. So there's a race against time right now. That's why you see all these prescribed burns. Any moment now, the big heavy snows could be all over the Sierras, northern part of the state. You won't be able to get anything done. And it really minimizes the risk of anything taking off, the fact that rain's in the forecast. Very lucky that Diablo winds are not going, as right now the Santa Anas are. They usually go at the same time. Just the way the jet stream works. So it's slightly risky, but it's I approve of them doing their prescribed burns to make next fire season a lot less, flammable. At least up in the north. The idiot with fireworks and stuff in Santa Barbara County, and whoever started these last couple of fires, they all seem to be man-made. Highlands, this one, today the Sun Fire, whatever's been going on in the towns, Bay Area, Fairfield, that 4-alarm fire has got to be human caused. They're idiots.
Other subject.
Okay. Now I unmuted that too late, but this kind of scary. They said the caller says the last 30 minutes somebody has been yelling at a certain location, and then they started yelling for help. Okay. Now I wanted to be a 911 dispatcher back in the day. Got very, I got very high in the hiring process because I could type 90 words a minute, great accuracy. I've obviously got some communication skills with a headset, but I didn't speak Spanish. That was a big thing that doomed me. But I inquired, is it really going to be traumatic? Like, are you going to hear, are you going to be on the phone dying people all the time? And I said, that's actually pretty damn rare. Besides, even when you are, you will be trained to deal with it. Regular civilians can't handle that very well for obvious reasons. They don't have the support network that true first responders get. Everything from therapy to just having your coworkers know what you're talking about, to your boss and everything, pat you on the shoulder and doing a good job. You did okay. All that stuff, the support network helps you to not be traumatized like somebody is, but there's a different kind of anxiety. As you hear about people's life and death problems every day, but you don't know how it turned out. And some calls will haunt you. And maybe everything turned out just fine, but you think maybe it didn't. So they said that's actually the hardest part of the job. Mostly it's absolutely boring. Radio Hill, that's a fire too. That'll be more prescribed burning. Now, that kind of thing does bother me, you know. But thank you. I'm so glad we've been able to help Small World Life. I want to make some standalone videos as a guide, a step-by-step guide, little chunks at a time, little 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute videos. How to groom your property, how to make an escape plan, how to, the little tricks to saving your home, newest information, like how, even if you have a tile roof or something that's fireproof, staple gun the fine mesh of your soffit vents. Otherwise, your house is still going to be lost to fire. It's the embers floating up into attics, lighting them from the inside. Number one cause of houses being lost in a fire. That is breaking news as far as the way we've always thought about it. We always thought it was the gutters. I mean, yes, that can cause a fire. The embers lighting the pine needles and sticks and leaves and gunk in the gutters on fire. We always thought, yeah, wooden roof, duh. Embers collecting on the shingles. Obvious. But after California changed a bunch of codes, almost everybody's got a pretty fireproof roof anymore. Pretty much the wooden shingle roof is out. They were still puzzled by some homes standing and being fine, and nearly identical homes burned to the ground in some wildfires, especially suburban ones. Let's see on the map for this. Rio Hill. Yeah, Plumas. Quincy. Yeah, they're doing a lot of prescribed fire out here. That's right, it's Quincy. What started out as me wanting to see casually if snow was sticking in the Sierras has been, oh my God, why is there fire everywhere? I still can't explain what's going on at Eureka in Humboldt County. It's been going all day, though. It's not on watch duty. Maybe it's just a slash pile burn for logging or a very small prescribed fire incident. Who knows? Yeah. Prescribed burn, the Laporte grass flat, prescribed burn, 269 acres by Little Grass Valley Reservoir. Now, that's not what we're seeing. Just east of Paradise. That's a prescribed burn by Antelope Lake. Yeah, Antelope Lake. That Quincy one's not on the map either. see it burning away though. So now if they had, if I was in charge of this camera network, it would just say on the cams whether or not the fire's been reported already, so the civilians don't feel the need, or don't know if they should or shouldn't, or should or shouldn't. And the name of the fire would be just down here if it did get bad, and or the name of the prescriber, because they must be getting, dispatches must be getting a lot of calls. The public is encouraged to report fires when they're watching the cams for themselves. Now, if the cam's in rotating mode still, and you see fire, you definitely should call it in, because they usually stop and look at the fire. There. Yeah, that's Radio Hill again. Yeah, dispatch talk about possible assault. I'm still listening to Santa Barbara County. See if we get one last nightly update from about this fire. Okay. Don't see any other obvious mystery fires.
Have a good night when you guys get out.
Copy. Thank you. Yeah, just confirming we're released.
Yeah, affirmative. You guys are released. Thank you.
I don't know who just got released, but I think it's from a really long day at work at the Sunfire, so that's cool. Night shift crews will...
20-2 per Caltrans, the closure on the grate has been picked up.
Alright. So we have 2 mystery fires. Humboldt County. And 1 near Quincy in Plymouth County. Over here. And over here. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Okay, oh, yeah, you can't really... Over here. And over here. But they've been going all day. They've been going all day, so they must be on purpose. It's just logging slash burning is usually not that big. You see the wispy puffs of smoke in spring and damp days and autumn, sometimes winter in Oregon too. Whenever logging takes place, we've known for, like, I don't know, since the 1850s, that fungus feeds on dead wood. Fungus is the enemy of the forest. It attacks dead things, it attacks living things. It's what is rot. Like if you see a tree with a serious hole in it, and it's being hollowed out from the inside, odds are fungal attack started that wound. And it penetrated the bark, which is the skin of a tree. It's just like our skin keeps out the viruses and the fungus and microbes. Well, there are plant diseases, plant fungus, plant bacteria, plant viruses. All these things attacking plants. They have their own immune system, which is in their sap. That's why a lot of medicines come from plants. They're fighting their microbes, and their microbes are sometimes so similar to ours that plant medicine works super well in many cases. Like frankincense and myrrh are some of the most powerful antimicrobial substances on earth. The gifts given to baby Jesus. Myrrh being super powerful. It can kill golden staph, flesh-eating bacteria, MRSA, everything when antibiotics fail. So plants are always a battle with the microbes, and the way the human beings accidentally spread plant diseases are a couple of ways. I had no idea that when I was pruning, I was spreading plant diseases around because I didn't sanitize the shears in between different plants. I would say, oh, that plant has some dead limbs and sticks in the yard. I'd prune it, right? Well, I just got whatever killed the plant or killed the limbs, like the microbe on the blades of the pruning shears. And then I went to the healthy plants, went, and all of a sudden all my plants are dying. I'm like, I suck at gardening. No, I was uneducated. I didn't know I was spreading plant disease from one plant to the other. You need to take, at the very least, rubbing alcohol. Put it over the blades before you move to a different plant, especially if you're doing one that's sick looking and moving on to healthy. The second thing I was doing is I wasn't putting a Band-Aid on the plants that I pruned. You chop off a limb or a stick or scratch the plant in any way, the plant is now exposed to disease. You've punctured its skin, so to speak. So you should put some neem oil or something else on it. At least give it a spray. Sometimes gardeners have something that's like a plant Band-Aid. That's so beautiful. I'm going to keep that there. That should be a wallpaper. So one of the worst things that are attacking plants right now is fungus. So whenever you, like say logging happens or disturbance or a windstorm even, and there's a lot of dead things on the ground, the fungus goes wild. It's like a banquet for the fungus. It just proliferates, just boom. Some of it is kind of beneficial to man, like mushrooms, but the stuff that looks like white spider webs, they weaken. They just basically eat the wood through. So if they are allowed to get into the heartwood of a tree, which is a lot of the strength of the tree is in the heartwood. A lot of it's in the layers just underneath the bark. But if it gets in there and hollows out that tree, the weakening begins. It begins to eat it from the inside out. The tree then spends a lot of its energy trying to destroy the fungus rather than grow, and weakens and weakens. So you want to get rid of the dead stuff on the ground. And so Native Americans had this long, thousands and thousands of years long history of prescribed burning when the fire will just creep along. Creeping is literally the speed of a snail. You can light pine needles on fire where there's no wind, nothing, kind of damp, like morning damp, dewy conditions, and the fire will just move so slowly, just burning up the pine needles, turning them to nice fertilizing ash, killing the fungus. Fungus dies in fire. And they groomed the landscape for health that way. So loggers come around, and they learned a lot about forest health. And they're more educated about this, foresters especially. I found out, I was always like, why do they burn? Why after logging do they take all the dead sticks, dead limbs, and down logs, things that maybe have been dead for a long time even, scoop them up into piles and light that on fire? Like, what's the point? And I learned that things that, people parrot really shallow information, such as, oh, dead trees can be full of insects like termites, and then bears can eat the termites. It's food for animals and stuff. Well, okay, there.
Thank you. Have a safe trip home.
Will do. Thanks, sir.
Okay, second cruise being released from the. I didn't hit it on the dot there. What they just said that you didn't hear is a second crew's going home from the Sunfire, and they said he did a great job working down in that hole there. So he's probably out of camera view. Let's look at the Sunfire right now. Yeah, that's a sweet image. I'm gonna save it as well. Screenshot. MD87. Okay. Whoops. What did I do? Accidentally did something. Oopsie. Okay, going back to man. I had no idea these cameras are so far away. Danger Mond. Okay, here we go. Last 30 minutes. There's more police chatter about your subject and your suspects. These actually don't look like vehicle headlights. That looks like actual different points of fire. Because look at the smoke. The wind's picked up. In the last 30 minutes, the wind has picked up. That's concerning. Fire got bigger and brighter. Look. Onto your butts. Many are releasing crews. Presumably, night shift is coming to replace them. They do have hose around it, and they did complete at least some sort of fire line around it. Your division may. Commander Dante, hey, well, and SB Kathy, sorry I didn't greet you. I've been distracted. Hawthorns are very prone to those. Oh, fungus? Yeah. We've lost huge amounts of trees to, like touch elm disease and things, and a lot of those are viruses and fungi, but viruses and bacteria, but people underestimate the power of fungus. Fungus is spooky. It's like those parasites that take over the brains of insects and small creatures and make them die. Like there's parasites that need to be eaten by birds. So when they go inside of an insect, they make the insect march to the top of a blade of grass and just sit there ready to be eaten by a bird like a zombie. Like their brain is pretty much disconnected. It's no longer itself, it's like a zombie. And the parasite enters the bird host that it wants that way. And the newer research, a lot of people misinterpret it, is that fungus may have gigantic underground. They live underground colonies, like a network, some types. Some is as basic as a mushroom, and it's that. It's just nothing else. But some networks of fungus are underground, spreading out for miles, and they are controlling the plant life, turning on and off which plants get food and water and which ones don't. So they are farming the trees, farming the forest. And they're allowing some to grow, just like a farm, and then they harvest them to eat. And then they eat the dead ones. So they are in control. Trees don't have a brain. They certainly don't really act like this. But that hasn't stopped a lot of cringy, even educated people trying to say that trees.
Get them on the road, and you guys drive safe, and thank you for all the work, man. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you.
They didn't specify which units are ready to roll, but I think this is the Sunfire. There was a lot of mutual aid today, I'm sure, from maybe even other counties. So
32, 38, code 9.
Get back to fungus real quick. I'll unmute it, but this is looking okay, except I'm very concerned about the wind picking up in the last 30 minutes. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. Look at that. I hate that. I say, okay, we're about to wrap that up, and then I curse everything, and I have to be here until 4 in the morning. Ah. Yeah, sanitizing the pruning shears is super important, or having different sets is probably even better, and then put them out in the sun. Direct sunlight will kill most microbes. I mean, fungus doesn't like direct sunlight either, mushrooms in the dark. So neem oil too, although I don't know if that'll ruin your blades. So the point is, though, that there's a lot of cringy articles that just make me facepalm, where adults, not just the tree hugger types. I'll go and hug a tree. I love old trees. I will hug a tree, but I still understand the need for toilet paper and, cutting down young ones. But I don't think we should do old growth unless it's dying. But I'm talking about like the tree worshippers, those who kind of don't have rational beliefs about what plants are capable of doing. The ones who think that trees scream when they're cut down, and all these kind of mentally ill beliefs, frankly. Or that they talk to each other, or that they have families, or they feel pain. Nothing that lacks a brain can do any of that. The point is that these people have made articles, and the media just went along with it, where they're declaring that there are mother trees, and they have their little babies on the ground. And when the mother tree sees her baby struggling, she will cut off the nutrients to her own self in order to allow them to thrive. No! Trees can't make decisions, let alone have any emotions. It's the fungus underneath the ground deciding that the big tree has outlived its usefulness, should die and be a gigantic banquet for them to eat. They're slaughtering their big cattle that reached maturity. It's time to slaughter the bull. And then they've decided that the young trees, the saplings and seedlings, should get the nutrients. So it perpetuates, they're basically farming the trees. Now, fungi may not have a brain themselves. I understand this. However, they may not be thinking about it. It may be a very automatic process. There's a lot of weird things about microbes. Viruses don't have a brain either, but they sure proliferate. Just kind of programmed. So only fungus has the power to decide, hey, let's kill the root system of that tree, but not that one over there. The young ones, it's probably automatic. They go after the big ones. That's a big meal. And if they have an abundant food source there, they just may not go after the other ones unless they eventually need to. So it's being surprising, but we're finding out that fungus that network underground for huge, expansive areas act very differently than your average mushroom. Commander Dante says diatomaceous earth is also protective. Oh, be careful of that. You can use that outdoors. Oh man, DE. Do not take any of the advice about using it indoors. Just don't. Just don't. It is it's like glass dust, diatomaceous earth, and it's extremely sharp under a microscope, like glass dust, silica. You do not want to inhale that, but people will give bad advice, such as you can control your ant problem in your kitchen by sprinkling trails of diatomaceous earth around your kitchen counters and stuff. No. Or you could do it in your attic and control your termites. Nope. Termites. Nope. 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 You can't clean it up without stirring it up and breathing it. And if you vacuum it up, it ruins your vacuum, because same thing that glass dust will do is it will just destroy the vacuum motor. It destroys your lungs too. The cleanup can be hazmat bad if you've really contaminated your interior of your home with it. It's best used outdoors for sure. Yeah, and perlite is also volcanic glass. Yeah, some things can be a bit, the garden aisle can be a bit more dangerous than people realize. Like accidentally spill a whole bag of it in your garage, you better be running for a mask and let that settle down. And then you have to take a spray bottle and wet it all, and it will be a massive, giant, wet clump. And that's the only way you could safely try to dispose of that. Think of it like the dust. They invented pneumatic drills for gold mining. They were called widowmakers because all these guys died of lung diseases in the age of like 18 and 20 and stuff, 16. Because, kids worked in mines back then. And they realized you have to wet down the dust because there's so much silica and rock dust in general cut up your lungs. A lot of it's obsidian-like. Where gold is found, it's an igneous. Okay, I just got a watch duty notification which fire is full. Now, I've broken part of my conversations into little different pieces. I wanted to go back to a little bit of how I got in, we're going to watch this wind situation. That's why I'm not off the air yet. Although this is the 8th hour I've been live. If anybody, if you could spare a dime, I really could use donations to help me get through the winter. Don't sweat it if you can't. But I do want to stay ad-free as long as possible. It's getting difficult. All right, watch duty says what? Oh, they just released a crew from the Sun incident. This could just be night shift coming in, replacing the day crews. We've got a new fire in LA County. 1/8 of an acre reported at 9:58 p.m. It's 10:05. In medium heavy fuels with moderate rate of spread. Currently, no structures are threatened. Or engines arriving 4 minutes ago. The fire is now 1 acre with moderate rate of spread for radio traffic. Let's go look at it. LA County. Soledad Canyon Road, Santa Clarita, California. Okay. Oh, that's right. I have the weird topo map on. I guess I'm not talking about how I got started then. For a second. Oil tanks. You see that says oil tanks? It's a pretty old topo map, but I hope. Okay, they seem to be gone or underground, thank God. Did you see that? Oil tanks. California still produces a decent amount of oil. It's slightly surprising. Okay, we've got nearby death trap neighborhoods. Wow. Wow. Not in immediate danger, but this is exactly what I would point to that you can't develop this way, or you're just going to have mass death events in the future. See the problem with this? You have all of these thousands of homes. I think we're looking at thousands that all have to go to one main road as their only exit, only escape route. This would be a nightmare traffic jam. You could not evacuate this quickly, period. And if that one road to the south is blocked, you can't evacuate, period. Looks like a whole bunch of dirt roads. Unbelievable. This is a massive wildfire danger country. Wow. You think that one freeway here is going to accommodate those traffic or highway? Look at this. Right. These counties, LA County, what have you done? You approved of this. Northeast wind. I don't know if that's surface wind. I would imagine so. Watch duty saying this new fire, the Greg Fire. I'm going to nominate this for name of the year. We'll have a poll, like, and a voting. Like, what was the coolest fire names this year? Greg. 1 acre with moderate rate of spread. Oh, please, something else. We may have another one. Ventura County has a new fire called the Kuehner Fire. Kuehner. In Simi Valley. Half-acre medium fuels per arriving engine, 10 to 15 mile an hour winds, possible structure threat on Beaver Tail Lane, according to law enforcement radio traffic. All right, let's switch radio to Ventura County. We'll continue to look back at the Sun Fire. I'm sure Watch Duty will tell me if there's an update. I'm sure plenty of people are still listening to it. But if there's a structure threat in Ventura County, that's where we need to be. So hold on to your butts. This is a red flag week. Ventura County is not too far away. It's adjacent to where the Sun Fire is. Oxnard Police. Ventura County Fire. 297 listeners. That's gotta be it. All right. Many different channels overlapping. This is gonna be chaos. Now I'll try to find a cam in just a second. Hey Abu, how you doing? All right, let's turn it on.
1098.
I'll turn off the old one. Okay, Ventura. It's got to be the right channel with 297 listeners. Hold on to your.
47 from Kuehner IC.
Hold on to your butts.
47. You come to 43 of location also. 45, if you want to just get off, stay on the 115, then past Kuehner, and then maybe just back down that on-ramp, or start up in front of us here.
All right, that's firefighters talking. I have no idea why they're.
Kuehner IC, engine 41. In the area, you told us if you'd like to identify us as structure group 1.
41 from Kuehner IC, that's a program. You'll be structure group 1 in that area.
31 EMS 42. Response to the Kuehner incident, Nissan 118 Kuehner Drive.
Strap in. It's structure defense time. 2 new fires, structures threatened in Ventura County. Now, I have no idea why this just failed to obey me. I was trying to add a second feed. Now, they were just talking about it's the Kuehner Fire. Actually, pronounce something correct for once. Okay, add feed. Choose county, United States. Country, county, California. All right, Ventura County people, wake up. Hey, Broadcastify, what are you doing? Did I reach my maximum? I don't want to get rid of my old ones.
7's on scene. 1030's on scene. 47 just met up with 43 and 46's crew. Work on those lines. If you guys want to tweak that west end of it. 47 copy, moving attack.
Alright, I'll get a cam.
IC, engine 45 on scene.
Yes, sir.
are you on the freeway or are you off the tuner?
We're just coming up on your scene, still on the freeway.
You guys, you might have to come the freeway and then just back down the on ramp. I don't know how far chalked up we are now down tuner.
Copy that. We'll back down the on ramp.
All right. More and more crews arriving. We have structures threatened in Ventura County called the Wildfire Fire in Simi Valley. I can't remember how to exactly say that. It's eastbound 118.
Alright, City Paramedic 431, we're responding for the traffic collision. Can you confirm this is on the freeway?
Freeway. It may have been a vehicle fire. I don't know. We're gonna find out. County Ventura. Please function this time. Oh, it may be because I already have it open. One more time, please. Add the feed. I just closed it. Come on. California. Ventura County. 6 slots left. Oh, I have to choose a. Oh, okay. Why did it allow me to hit OK without selecting one? Okay. I thought these were all bundled. Okay. So, yeah, online 352 people listening. Okay, we got it. All right, playing again. Back to dark mode. God, that's painful. What's that? Oh, okay, my eyes. They may have split channeled this into.
41 and ambulance assigned to the tuner incident. Report to Beaver Tail. Engine 41, structure group 1. It possibly could be a TC.
Traffic collision, is that a TC?
IC from structure group 1.
Okay, let's find it.
Go ahead for tuner IC.
Just be advised, CBPD's down below your incident, and additionally their UTL and ETC at this time, so we can stage those resources as needed.
Copy that. I'll just stage them down there. I'm hearing some mixed reports about a possible TC.
I copy that. I'm on scene with CBPD down here.
All right, it's right about here. Ronald Reagan Freeway, guys. Intersection of Keeler Drive and 118. So if we turn this on, we have a brand new fire threatening homes. So structure defense.
Go ahead for tuner IC. Do you have a location for the TC? We did mixed reports of a TC. We're staged in that Beaver Tail neighborhood with the ambulance for now, so we can confirm with guys on the ground.
Okay, so Beaver Tail is where the structures are threatened, and they are, okay. We've got a camera. We just got a update on watch duty. Oh, let's get eyes on this. So it is the next to Simi Valley, Sage Peak 1. Let's go. So they said they're staging in the Beaver Tail neighborhood until they can get confirmation of a TC. I would say that's traffic collision. What did I just say the camera was? Sage Peak 1. All right, moving on over to Ventura County. City lights until it'll pivot. There's the fire. It's out of focus. Great. You see the freeway.
Tuner IC, engine 42. We're about 2 minutes out. Am I coming to your location?
Wow, that's quite a zoom. Is that 118 right there? Wait. No, right here. Here. All right. I think it's on the north side of the freeway. I'm not sure.
Engine 42.
Anything
42,
else?
go ahead. Am I coming to your location? 42, you're going to have to come up the on-ramp at Cooter. And so I'm going to assign you division. It'll be Division 2, and that'll be report to Captain 47. 42, Captain 47, going up the on-ramp.
I think it's our
Sure, Battalion 30.
Battalion 30, go ahead.
Battalion 30 is shipping the Cooter. I shoot with that. They were about 1 to 2 acres off the on-ramp to the eastbound 118 freeway. Looks like we're in good condition with the fire activity. Unknown on the TC with the structures. We have a structure group in place, and we'll get further information on that. Blake, Battalion 12, Battalion 30.
All right. Fires 1 and 2 acres.
Go ahead for Battalion 12. I want you to go down below. You're going to tie in with structure group 1. That'll be Captain 41. And just see if we can get information on that TC. We had reports of a TC in the vehicle. All right, copy that. I'll get that info. Additionally, be advised you currently have a VNC comm plan with LA City and LA County staging.
Okay, breaking news. Unknown why this fire is occurring, but it's off the freeway, Ronald Reagan Freeway. Ventura County.
37, ICI command.
Simi Valley.
Go for 47. Hey, 47, I'm going to give you Zulu, so you'll be on that right flank. Copy, 47, take a Zulu.
Possible structure threat on Beaver Tail
Right flank will be the west side, and I'll see 42 reporting to you. Copy, 47, 42 on the west side. Vision Zulu.
All right, so where's Beaver Tail Lane? Oh, it's like a drive, like a driveway.
I see. Go for structure group 1. Do we have any information about that TC? According to the CBPD up here on the freeway, they have no report. Yeah, affirmative. CBPD, UCL, NECC, just reports of a loud boom. I'm going to have Lieutenant 12, he's going to report to your location. And also, if we don't have a TC, let's release that support company. Yeah, I confirm you can release truck 41 and AMR.
All right, could.
Releasing truck 41 and AMR.
Copy, truck 41, med 43, ready to cancel. Battalion 22, go ahead.
I'll.
Battalion 22 is available from the large ammo rescue. Heading back to Battalion 1, you need coverage up in Station 4s.
Copy, Battalion 22, affirmative. Switch to Channel 1.
Okay, good news. The Greg fire by that Death Trap neighborhood is forward progress stopped, but this one is a big concern.
MS 42 to it.
Oh, one cam
MS 42 available.
is out of focus. They're still trying to figure out what just happened. There's reports of a loud boom, possible traffic collision, which started this fire right on the Ronald Reagan Freeway, but they can't get a confirmation of a TC, a traffic collision. So, hell if we know. But there's a gas station right there, a little concerning. And I'm not sure which side of the freeway the fire is on, if not both. So, I would hate living right there just because a semi-truck could...
Hey, your structure group's looking good down here. I'm good with 41. That's a negative on the TC, which I heard. We have 0 fallout into these structures, and yeah, everything's looking good on this side.
Huh.
Cover battalion 3 and 4.
Okay, I mean...
From LA City Battalion 15, what's your command post location?
I just would hate to live here.
Go ahead for Ventura.
Where a semi-truck...
Forward progress stopped, so we're about 1 acre. No TC. For the release, LA County, LA City, no need for copters.
Okay.
Ventura copy. LA City, LA County, copters, council to the Cuner incident.
Well, what an exciting night.
All LA City and LA County resources cancel.
You know why this just happened?
Ventura County Dispatch, LA County Battalion 5 copies cancellation.
I said I wanted to wrap it up.
LA County Battalion 5 copies.
When will I learn? Okay.
Ventura, Air Ops 13, copy to cancel for the air unit.
It's a red flag day and night and week.
Copy, Air Ops 13.
Everybody hold on to your butts.
Yeah, I see. Water tank 40 to purchase.
It's our live view. I think they just declared forward progress stopped. I don't know. But they said there's no traffic collision, but there's some sort of
I see. Can you switch over exactly?
an explosion. Or at least something that made a boom. To the point where neighbors thought there was a big traffic collision on the freeway. So I'm very curious. What the hell just happened? I'm so frustrated with these cameras. Just for God's sake, lock infinite focus. We never want to see anything in the foreground except the occasional bird. But it's more important to see fires, so... I have half a mind to say, hey, can I be one of the people who control these cameras? Because some people have the power. But then they'll be like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, oh, well, I'm on YouTube. And they'll be like, oh, hell no. They would assume that I would be doing it for entertainment or some reason. And, yeah, a lot of YouTubers are scumbags. But I'd be like, I swear to God, I would just make sure they're in focus. I reported a few of these fires using this awesome network of cams. I would use this power for good. My world license, I thought they said 118 south.
12, command.
Yeah.
Go ahead for 12. Matt, if you could just kind of watch that on command for me, and then pick up any calls and maybe go available. It looks like we got a pretty good handle on it.
Good.
Yeah, firm, I'll keep eyes on it from down this side, and I'll go available shortly. Sounds good, thanks.
Yeah, they were rendezvousing on the on-ramp to the southbound. I think that means right here. Because I'm not sure which side. They said maybe it is the southbound side where the fire was.
Copy. Those are 12 cancel.
Not real clear. See, I would hate to live there because any truck or something or any vehicle could just dive right off the highway into the roof of your house. I would never sleep a good night. Besides, there's no sound barrier. I mean, this is the side road, but then you got the freeway noise. I've just seen too many car chases where airborne vehicles Cue the Dukes of Hazzard theme song. Da, 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 and they land in the roof of a house or something. Like, I've seen that show. I don't want to be that show. At least eucalyptus. Eucalyptus. Another reason I wouldn't live here. Yeah. Yeah, these gasoline trees would have blazed up the area. Everywhere eucalyptus grows in California, an oak should be there. It is not alive. Freaking oxygen. Yeah. CO2 thieves. I was about to call a tree an oxygen thief. What am I thinking of? As part of why California's landscape resembles the raging Australian bushfires is we imported their freaking gasoline trees because we were idiots in the 1800s and fell for their scams. Australian scam artists came to the United States and went, so, California, we've noticed that you cut down all your trees to build mines and flumes and cities and stuff, and, well, just buy some eucalyptus from us because, well, they grow really fast, and they're perfect for all applications, including home building, including firewood, windbreaks, and, oh, yes, you're building railroads, we see. They're perfect for railroad ties. They're just the best thing ever.
66, Squad 66, Medic 664, no medical. 2640 Galleon Avenue.
So, like a bunch of idiots, the Californians went, sweet, sign me up, I'll take 500. And we found out that it caused a songbird a holocaust because, well, in Australia, the songbirds there developed extra long beaks to pluck insects out of the sap. The highly flammable, constantly exuding sap, which gets all over the paper thin leaves, which is perfect kindling for fires, which also drips down their paper-like bark that sloughs off constantly, which is perfect for starting fires. And the insects that get in there, well, the native North American birds try to grab them and glue their beaks shut. You see dozens, if not hundreds, of dead bird skeletons underneath most of these trees. My friend had a bunch in her yard. It was just awful. Sap gets everywhere. It goes long distance, like kind of sails in the wind, and it gets over everything. Then you got to get it off your car, and it takes chunks of paint with it. And they're there to promote raging bushfires. That's their key to production or something. But yet we don't have the koalas to, like, eat it, keep them in check in any way. So then, as soon as the first eucalyptus started being harvested and used for railroads and such in California, it threw the tracks because it warps when it dries. It ages. So we had massive train accidents. But the cost to the birds and the wildfire promotion has just been awful. And to make things worse, they cut down a lot of the pioneer and pre-white man oaks next to freeways and highways and just put lines and lines and lines of freaking eucalyptus. They're also something I'm highly allergic to, so I once had to quit a school team, 2 different school teams. I was on tennis and the swim team. The tennis courts and the swimming pool were right next to this big ass eucalyptus tree infested park. And my eyes with the allergies would swell shut like I had been stung by bees right around my face. And I itched like it was poison oak. Mind you, there's like 8,000 species of eucalyptus, some of which are like bushes and some are like trees, but we seem to have imported the bad kind to the United States exclusively because we're smart like that. They could go big and be majestic, and they shouldn't kill every single one of them, but most of them in a state. Because when you have them as windbreaks, all you're doing is making a solid line on your property or next to your highway. You're turning your highway from a good fire break to a place where fire is going to probably cross that road. But the people who don't know, they just don't know. They just don't know how bad they are for the landscape, how invasive they are. Their job, their survival strategy is to promote wildfire, which burns out all the rest of the vegetation, and then grow back faster than everything else, which promotes worse wildfires, which kills any of the rest of the struggling native vegetation, which means they grow back even more the next time and promote a worse wildfire. And this has been happening.
Engine 55, cover stations 40 and 42. Engine 26, cover station 55.
God knows how long in Australia, to the point where Australia has basically only eucalyptus. It's like a super disaster. Right? Bushfires are extremely bad, part of it. But that tree is trying to take over and destroy everything else in California too. It's absolutely happy. So much of Australia's climate that's similar to ours, especially in Southern California. It's a nightmare. It's a living, screaming nightmare. We've probably lost a lot
37, cover station 43.
of endangered species because of them. Okay, so they've got a handle on this one. Okay, the Great Fire. Forward progress stopped. That's good because that's that death trap neighborhood we were examining. In fact, I think of back, like back. I need to bookmark it as a example of a death trap neighborhood where the Great Fire just broke out in LA County. They've done an extraordinary job pouncing on all these fires. The only thing that really got out of hand being the Sun Fire was, well, a clear case of it breaking out, well, in the middle of nowhere, and B, there's no fire access roads. Otherwise, that would have been a 20-minute affair today, too. But here we are. So the Great Fire was Santa Clarita.
Medic engine 37, cover station 43, engine 35, cover station 46.
There.
Investigator 11 on scene.
Well, that was in. See these? See these? What are you doing, LA County? All of these neighborhoods, the side roads go to nowhere. They just crammed as many houses in there as they possibly could as evil developers instead of, in the back of my day, this would have been yards, not another house. And so you'd have some. Oh no, we're not listening to that. No more tone outs. Okay, so silence. I will accept going back to Santa Barbara because they don't have the tone outs. So, example of why you don't need the freaking things. We'll go back to monitoring the Sunfire and the crazy police shenanigans in Lompoc area. Because they don't do tone outs, but no, LA County, screw it. Okay, back to what I was saying. One of these houses goes up, its neighbor goes up, and besides, how do people accept this? This is a low standard of accepting a house. If I saw this neighborhood, I'd be like, what in God's name? Why is anybody a sucker enough to live in a place like this? You could hear your neighbor flush the toilet in the house adjacent. You just stick your arm out the window and touch your neighbor's wall. All right, I'm listening to Santa Barbara again. I'll unmute it if they talk about the Sunfire again. But not only are the houses so close together, you can't possibly keep the other house from being on fire if the one next to it is. There's no shelter-in-place options whatsoever. Don't see any pools. Oh, you've got water storage up here, but unless you can climb that and get in the tank, you're screwed. This is on hills, and fire loves to climb hills. Flashy, fast-moving fire fuels like the chaparral, the oily bushes. The roads are wide, but not wide enough to be a proper fire break, like a super useful one, where roads could connect. People get trapped in death trap neighborhoods because power lines go down, or there's a car accident, or a traffic jam. So you need as many roads to connect as possible. Paradise was a death trap because they had so many creeks and little ravines that they were too cheap to build culverts and bridges over them. So you had millions of dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs and just very few precious main roads to get to the more main roads, finally taking down off that death trap plateau to the safety of the valley. And it's like the only shelter-in-place option I can see is this pool. But you've got trees that would be on fire that could possibly fall into the pool, depending on how high they are. The entire neighborhood can't fit in that pool. So the more you funnel people onto the main roads, the worse the traffic jam gets. Everybody in here, God, everybody up here would basically try to exit this Thompson Branch Road to the Sand Canyon Road. But everybody in here would be on Sand Canyon Road at the same time too, absolutely clogging that. And all of them would try to go over by the Starbucks here, where all of these people would already be trying to be on the road next to Starbucks and clog up this freeway like that. This freeway can't handle the evacuation traffic. There's only one way out to the south, except this windy Sand Canyon Road goes to the north, but one car accident, a traffic jam, and everybody's stuck. And a fire could just move. Santana winds just neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood. 3 hours, all of that could be 100% of fire. Whichever way the wind's blowing. You thought Paradise was bad planning. This is impossible to evacuate. The only solution now that they've made these death trap neighborhoods is to make a lot of fire shelters. If I had to live here, what little bit of a backyard I have, I'd basically turn into your Cold War style bunker. Rob Langsdorf's Rancho Santa Fe was set up to grow eucalyptus trees for railroad ties, and they were useless. Yes, absolutely, Rob. You know your history. Yeah. Flying cars might be useful now. Why invent them if you can't utilize them? Well, the thing about them is this battery technology is holding everything back concerning flying and drones. Batteries are so heavy that it takes more battery life. The heavier your drone is, the more power it takes to fly it. And so the more juice you can put on a drone means the heavier the battery. So it's a self-defeating thing. Like, oh, okay, well, we just need more batteries. We just made it 3 times as heavy. And I am absolutely 100% against lithium-ion batteries and LiPo batteries and anything to do with lithium because of the extreme fire danger of lithium. It's a very flammable substance when used in battery applications. It's just like magnesium. It's one of those metals that likes to burn, and not only does it like to burn, thermal runaway. A chain reaction where you see people's vaping pens in their pockets explode, and the recall of all those hoverboard things, a couple Christmases back, all exploding into fire. The Samsung Galaxy Note 8, I think, all had to be recalled because they were exploding into fire, and some laptops were exploding too during charging. Faulty, poor quality, low, cheap China lithium-ion batteries, but they can happen on the good quality ones too. They've taken down aircraft because even aircraft has almost fireproof cargo bays, UPS planes and such. But once thermal runaway in a shipment of laptops or cell phone batteries or anything like that. Once thermal runaway in one of those batteries occurs, spreads to the others, and it'll take an entire passenger jet and turn it into a raging inferno in less than 8 minutes. Take down the jet. That's happened already. That's why there's a lot of restrictions on shipping batteries these days. They finally caught on to, oh, that's a bad idea. It usually takes a minimum of 15 minutes to land a plane. So if the plane is consumed by fire in 8, you've got a problem. I think one was a couple of FedEx near Dubai, I think. Don't look that up unless you want to cry. But these thermal runaway problems with lithium-ion batteries, they're now, like California says, oh, let's go 100% electric car. Okay, screw you, Newsom. You can't put water on a lithium-ion battery fire or it explodes, showers molten metal everywhere, and spreads the fire. So, Newsom, before you decide that all cars in California, every single freaking one of them, the millions of them, need to be battery powered with these extremely fire hazardous batteries, you need to first equip every single firehouse, fire engine, and fire truck with the dry chemical they need to put out vehicle fires. Right now, Teslas just sit there and burn and burn and burn whenever they catch fire on California freeways because they have to call for special equipment to put it out. There's plenty of water. They're like, please don't. Please don't. Seen a bunch of videos. Okay, never mind. That's police dispatch. I'm still listening to Santa Barbara. Let's check on our fire again. The wind has picked up. Sunfire. That's why I'm not offline. I'm not sure we're okay. Plenty more fires can and probably will break out tonight. So hold on to your butts. Now, the last half hour we saw the wind pick up here, but they are releasing crews. Maybe it's just a fluke. The point is that until we have a way to put these crazy vehicle fires out with lithium-ion batteries, and until we've equipped every single California firehouse, fire engine, fire crew with the dry chemical powder stuff you need for this, we are signing up for a lot of vehicle fires that cause wildfires with no way to put water on it. People trapped inside. Like right now, as bad as it is for you to have a wreck in a gas-powered car, at least they could put water on you and the car and get you out. We will have more and more of a scenario if California mandates electric-only cars, for sure, where people are trapped. And they can't save you. They watch. Fire hoses in their hands and they can't turn them on. They watch. And they're trying to make things like electric school buses. Hell no. Hell no. I am going to run the risk of a copyright issue here. I've got to show you the electric bus fire of France. Okay, I should say France, I suppose. Yeah, this one. Watch how quickly this escalates. Imagine this being a school bus. This is insane. That's molten lithium. Anybody walking under that, you will not survive. I just don't think you're going to survive. And it's fully engulfed in inferno. You can't evacuate the bus. This was, thank God nobody was in it. You can't even get out without being sprayed with molten chemical, you know, molten lithium, and God knows what else that they use as a catalyst, you know. So that's why I'm 100% against lithium. There's also an environmental catastrophe. It's not green. Some of the most precious places on Earth, like the Nazca lines, is deserts where you mine lithium. There's already things like Nazca lines that have been destroyed because the greedy mining companies are like, we can't mine here because there's cultural heritage stuff that's ancient. Well, if we quickly destroyed it, then, well, then we could mine rare desert creatures that need a desert habitat. Now, this is the main thing. The weight of lithium-ion batteries too, and lipos, the whole family, means that you lose your efficiency of any vehicle. It's like dragging a boat anchor behind you. So there's been new battery technology. Graphene is pushing it super forward, but we need to recognize the danger of lithium. The public should be waking up. If they see more stuff like this, they will. The chemical burns. You can't put water in this, or it gets even worse than what you're seeing. In fact, water gives it more oxygen. I can't remember. Some chemist would have to tell me whether or not it splits apart the H2O molecule and releases the oxygen, or whether it's some other process, but it makes it much worse. I've seen first responder videos of like house fire, where fire crews see a fully engulfed garage and say the front room of a house, and they'll go in the house and start putting out the house fire, but the garage is just going and going and going, and there's, you know, a vehicle in there, and the reason they're not putting out the fire is they can't identify what vehicle it is, so they can't run the risk of putting water in a vehicle and having it explode like this inside of the garage. Just blow up the firefighters, and it's like a bomb. But just, I think this is a total of 13 seconds. Nobody can get out of a bus in 13 seconds. What I'm saying is this entire bus cannot evacuate in 13 seconds before molten fire starts raining down. This is the 15-second mark. Just count down. Seems to be in real time. In fact, 11 seconds. Can you imagine kids trying to run out of that? And you can see kids on fire and you can't put them out with water. That would be Hindenburg for the whole lithium-ion battery craze that's going on right now. And I don't want it to be. I don't want people to have to die in order for people to realize you shouldn't do this. Yeah, small world life, that's so fast. You'd be lucky to even get out there. It's there's also other videos of these buses lined up and electric vehicles lined up and how it just spreads from one to the other so fast. Now, some of these are mislabeled. That's obviously a gas fire. You can just tell that's gas. Mislabeled as electric bus. It's a natural gas or whatever, propane or whatever the hell that is. But it means that you are creating these gigantic fires in cities by just lining these up next to each other. One of them has the issue, one of them has the thermal runaway. Before any fire crews can respond, the entire thing goes up, and I think that's what just burned down an entire huge parking garage at one of the airports of London. Usually it takes a lot for a parking garage to actually completely engulf. I mean, it's freaking concrete. But it was the electric cars that went off. And then that set off the regular cars, which had fuel inside them, in a chain reaction, and they just couldn't do anything about it. So eventually there'll be a mass death scenario, but it would be like this: taking your city and just, yeah, there's an electric motorcycle, electric, oh my God. I can't really click on much of that. See, they have to use dry can. Oh, and then it didn't extinguish it. Okay, I'm going to use this as an example. I'm claiming fair use. Here's a guy going by his electric scooter, motorbike, whatever. Start smoking. You have just a few seconds, buddy. Get off. Whoa. Oh God, the passenger fell into the flames. Jeez. Now, pause, fast forward. Police tried putting out the fire, but it kept coming back. That's the nature of lithium fires, too. They can reignite. That was a full dousing. That should have done it. Multiple fire extinguishers. Dry can. It was out and reignited because it's hot. That's why they call it thermal runaway. It's the heat making it happen. Water is one of the best ways to take heat out of a situation, but, well, there's another extinguishing attempt 20 minutes later. Still going. Passengers suffered burns. Yeah, I doubt it. Look how long. I mean, we don't have an elapsed time because it's sped up. But this seems to be going on half an hour later. This is why I'm so upset. I can see the future. I don't like it. I'm sure plenty of people understood the Hindenburg was bound to happen. When you start filling up blimps with hydrogen, that's just dumb. Helium is inert. It can't explode into fire, and that's what most blimps were filled with. Hindenburg and hydrogen. Because, well, the Nazis... Sorry, I'm listening to the radio. There's still no updates on the Sunfire. The Nazis decided the Hindenburg was a matter of national pride and should sail around the world, and what's the worst that can happen? The Allies, what became the Allies, cut off helium shipments to Germany, so they could either ground all their blimps or fill it with hydrogen. Rob says, but Kathryn, we need to go electric to save the world from climate change. California's wildfires have promoted it in a serious way. Deforestation of old growth. Losing half of Pumas National Forest in a summer, 54% of it. Deforestation, there's no doubt about it, causes desertification. 100% proven to cause climate change. North Africa used to be a big mountainous forest. Yes, a big mountainous forest, North Africa. Lush, green. And deforestation, partly because of humans and climate change, over thousands of years happens. Once it becomes a desert, though, you can't just grow it back. Changed everything. The Fertile Crescent becomes, well, not so fertile. Just little strips along the Tigris, Euphrates, and the Nile, but everything's a freaking desert. There used to be elephants and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Not tigers, but everything else in North Africa. And it used to grow much of the world's food. Once you lose it, you lose topsoil in the rains when the tree's no longer there to hold it. You lose the environment, number one cause of extinctions. North African forest elephant, an extinct species today. Of course, the Atlas bear too, and the Barbary lion. I mean, there's some in zoos, but
332 and 312. The remaining are on rest and will be continue to be assigned tomorrow.
Copy.
Okay, that was fine.
Thank you.
What he said before I muted it was off the incident, so he's explaining to dispatch who's been sent home for sleep.
22, 14.
She just kind of repeated herself. So we've got the night shift. I'm so happy to see the winds have died down. They're still going, but they've died down a bit. Yeah. What was that world famous song Rob Lingstor says? There will be a hot, hot time in Yonkers, New Jersey when the Hindenburg lands tonight. That's a song? Small World Life also says, is that the same type of battery that's in Teslas or hybrid Camrys or others? Yep, pretty much. There's a couple of lithium batteries. I hate all of them. I have something called an explosion-proof bag. They make those for drone flyers like me, because our batteries for our little quadcopters and others are LiPo, a different type of lithium. And rather than talking out of my ass here, I'd like to just look it up. Maybe there's a good explainer page. Yeah, lithium polymer. These are more dangerous than what's in your cell phone. But remember, they had to recall every single Galaxy Note 8 in the country because they were all ticking time bombs. I thought Samsung would go out of business. I thought nobody would ever buy a Samsung phone again if not too many businesses survive recalling their premier product by the millions and having so many fires break out in people's homes like they had happened to do the recall. And it was caught on so many home video cameras and things. They had injuries. I don't know if any entire homes burned down or not, or whether or not that's a non-disclosure agreement with Samsung. But I didn't think Samsung was going to survive if you put dangerous products in millions of people's homes. It had the potential, just while charging, even sometimes not while charging, to just explode a fire with thermal runaway, the kind which you can't put out with water. So that's lithium ion in the phones. In the phones and the laptops. Lithium polymer is even more dangerous. LiPo. Now, when I heard about the fire dangers of getting a drone, and I've got a kind of a crappy one, that's my cute little baby. It has a flight time of about 15 minutes. Really, you should land at like 10 to 12. Because these batteries become extremely dangerous. In fact, I got one. I'll go show you one. I got one handy, the one I ruined. These batteries become volatile by simply making the mistake of draining them down to zero or close to zero. I'll never forget the day that I was kind of having fun on the Yuba River. I think it was my second drone flight ever. Yeah, here it is. I need to keep this in an explosion-proof bag. I need to turn on lights. Hang on. Nobody make fun of my hair. Okay. I didn't do it today. Okay. I'll never forget the day I'm having fun at the Yuba River. My second drone flight ever. This is the battery. It's gold. A nice gold button. You press it to turn on the drone. And then there's some dots. I noticed this is too bright. My camera's not adjusting. If you donate, I'll get a better camera, though. Okay. This is a crappy one. I wrote the word bad Here, you can't see it in pencil, so I don't accidentally blow myself up by accidentally putting this in the drone. So this is LiPo. It's as heavy as a brick, super heavy. I could weigh that, but it probably says on the label, which is mostly in Chinese. Now, this was like a drone they only produced for 1 year by the company Xiaomi, or Xiaomi, Xiaomi. They make the Mi phones. They gave up on competing with DJI because they're kind of a monopoly, but they produced something that was a lot like a Phantom. And I bought it on Black Friday, the Phantom clone thing, the Xiaomi drone. I bought it because I was impoverished. It was only $350 back when most drones were like $650 to $680 before you buy the extra batteries. This battery itself is $90 retail. They don't make them anymore. So to do my documentary of some of the fires I shot partially last year, I had to go on eBay and buy these for like $120 each, several more. Now, the scary thing about these, and I do keep them in an explosion-proof bag, when I charge them, since that's a danger time, I watch them. I don't leave the room. If I leave the room, I unplug the whole affair. But usually I try to get a babysitter for the batteries while they're charging. Like when I was at my dad's house, I was like, Dad, watch this. I'm gonna take a shower. It takes sometimes 3 hours for these to charge, depending on the configuration. Now, for 10 minutes of flight time. That's why I have to have a bunch. So this is like loading up a bomb in the back of my car wherever I'm going to film with the drones. So that's the explosion-proof bag. If one of these went off next to the others, this is a huge fuel source. My whole car could be engulfed in no time. So I bought the explosion-proof bag off Amazon, and I watched people test it. And some people drive nails through these, and those are crazy. I show this on my stream a lot. If you drive a nail through this, you can start the reaction, and they'll start to swell and explode. Now, charging is especially dangerous, but getting hot is especially dangerous too. So you don't want to leave them in the hot car. Leaving them in the drone in the hot California sun while I was flying, I didn't realize that heat makes them drain faster. So here, I did my first flight ever with a drone and got unfortunately used to it flying longer, a few more minutes longer than I in the cool of the morning. I didn't realize hot California sun a couple days later, I'd have more like 8 minutes of flight time. And it's like 108 degrees, 103. And because the hotter the battery, the less efficient it is. It drains faster. So here I am at the Yuba River the next day, and I fly it longer and longer distances. This is like my second flight of the day. And I'm pushing it. I'm trying to film the bridge by Timbuktu. And I have binoculars and stuff. I got a spotter because you can't lose sight of your drone. It's illegal. But I'm too enthusiastic about it. There's people below me on jet skis and stuff waving and stuff. And so I like went low and I was wondering if they ever looked up the thing, but I don't think I ever actually uploaded it to the internet. Point is, I lost track of the battery status. You have to, when you're flying your copter, you have to take one thing and really, really remember that you have to have enough battery power to get back, or you have to land it away from you, wherever the hell you can, possibly. So if you, with these batteries, if they go below 15% charge, they go completely bonkers. They become dangerous little ticking time bombs, ready to do thermal runaway. If that even happens once. Below 12%, you're really asking for trouble. And I'm going to now tell the story in sequence. So it's in the air. I've flown north, downwind. The wind's pushing the drone to the north, right? Northeast. And then I realize I have to go against the wind to return. Okay, just more police chatter. I just committed the newbie mistake of the year, which is I forgot that I have to have just as much battery power to return. You can never go below 20 or you're asking for trouble. And I was already on like 38%. So I immediately said, oh, return to home. Hit that button in a panic, going against the wind. I'm like, oh, crap. So it's going to take more power to fight against the wind to come back to me. And now I'm going, okay. Let's just drop altitude. I am going to land the drone pretty far away from us, somewhere on the banks of the Yuba. Hopefully nobody just grabs it and runs like paranoia. But a lot of sketchy people, as well as good, fine folk, hang out at the river bottoms. And what would you do if a drone landed right next to you and you were on like a motorcycle? You could just take it and run. Something worth about $500. Okay, they're just talking about rotation of crews. I'll unmute it if they talk about the fire again. Let's look at it. This is my LiPo battery spiel here. Okay, that's the done deal fire. Let's go back to live views of the. Oh, it looks so peaceful. The sunfire. So I already realized kind of in my heart that I have to land it on the banks somewhere. It's really rocky, not too much sand. So I have to figure out, look at my screen on the cell phone to try to memorize where the hell the drone just landed, so that I was already saying, Dad, start the car, start the pickup. We gotta go retrieve my drone. He's like, why don't you fly it back? I'm like, because we're on 22% battery. It's not gonna make it. And he goes, oh my God, daughter. So he starts up the pickup truck. I had gotten out of a chair. I'm like sitting there under an umbrella in a folding lawn chair, you know. I'm like throwing this stuff with one hand in the back of the pickup. Like we had the cooler out and beverages, and I'm like, okay, I'm abandoning my drink. We have to retrieve the $500 drone, you know, above, you know, the priority of the cooler. So we do find it. It was a white drone amongst a whole bunch of white and light gray rocks. But the memorizing the drone, pointing the camera straight down as it landed, I kind of memorized which rocks it was nearby. We eventually found it. I pull out this battery. It had gone down to 8%. So I pull it out. It's red hot in my hands, and I'm going, oh crap. So I stuck it up on a boulder in case it was about to explode. All of the LiPos are like this. Okay, all of them. All of them. Okay. Some drones I hear have a shutoff to keep the battery from starting a fire. Even if you're in mid-flight, it just makes your drone fall out of the sky because it shuts off. Yeah. But that's fire safety for you. I approve. So this thing was super hot in my hands. We let it cool down gradually on top of the boulder. Babysat it. So I wasn't about to put it in the car when it was so warm. And the next day, I kept it in the explosion-proof bag. The next day, I loaded. I tried to figure out, should I charge this? So I charged it a little bit, and I had the official charger. Supposed to have fail-safes. Did it outside anyway on the porch, concrete porch with a metal table. Watching it with a fire extinguisher handy, just in case. A bucket of sand can come in handy too to smother these things. And after I charged it to about 50%, I put it in the drone. fired it up, and got into the app to check battery status. It says, warning, danger, 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 danger. Battery is had critical failure. Unplug immediately and never use again. And store safely. So I took its advice. It took, on its first use, this $90 battery, I destroyed it by simply losing track of time and letting it drain down to 8%. I mean, it was just 15 when it landed, but it was still on. And it was so hot by that time, the California sun, it was draining. So that's how dangerous LiPo is. Now, whether or not it's a LiPo or a lithium ion, this is LiPo. Whether or not oh dear, here it is. Here's our answer. Whether or not it's lithium ion or LiPo in electric cars. Well, here we go. Hyundai Motor Company uses this type of battery in some of its battery electric and hybrid vehicles. So here you go. Kia Motors in their battery electric Kia Soul. Kia does not have a good fire reputation anymore, and since Hyundai is basically the same thing, they just did another huge recall for engine fires and things. I don't know that I feel the same way about Kia anymore. In fact, I don't feel the same way about Kia anymore. The fact that they chose LiPo, terrible idea. Because all it takes is an impact, like a nail being driven through this, and it immediately explodes in thermal runaway. So what happens when you crash a car? That could be an impact, couldn't it? A great example of an impact. Wouldn't want to ride in one. Wouldn't want to be near one. So lithium ions are slightly safer, but when they're not absolutely super supervised on the assembly line, you can get the big fiascos like the explosions and recalls of all of these, everything from scooters to the Christmas presents that were hot, the hoverboard they call them. And they looked pretty awesome. I wanted to buy one. And I mean, the Galaxy Note 8 was lithium ion, but the bottom line is its lithium is super flammable and unstable. It's taken down massive aircraft. And that was cargo, so you only had the deaths of the pilots and very small crews. But there is some speculation that some of the unsolved early 90s and late 80s explosions and mid-air fires of passenger jets may have been partially to blame cargoes of lithium-ion batteries. Especially since the FAA has tested it. There's some pretty horrible videos out there. I could show those. Let's see, so Galaxy, it was the Note 8, wasn't it? Yeah. Let's see, is this the Fire one? Which one was the Fire Note? Was it the Note 9? Fire's not mentioned. Maybe it was the Note 9. But they didn't really replace the Note 9. They just kind of went to the next Note, like Note 10. Kind of just hushed it. 2018. Where's the Note 7 then? Let's see which one it was. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is more police chatter. Okay, so here it is. Samsung Galaxy Note 7 is a discontinued Android-based phablet, meaning oversized, bloated, big honker phone that was designed, developed, and produced and marketed by Samsung Electronics. Unveiled on the 2nd of August 2016, it was officially released on the 19th as a successor to the Galaxy Note 5. Don't ask me why there wasn't a 6. It's Samsung's first phone with USB-C. The last phone in the Note series to have a physical home button, because Apple suing them. I mean, Apple actually sued them and said, you can't have a home button because we do. And they won. What in God's name? Anyway, so the Galaxy Note 7 has these features, but Samsung suspended the sales and announced an informal, I think it's a lot more than informal, recall on the 2nd of September, which means 1 month later, following the discovery of a manufacturing defect in the batteries, which caused some units to generate excessive heat and then combust. After a formal U.S. recall was announced on the 15th of September, Samsung exchanged the affected phones for a new revision which utilized batteries sourced from a different supplier. So millions of bad ones were produced and cranked out and sent mostly to the United States. I don't know about recalls elsewhere in the world. But boy, this is why I thought Samsung stock was going to tank, especially if it caused a bunch of house fires, killed, burned up people's homes. To my utter dismay and surprise, the media did not make a big deal out of it. Millions of time bombs in people's homes, some of which went off. So, however, after reports emerged of incidents where even the replacement phones also caught fire, Samsung recalled the whole thing worldwide on the 10th of October 2016 and permanently ceased production of the device 1 day later. As a safety precaution, they distributed multi-layer fireproof boxes with the packing instructions. Yeah. Don't send it back to us unless you put it in a fireproof box. Well, explosion-proof box. Due to the recalls, that's aircraft. Sorry, it's just more police staff. I thought that was a pilot, but it's probably just California Highway Patrol. They're running license plates, so we're still listening to Santa Barbara to make sure the Sunfire is okay. I'm not even going to say that it is, because that'll just make something else happen. So here it is. This makes me wonder, why didn't the media just tear the living crap out of Samsung and crucify them? Also, why didn't they do that to Firestone? Remember how the media used to be like a watchdog for the public and used to go after companies like doing the Ford, the cover-up that Ford did for their death trap cars? They knew about it, the faulty gas tanks, where you fueled the car to meet the license plate, the weird car. What was those, Rob? Somebody help me out. The death trap Ford cars. You don't see a lot of them around anymore. The Pinto. I mean, Ford was crucified in the media for burning families alive and stuff because investigations found out that Ford counted the beans. It's a big part of the plot of the movie Fight Club, where they knew that the gas tank, the unique gas tank that they had, where you lifted up the rear license plate and put the gas there underneath the trunk, was really weak. So in a very low impact, low speed rear end collision, the gasoline was going to spill everywhere and explode in a fire, and it trapped a lot of people and burned them to death, families included. So he knew about it, and they counted the beans in the accounting department and said, well, What if we just let it continue to happen? We have insurance. A recall would be expensive and cost X, but if we let people die and just let our insurance company pay out the victims fund, are we saving a buck here? And they concluded, yeah. So the media just tore them to pieces. And I'm sure it had massive consequences for their stock price and blah, blah, blah. Popularity, blah, blah, blah. Trust, blah, blah, blah. But these days, you get Firestone tires that were defective, they knew, and they caused all kinds of families to die on the road because their tires would just fail, blow out at high speed. And SUVs especially would flip over and roll on the freeways. They knew about it, but also didn't recall. Corporations do this again and again. PG&E, of course, we know what happened with Paradise. PG&E made the same decision. What if we just allowed wildfires to happen? Just let our lines fail instead of maintaining them. Aren't we saving a buck? We have insurance. If we caused a lot of damage with a wildfire, can't our insurance just pay it out? Wouldn't we be saving a lot of money? That's what Butte County investigators found out. That's why we hate PG&E. But why isn't the media all over it? Why doesn't the entire nation know about it? Why didn't the media make a big deal out of Samsung's decision here? Voluntary precursory recall, when they knew damn well that they sent millions of bombs to the United States. And then they had to be pushed into doing a mandatory recall of the whole 9 yards. And then they knew that they were sending unsafe replacement devices to the United States. Why are we not super pissed? Right? Media is either in such a decline they're just not doing their job or something, or money. These are billion-dollar corporations. Money. Why, when PG&E starts more and more fires and Dixie and stuff, do big media outlets and even Lester Holt himself face the camera and say, they say the Dixie fire is mostly a product of global warming, and he didn't even mention the power lines, 2 different power lines that went down to cause it, just in the same exact canyon right next to where the Paradise Fire broke out. Even when towns like Greenville and stuff are being erased. Mainstream media just going, makes you wonder. So this is my extremely dangerous battery that I have. I should buy a second explosion-proof bag. To know that lipos are in cars. Oh my god. I wonder what kind of batteries Teslas have. Now I need to know. Tesla. Battery. Oh, not battery station. Okay, let's just look at the Model S. What is their battery? It's still being produced, 2012 to the present. 100 kilowatt lithium ion. Okay. It says discontinued are the 60, 70s, 75s, 85s, and 90 kilowatts. It's still lithium ion. Lithium ions are the ones in the exploding cell phones, laptops, passenger jet failure, infernos, cargo mostly. The scooter, the scooter and the hoverboard recalls, and the ones where you see people's pockets explode in the flame because of their vaping pens with faulty batteries. Yeah. Small World Life says that's why I don't even watch cable or the mainstream media. I do to find out what their take on things. I don't rely on it. It's easier than ever to have a successful multimedia company, and some are failing. They're blaming ad blockers. It's not ad blockers. If you don't understand how to deliver news and make it profitable, you just don't understand economics. Paywalls and things. So what really has happened is that the smaller news outlets just can't compete with the huge ones. Huge ones are still plenty profitable. It was deregulation that allowed things like Rudolph Murdoch empires and such. In the past, the big guys were not allowed to buy every competitor in sight. Mergers were not allowed, and it all went downhill. I think in the Clinton era, but it may have begun with Reagan too, where a couple things were eliminated. News media outlets used to have both sides, a sort of a liberal, sort of conservative, sort of mix of viewpoints had to be presented to use the public airwaves, to prevent hate, divisiveness, and trash. If you're only showing one side, you don't belong. You should not be using the public space for free. It's a privilege, not a right. You should be using it for the public good. Well, that was kind of done away with, and then you have hate shows like Rush Limbaugh and stuff starting up, which is let's just make liberal a bad word and hate everybody on the other side. And then, of course, you had some reaction on the left, but not quite to that degree. So that was the 80s. And then the worst things happened under the Clintons in the 90s, where completely unrelated giant corporations were allowed to buy media outlets just for their own agendas. So you got AOL. Something has nothing to do with media, really, just providing the internet with dial-up, purchasing Time Warner Media, and merging and all this stuff. This crazy giant mergers that happen. Microsoft, which has nothing to do with the news, suddenly becoming a news outlet by buying what was NBC. It became MSNBC.com, Microsoft NBC. So you had the real media just being bought up by corporations. Newsflash, I just realized it's still being done today. We're looking at Tesla. Guess who just bought Twitter? Rich people and rich corporations buying the media. So the big winners here in California, and part of the reason why California media may not be allowed to say anything bad about things like electric vehicles or fire danger, lithium-ion batteries, PG&E, is because PG&E is going to supply, the monopoly corporation it is going to supply the majority of the power to all of these electric vehicles. So you can't say anything bad about it. Keep your job. So here we are. What would help the situation is just don't allow this, like we didn't allow this in the past. Don't allow rich individuals to just own gigantic media empires. We had already learned that mistake. We saw individuals starting wars, basically using the media. We invaded Cuba because of a bunch of lies about Americans dying in Cuba, thanks to what was his name? The Hearst guy. The Hearst Mansion, the Hearst media empire. So they made anti-monopoly laws for a damn reason. Because he was just like, there's that famous quote, if I put it in the papers, I'll give you the war. You give me the story, I'll give you the war. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. So, but here's the lovely thing. We can do something about it. We can just put these laws back in place, break up the monopolies before the very last of the independent and local media die. So that real journalism can occur again, so that differing viewpoints get presented again. Put a gigantic tax on any channel that only that has a gigantic slant. Okay, you go ahead and be the liberal only channel, be the conservative only channel. Go ahead and preach hate against the other side. Pay the tax for your anti-American BS. All right. And kick them off the public airwaves. For sure. Talking about just more police chatter. I have to turn this off because I'm getting a headache. I've enjoyed Bright Catherine, kind of love it. Let's see. The LiPo battery thermal run. It should be illegal to put LiPos in cars or anything that could suffer an impact. Here's one just as an example of lithium fires. I was hoping for like, wow, LiPo battery fire during charging. This looks intense. Yeah, the smoke just erupted. That's a scooter. Here's an e-scooter. You get smoke, he unplugs right away, but there's not enough time to react. When there's smoke already, it's going to explode. Wow. Wow. So this is why I keep my drone batteries in explosion-proof bag. But I have seen security cam footage just like that, where workers just go to work and they have their e-scooter in the back of the building or whatever break room, and then the break room explodes into flames. And I think in a couple of places around the world, I know for sure in Asia, but I think in LA too, there's been some serious business fires because there's not even enough time to react, let alone grab an extinguisher and do anything. So this is sped up 10 times. He's overloading the 3 cells. These are 3 cells. I mean, the cells are within the plastic housing, but they're kind of like in little foil bags. There's 4 lines that are kind of represent the probably 4 cells in this battery. And so part of why your cell phone battery will just like your cell phone won't keep a charge after 5 years of having a cell phone or 4 is because each cell is individual and can go bad. Now when one goes bad, it'll say, yeah, we charged to 100%. In reality, it only charged to about like 5 or 8, and it couldn't charge anymore. But it reports 100% because it's faulty. And so people are like, why does my cell phone run out of juice in 2 hours? They probably had 2 out of your however many cells in your cell phone battery died. So here he's seems to be overcharging it to make this reaction happen. I'm going to subscribe. I don't approve of this though. There's going to be so much chemical in his neighborhood. Like who lives right over there that's going to get this smoke blown in the breeze over to them. So here it is bulging. I've got a Pixel 3. Boom! That has bulging batteries. It needs to be an explosion-proof bag too. Blowtorch time. So that's a charging fire. But boy, does it shoot out like that. They kind of swelled to enormous size before detonating, which is pretty impressive. But this is why you shouldn't buy cheap electronics, especially charging cables and chargers. The good ones have a bunch of fail-safes. They detect things going wrong and shut it down. He lit his grass on fire right there. A little bit. This is why you should keep your grass mown and keep it green. The fire is failing even though there's sparks and embers into the grass. See how green grass can be a nice little fire shelter. Don't get stuck in a traffic jam in a wildfire. You see a big green field, you go over there, park there, ride out the fire. Ride it out. Something like a baseball diamond, big football field, golf course. Even chemicals right now can't light that grass on fire. I mean, if you put it directly on the grass, it just wouldn't spread that much, though. There'd be a little bit of a burn, blackened circle, but that would be about it. All right, Small World Life says, even before the big wildfires with PG&E in San Bruno, yeah, they had a gas line explode. Yeah, it burned, blew up a neighborhood. Yeah, nobody seems to go back in time where PG&E's been killing a long time. What about even before that? I think we should watch the movie together if we can. Erin Brockovich, yeah, she's still with us. She's on the East Coast now, and I really wish she would have spoken about out against PG&E when the Dixie Fire stuff happened in Paradise. People equate me to her. That's a huge compliment, and I'm not at all like her. She fought PG&E in a court system and won. She found out about their conspiracy to keep secret. Julia Roberts played her. I mean, Oscar-winning movie, year 2000. She found out as more of an investigative journalist type. She had some knowledge of how court systems and stuff work without being an actual attorney. She might be one now. I'm not sure. Anyway, she found out about the Hinkley groundwater contamination incident where PG&E had these waste chemicals from, I don't know if it's transformers or what, but there's a lot of chemicals in the long distance and even neighborhood transmission of power. They're super toxic, and they contaminated the wells and drinking supply and gave very rare cancers to families. And she found out it was them, but they were like, so what? So she went David and Goliath up against the giant. Yeah, they were getting Hodgkin's lymphoma. She dug into the case and found evidence the groundwater in Hinkley was seriously contaminated with carcinogenic hexavalent chromium. But PG&E was telling the residents that they use a safer form of chromium than hexavalent. Lied their asses off. So there's a plot of a movie here and everything. But she went up against them and won the suit. Now, I wish it was criminal. I don't think it was criminal. Nobody goes to prison. So this incident, early 90s, when was San Bruno? They're comfortable with killing people. They have been for a long time. San Bruno pipeline disaster. PG&E became felons over this one too. Oh, this is about the town. What about the disaster? Excuse me. We read specific gas and electric, and they run dams and stuff, which is scary. Including one in Eleanor and such. So, which is an earth dam, and they've been having quakes. There's been another one, another 4.0 quake. Where's the media on that? Is it safe? And that was like 5 days ago. So here's San Bruno, the pipeline, the explosion that incinerated a neighborhood. 8 fatalities, injuring 58. And exploded into flames in the Crestmore residential neighborhood 2 miles west of San Francisco International Airport. San Bruno Avenue. As far as San Bruno Avenue, as well as the town, that's right. But Crestmore is what people called it. So people thought it was an earthquake, thought it was an airplane crash, but no, it's just excuse my French, shitty maintenance of a pipeline and a failure to take preventative action. So it was an 8 alarm fire, meaning 200 firefighters were spotted. It left a asymmetrical crater in the ground, 167 feet long, 26 feet wide, 40 feet deep. That's bigger than a lot of air passenger jet crash craters when they nosedive. So they even sent 4 aircraft, 25 fire engines, 2 air attack planes, and a helicopter. It was only 50% contained by 10 p.m. and continued to burn until 11:40 a.m. the next day. What time did it occur? Yeah, 6 p.m. when most people are home from work. So there was more people home than usual. So a lot of the injured had horrific burns. So, but was there any significant consequence to this corporation? Killing more and more and more people. This is 2010. Early 1990s, they were caught giving families rare cancer because they polluted groundwater and lied their asses off about it. San Bruno Pipeline, was there any consequence to the company? Were they broken up? Anybody in charge of the company go to jail, prison? Did they get their yachts confiscated or their private jets or anything? Pay out victims or anything? No, because you can't arrest anybody in a corporation basically for even manslaughter. Guess you can't charge a corporation with murder, just manslaughter. But we could change that with laws. So, in order to, here's the kicker, just like what happens with Paradise, they raise the rates on the victims. The project funding of $769 million was the subject of a PG&E application for a 3-year increase in the gas rates. Their modernization plan enhance the safety. Here's a plan to replace all you people with people who actually give a damn about the lives of others. But PG&E has a long-standing corporate culture. I'm not saying the workers, a corporate executive culture of not just being ambivalent towards safety, but being anti-safety. Like, let's try to make a buck even if we kill people. That bad. There's no consequences, so who cares? Cream rises to the top in some situations, but in the corporate environment, psychopaths do as well. So, California state government reaction at the time. California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger visited the site several days later after returning from a trade mission in Asia. I have to study more about his relationship with PG&E and the Public Utilities Commissions, which has been described by many as the most corrupt entity in the United States. Sounds truthy, meaning sounds believable, just based on the sheer amount of gigantic mega disasters involving the public utilities of California, including dam collapses. There needs to be somebody that watches the watchers. It's become the fox guarding the hen house. If the Public Utility Commission is corrupt, they can't be trusted to investigate, let alone and prevent disasters by actually doing their job, which is to regulate and to inspect. Here's the kicker. What's happening right now, some anecdotal evidence of public utility corruption, is solar is now being corrupted. There's now, they're going through, it's not a law that anybody can vote on. They're going through this stupid plan in California, which is anti-consumer, where anybody who has solar panels on their roof can't just keep their own electricity to themselves. They have to sell it back to the grid and to mostly PG&E, so that PG&E can resell it to others. Oh, if that isn't corrupt, I don't know what the hell is. So you couldn't imagine you live off the grid, meaning off the energy grid. You grow your own food, you save money that way, you generate your own electricity, and you best of all don't have to give money to this killer corporation. You say no thanks, I opt out. Got my own system here. Got my own green energy thing. Well, that's the problem is California has so much solar potential. Many years in a row, they actually produced too much power. Had to try to sell it to other states or the grid would collapse. I remember a lot of that happening. Well, if people just kind of cut themselves off from the grid and say, no, thanks, I'll generate my own solar. Well, who loses money? PG&E. SoCal is and a couple of the lesser monopolies. So they're making it impossible now. You have to be connected to the grid. You have to sell your power to them for cheap, and then they sell it back to you more expensive. The power that you generate on your own house. No kidding. If that is not corrupt, I don't know what the hell is. I can't remember what this is called. The solar scandal is what I would call it. California solar bad deal. It's got to be in the news headlines still. LA Times, they're going to put a paywall behind reading this. Nothing is green about this. Nothing. Not anymore. It's not just incentives. It's not that. It's a different news article. Yeah, from March. It's current. Yeah. Is this it? Right. So they had to reimburse you because you were the way. First of all, it's corrupt that not many. If you took the subsidies to put solar on your roof or on your property, you had to agree to be connected to the grid, and you weren't really using it for yourself. You were generating power for the grid, selling it to the power company. They gave you a huge break on the power they sold back to you. It was extremely cheap, and unfortunately, the people who could afford this were pretty much just the rich. To give away to the rich people. Rich people love to throw money at each other and share it with each other, just not anybody else. So it was always a bit of a scam, but nevertheless, it didn't really create energy independence or any sort of green thing. So you're still dependent on evil corporations. So now they're going to make it so you have to sell it for cheap to these companies, and they could price jack it up and make you buy back your own power that you generate way more expensively, which will kill instantly new solar projects on people's homes and take away any hope that we had of people generating their own power for themselves and taking down the completely collapsing infrastructure that's been allowed to decay for 50 years. I mean, the entire power grid of California is decayed. There's not a lot of places where it's safe. It's probably just best to kind of dismantle it and allow people to generate stuff for themselves. So what's going on? What's going on? Not green stuff, not anything that benefits the poor or anything. The kicker on this is that I think Newsom signed crazy legislation that everybody couldn't believe, I think 2 years ago, which means that, I mean, the House and all that were in on it too, and the Senate, but it went a bit like this. New developments for like for things that should be for the poor people have to have solar on their rooftops, but it's going to be renters, so only the developers will actually be making any money off of it. But that means that even the poor will be generating solar that they can't get, and they can't have cheap electricity. It's just the poor people are making more money being used as farms for the power companies. And this means that affordable housing is dead in California. If all new housing basically has to have solar, that's meant for poor people. Otherwise, you don't get the subsidy for making affordable housing. This has fueled the housing crisis. Developers just, the smaller people can't afford to do it. What the hell? So this is some of the most corrupt crap. This stinks to high heaven to you. Yeah. Small World Live says even before the big wildfires of PG&E and Santa Barbara, they had a gas line explode. Yeah, and then same thing as the movie. Hardly anybody heard about that here. Really, the Aaron Brockovich, was it something else, or was it part of the? Is it a small town out near the Delta, the town of Holt? Yeah, we were just on the Aaron Brockovich movie, but I thought for sure she was gonna, after 85 plus people dying in Paradise, she'd come back with a vengeance. Fiery condemnation of PG&E and their murder, continuing murder, that, excuse me, manslaughter, which in any other place it would be called reckless homicide. Maybe it was the charge that Butte County wanted to do, but they plea bargained it to manslaughter and a guilty plea. Who knows? In other regions of the world, it's called reckless homicide, reckless arson in the first degree. When you know damn well you're playing the fire, you continue to play. When you do it year after year after year. So I was hoping Erin Brockovich would just get on the national headlines again, make an Erin Brockovich 2 movie about how she goes up against PG&E and exposes them. And I was all ready for it. But I subscribed to her on Twitter. She's on the East Coast now, doing East Coast things, I guess, wading into other politics and things. And something broke my heart. She said, I don't think PG&E should be broken up. What exactly do they have to do before your mind is changed? What exactly do they have to do? Anything, any other company would be bankrupt. They had a bankruptcy which protected them, so they didn't have to pay out the victims. They've caused $1 billion, if not $1 trillion, in disaster. We, the taxpayer, and California specifically, with their insane power bills, are paying for. The entire economy of California is starting to break down. You can't have businesses here if power is too expensive. You can't have a business if the power grid goes down all the time, because it does. There's still rolling blackouts that happen because they can't handle air conditioning being turned on hot days. And it's turned off for weeks at a time during snowstorms when everything goes down, and days at a time during high winds. High winds that don't knock down power lines in other states. And now that should be occurring. So if you have a business to run or a big factory or something to produce, you just can't have power insecurity. And every other state looks better to be established in because you just have cheaper, reliable power. That's it. Why own property in California if you can't get or afford fire insurance? That's basic. You don't have fire insurance, you're just asking for your life to be ruined one day. So there's a mass exodus of people. The poor can't afford to live there anymore. Giant homeless crisis. Massive housing crisis getting worse. Every wildfire. I mean, 18,000 buildings destroyed in just Paradise alone. In the course of 17 days. I was about to move back down to California for family reasons, reconnect with my family. My dad's elderly. I can't because I can't afford to rent. Many of the people who have been burned out by PG&E are still homeless and living in river bottoms and stuff in little trailers because PG&E destroyed their home, but is allowed to just pay them a pittance. In fact, PG&E was allowed to just pay victims in their own stock, which has remained pretty crappy. It's PG&E stock. 16 bucks. Down from, let's see, 5 years ago, meaning sorry, listening to dispatch. So 5 years ago, exactly 5 years ago is when Paradise happened in November. 26.38 was their stock price. It tanked by January of the next year when it became clear they were guilty, pled guilty to the starting the Paradise Fire. Tanked down to $7.23. Today it closed at $16.50. And during their bankruptcy, went down to $5. Oh yeah, what an amazing stock to own, guys! What an amazing stock to own. Aren't you glad, fire victims, you got a piece of that action? Yeah, exactly. So here's the Small World Life says, and next they're going to force us into electric cars. So what's going to happen when PG&E starts a big fire and everybody has to evacuate at once? The only people who can have their cars charged up. But PG&E is the one doing rolling blackouts and cutting off power because of the safety shutoffs. You can't even start your car up to evacuate. Only the mega wealthy people who will have these. Let me take my danger battery back and put it safely in its explosion-proof bag here. Only the mega wealthy who have huge generators, which I'm sure are going to run gas. Only they can evacuate. The traffic jam at Paradise was so bad it took like 7 hours to clear. Many people, of course, dying in their vehicles, others abandoning them. And it's a somewhat large town. Different parts of it burned down at different times. And they put it out in one neighborhood just to go to another one, just to find the one they were just in, is now on fire again because of embers. It was a big, giant whack-a-mole game. So, imagine being in your electric car for 7 hours and just watching that battery level go down. Hybrids, I'm for. Hybrids make a lot of sense to me because you have your emergency use of fossil fuels and we can phase them out and stuff. Hybrids use very little gas unless it's a really long distance trip or a really powerful hill they gotta climb, like going to the mountains. I love the idea of hybrids. Of course, with not lithium batteries, but something else. Because of that extreme savings on energy. The funny thing about the Chevy Volt, which was awesome, my friend took me for a ride in it. It has this braking system, kinetic braking, where if you go downhill, braking charges the battery. Wow, that is just cool. That's awesome. Makes you wonder if you could generate any significant amount of backyard power that way if you live on a hill. Now, wait a second. Where's our fire? The camera moved. The camera moved away from the sunfire? Back to its original position? What? Oh, wait. Maybe Dangermond 2. No. It's not even looking at Sunfire, guys. I have heard nothing but police chatter for the last, well, like 40 minutes now. Oh, you can see it. It's right here in the middle, but of course it's not in focus. So I'm going to confidently declare the Sunfire, I think, is not very likely to be a problem tonight. Confidently. I'm knock on wood. Unless some crazy freak wind event happens or some truly bizarre event. Now let's check in and see if any of the other miners fires have developments. A mulch pile fire. Okay, that hasn't changed today. Overall, we had another lucky day. It's midnight now. I'm going to declare tonight a lucky day considering Santa Anas were blowing. They weren't so bad that all these little things turned out to be giant. That could have happened. Is this fire?
7 Lincoln King, John 417.
Oh, that's cops running plates again. We could have had Santa Anas blowing with hurricane force wind speeds. We could have had 120 mile an hour winds roaring over Pasadena. We could have had fires start in the hills and make their way into LA proper. We could have had serious thousands of people evacuated, but the winds just in that sweet spot of being dangerous, and everybody's on alert, and everybody responds really quick. And I think the Highland Fire is a wake-up call. Don't get too damn complacent. Because that was a medium wind speed event, not really a high. So you had super fast, and like JB was saying, John Bruno, crews ready to go and on alert because of some red flags being declared. I think it should have been everywhere, but whatever. Up in here. So they had better staffing, better preparedness than usual, and had planes ready to go. Coupled with preparedness was mild weather. For Santa Anas, you really couldn't ask for a more gentle Santa Anas. So, we just have to hold on to our butts. We have to hold on. This is my 10th hour of the stream. If you guys could please hit the like button if you haven't. A donation to PayPal would be tremendously helpful, even a dollar. Super chat, super thanks, tremendously helpful. If you don't want to do PayPal, it's a little money button by the chat. I would like to stay ad-free and on air. It's, for reasons I discussed earlier, it's very difficult to make a living on YouTube right now. But that is the way to reach people. I could be playing games, video games, demonstrating video games and having fun on Twitch right now and rolling in dough. Female gamers usually do. But I won't. God, I just sounded stupid. But I won't. No, but I won't. Because nobody else is doing this. I would like to be replaced so badly. I would like to just go have fun and do my life goals, be with my family, actually have fun in the summertime and not hear every waking minute pretty much ready to go live. But there's an unmet need where officials and agencies just don't have their beat together. They don't have one-stop shopping for all the information. And the media doesn't do it either. So, the best way to help the channel is help it grow. Just share your social media, explain what the channel's about, flag and tag people that can benefit. Mostly we grow by word of mouth. But unless major events happen, people just don't find the channel. they just watch the news, right? So, this is year 3 of doing it. I will have to have a lot of support, donation support going forward. So I'm going to try to strategize. Make it easier to give me money for one thing. Set up different payment strategies. You know, I hate Bitcoin stuff. I should probably have a wallet just so I can accept it. You know, beggars can't be choosers. So let's see. Now I have a Discord message. I will use the money to enhance the stream. I have a $250 microphone and a $450 microphone interface that I'm still figuring out. So things will improve. This is crappy audio, crappy video too, but that will improve. But there's a lot of behind the scenes expenses. I can't just go out and get a job and yet be free to do this too. So, as annoying as it is to beg for money, that's what I'm doing. Everybody who's patted me on the head and just encouraged me, that's been immensely helpful. Everybody's come in and contributed information and local knowledge, immensely helpful. It's truly grateful. My mods, my old schoolers, much appreciated. Lurkers are much appreciated. And all of us together super appreciate our heroes. The thing I like best about what we do is we're hero helper. We have gotten evacuations started from neighborhoods and communities that by the time firefighters go door to door instead of the sheriffs, people are already packing up and leaving. We have relieved them of some of their burden. We've helped educate the public about the importance of evacuations, survival, and just what fire's doing in general. We've saved lives. The feedback from people not only coming in saying I didn't have plans to leave or I wasn't going to leave right away until I saw something on the channel, that's the most rewarding thing I've ever heard in my life. But people do come in there and say that. That's why I feel a pressing need to keep going, even though I really hate fire. And an incredible pressure to always go live in a crisis, and always be free to do so. That can't happen without a pretty significant influx of dollars and support. So, off season's coming. I have to figure out another way to somehow make YouTube make money for me, or get a job or something. Figure this out. Maybe I can make fire-related content and have a Patreon or something where people just set it and forget it, subscribe and support that way. That'd be good. But we'll get there. But all of you, I'm incredibly humbled that this has gone this far. We've had more subscribers than this before. We've had almost 10,000. But after somebody's crisis is over, oftentimes they want to unsubscribe and never hear about fire again. I don't blame them. So, like right after the Dixie and Calder, we lost 4,000. This has the unfortunate effect of destroying the channel, basically, where we kind of have to rebuild it and rebuild it because YouTube's algorithm thinks that if 4,000 people suddenly unsub, you have made everybody pissed off at you. You have been offensive. You've been a jerk. So YouTube puts you right down in the rankings. People can search for the Sunfire right now, and we'd be on like page 9. Sucks a lot. Bruss says lurker here. We'll try to catch up your streams whenever I can. I'm so grateful, man. Are you? You've got a chick for your icon. Are you? You're female though, right? I keep forgetting. Sorry. You're not a lurker. You're a supporter. Come on now. You got a heart for today. You're a super chat. Come on. Don't be modest. I'm floored and humbled that this ever got big. The way I started was being frustrated with the media. I was tracking the Paradise Fire myself because of so many people I knew affected by it, and just the disbelief that that happened near where I used to live in a place I knew. And my brother didn't know if his house burned down for a long time. So when Butte County kept showing the maps, I was monitoring it with all my mapping skills and realized other people might need this info. But when I went live, I had entire streams that went on for hours, and 18 people showed up. That's what a new channel struggles against. Even though I was providing extremely valuable information. No clickbait, no bull. With the constant scanner radio going on, providing people up-to-date, accurate information, tracking airplanes, tracking the fire by satellite, and refreshing the maps to see which buildings had been destroyed. And typing in chat people's information about where they should shelter and etc. That's how it began. I just thought it would stay like that. I would have a couple key people. I just was about to give up now. A couple key people would come in and say, "Can you help me, please?" Still listening to police chatter. People would come in and say, "Can you help me with something?" I'd be like, "Okay." They'd say, "Can you tell me if my house is still standing?" It was one of the #1 requests. And so I'm like, "I'm not there." We could check the map. The black, green, and red and yellow color coding of structure damage. But where the fire was still spreading, and burned for like 17 days, remember? To the smaller communities especially, we would just track the heat, and I would say, "I don't see heat over your neighborhood yet, but it's nearby." Okay, that's more police chatter. And I'd say, "Well, can't you see the map? Can't you check the map for yourself?" And they said, "No, can't." Remember, Paradise was 2018. So they'd say, I can't bear to look. I cannot watch the news. Just tell me if you think it's still there." So I, carefully answered and said, "Well, there's no heat detection over it right now. Nobody on scanner radio has said it's in that neighborhood, and it's not on the structure damage map." And the huge outpouring of gratitude made me keep doing it, even though I don't even remember which account I used back then. The way that Gmail just shut down all these Gmail accounts, and I don't even know which account I used. Maybe that those videos either were never saved to YouTube, or they're gone forever. It would have been nice to be part of the historical record. The point is that even when I was helping 6 people a day, it was worth it. So I didn't really take to the airwaves again until 2020. But after Paradise, I began to learn. I began to want to make documentaries about wildfires for survival, like educational stuff. They put the call out at my college when I was studying multimedia fine arts, video production, and specifically web design. Second, the local firehouses were like, "We want you to help these students to help us make fire education videos, safety videos." And I thought, hey, I could do that. But I also knew I could do more. I could play at journalism, go to the places where people die, try to figure out why, and find out if there's a way they could have been saved, which I've never heard of anybody else doing. That began my fire survival knowledge education. that has been building over the years. And then when I went live in 2020 during the Labor Day storms, I was still without a webcam and without a microphone, but on scanner radio, and showed people how to track wildfires through maps. It was just a couple people, Bugs Bunny, Cogito, the firefighter, Morris, Sherlock Jones, and several others who said, talk. Get over your shyness and talk and tell people where to go. And just the media shut down. They're playing Matlock and Lassie on the daytime television. Tell people about where to go with the evacuations. Show people the heat detections from space. And I said, well, what if I'm dangerous? What if crap? What if I say something wrong? He says, well, just keep what you're doing. Tell people it's not, you are not a firefighter. You are not experienced in this. That you're learning. But he goes, really, fire behavior is not freaking rocket science. And so we are going to teach you everything you need to know. Myself and sure enough, other firefighters showed up, he said. Bruh says in chat, I actually briefly was watching the stream once in 2020, maybe. It took me forever to find this channel again, only to find out maybe a month ago. God, I'm sorry, bruh. I did have to rename it because I had no plan. I knew that I covered the Paradise Fire in late 2018, but I had no idea which YouTube account that was on, which Gmail account was associated, if it was Gmail at all. I couldn't even find my old channel that had Paradise on it. It was my own personal account. It just had my name, Kathryn Davidson, and I was like, damn it, this is a crisis. I have to go live right now. I looked out my window and saw columns of smoke breaking out all over Portland. I was listening live to where the new fires were. It's amazing orchestra of mutual aid between Fulton Valley Fire and Rescue, Portland Fire and Rescue, and the smaller communities to the west where most of the fires were, like Gaston, Hillsborough, Forest Grove, Yamhill, like Newburgh. And he was like magic. It was the most competent response I'd ever heard of. Hillsborough Fire would go help Forest Grove Fire, and then there'd be a fire in Hillsborough, and then Fulton Valley Fire Rescue would cover Hillsborough. And then Beaverton, God, I love that town's name, would have a fire, and Beaverton was helping Newburgh, so Beaverton would say to Forest Grove, can you help us out in Beaverton? So Forest Grove was in Beaverton. And then more problems at Forest Grove, so Gaston would respond to Forest Grove, and then there'd be a fire by Gaston. I mean, the Labor Day storms were incredible. Down power lines everywhere. Oregon had them, Portland had them. Especially people's entire roofs lighting on fire because of the older homes where the power line has a cable that goes underneath the roof of the building. So tree branches were mostly breaking off in the wind. It was crazy. It was 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts push all the trees, bend them like a fishing pole, they would let up. 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts push all the trees, bend them like a fishing pole, then it would let up. It's insane to watch. And then the dead trees didn't bend at all, and then suddenly they just crack apart and crash to the ground. I saw one practically crush a guy in Portland. I yelled at him, look the beep out, and he dodged a falling tree. But with the living trees, the branches broke off. It was like a pendulum and a grandfather clock. These branches were kind of still attached to the trees, swinging back and forth, and so they would rip the power lines off of the roof eaves of the older homes all around, everywhere in Oregon. It was just crazy. And then individual homes were lit on fire, dotting the landscape one by one by one by one. You just saw massive columns of smoke. So I said, oh, screw it. I don't know what the hell my old channel was. I don't know what to call this channel. I just said live button, bam. And so it's called Kathryn Davidson. That's it. My name. That's what everybody's YouTube channel is called by default. Now this is the Sunfire still. It's still going, but not moving. So it was called Kathryn Davidson, and I thought it would be over in a week. I mean, with Paradise, I covered that around 20 days, and then I went to Paradise. I went to California to be with my grieving family, and my brother in his state of shock, and he never went back to the house. He asked me to visit his property and tell me if there's anything left to come get, and I said no. No. So I don't believe he ever went back, but I was happy to tell him his roses survived. The ones down by the street, because there's a little retaining wall on the hill, like a concrete brick wall. In that little pocket, they survived. The strangest thing ever, his lawn grew back after the heavy rains. This is burned to the ground house with a destroyed aluminum fishing boat in it. A tree fell on it. And a green lawn and a bunch of rose bushes down by the mailbox. It's bizarre. Yeah, bruh, I had to change. People expecting people to remember my name is not a good idea. And as the days wore on in 2020, everybody tried to give me money, and I refused it all. I just couldn't take any when so many people had just lost so much. 18,000 buildings were just erased, mostly homes. Massive homeless problem and refugee crisis because of the Paradise Fire. And I mean, that's why I didn't take any 2018. When 2020 happened, I didn't think that the Labor Day storms would cause mega wildfires like they did, especially in Oregon. That would just grow and grow and grow and not really be extinguishable by human beings. That only happens once every 75 to 100 years. That dry, hot desert winds will blow over all of Oregon like the way they do in California every winter. But that was 2020, the year of crazy BS. So I just still thought it would be about a week of bad fire stuff, and then the rains were supposed to happen in September. In fact, Labor Day is almost always wet already, but 2020 had an Indian summer due to La Nina stuff. So the rains that were expected to just instantly put everything out just did not happen until late October, I believe. So as I went live every day for free, not making any extra income like I normally do, losing all of my clients one by one, where I used to repair computers and build computers. I just kept thinking, well, the next day it'll be over. I have to do it one more day. After about the second month, I realized, oh God, I have lost most of my income, 2 months of my income out of the year. Oh man, that hurt me financially so bad. I learned my lesson, but it was too late. I just said, give it all to victims. I linked to all the charities. But California kept having fires. The glass and the Zog broke out. The Zog live on my stream. I was like, please, for God's sake, PG&E, turn off the power today. Turn off the power today. They did not. The Zog fire started by PG&E killed people up by Shasta County and Redding. And that's when my own cousin, my own nephew actually, was evacuated from Redding. I'm like, oh my freaking God, PG&E. So I had a determination to see that out, and I said, okay, fine, I'll finally start taking donations. in 2020, and one person, Sherlock, shared me on Facebook, or a Bay Area. This is how everything began. Shared channel link to a social media site, either a Facebook or like a forum for Bay Area news. And somebody, here I am just doing my stream with an audience of 16 and 20 like usual. But the Bay Area is full of people, very concerned people traumatized by Santa Rosa and all that, 2017. And later in the other Santa Rosa fires. And somebody said, look how many people are in chat. And look how many views you've gotten. And I went, oh boy, we have 600. That's cute. 600 views today. That's okay for an 8-hour stream. We're making the big time. They go, no, 6,000. And there's 600 people in chat. What? So that's when I told people to like and subscribe and stuff. I was determined to never say that. I said, if I ever was a big YouTuber, I would never tell people to like and subscribe, because that's so annoying. Well, I found out that most people actually just forget. So the moment you say it, you watch, and it just happens. Like I say, please hit the like button right now, guys. A couple people are probably doing it. So I got super stage fright. But that's how we attracted the attention of many more experts, from meteorologists to others who took me under their wing and gave me the continuing fire education. And so I got brave enough to turn on the webcam eventually and talk most of the time. All fear goes out the window when you're just pissed off, and I was pissed off at the Zog fire and PGD continuing to kill people. So that's, I want to say I conquered stage fright, and encouragement helped me. And yes, it helped me to actually begin talking, but it broke. Like, I'm now comfortable going live with audiences of 30,000. Shy girl has come a long way. Because I was pissed. And so I did fiery speeches and education, and I was impassioned, trying to help people deal with the Zog fire and others. And at the end of the day, I went, oh my God, I did public speaking. And nothing terrible happened to me. Yay. Prior to that, I was going to bed every night thinking, oh my God, I bet I sounded stupid all day. I was just driven by fear. But I'm super grateful for everybody who encouraged me in the beginning, and those who still do. It still feels weird. I never wanted to be in front of the camera, much less speaking. I wanted to be a director and have professionals in front of the camera, promote up-and-coming talent, and hire actors and hire narrators. Be a documentary filmmaker. That way, I hate the sound of my own voice, etc. But here we are. So, bruh, at that point, I renamed it kathryn.davidson.wildfires. I had no idea still what to call it. I had no idea if I'd be needed in the future. I thought really government agencies and, well, municipalities would get their beep together and they would create a one-stop shopping channel on YouTube. Surely they would utilize YouTube, and there would be one-stop shopping, one channel to tune in for all their fire news, manned by like a newsroom of CAL FIRE and federal experts and locals, and as well as the call station in the background, like you see for like public broadcasting channel money drive. One channel give all the information to anybody asking to interact with the public in real time through chat. That's perfect use of technology. Why the hell they're not doing it, I don't know. Why the hell the information lines shut off at 6 or 8 p.m. Even though wildfires are spilling over mountainsides and they have to evacuate people in the middle of the night many occasions. I don't know. Why every single different fire is a different little Facebook channel and they only do Facebook in an era where a lot of people quit Facebook and are enraged at Facebook selling our personal information to a variety of entities, including our phone numbers. You know, grandma's on Facebook. That's cool. Well, she provided her phone number for password recovery, and now she's being scammed out of her life savings because the scam people in India bought it. It went for sale. It wasn't just Cambridge Analytica. Yeah, right, password recovery. There's so many people that came in and said, I refuse to use Facebook. I can't believe the government is forcing us to get basic survival info. A lot of the people that watch this because I just replay on my channel here what the government's trying to get out to people on Facebook, the community meetings and stuff. It stinks of corruption pretty badly. Did Facebook put more money in pockets than YouTube did? Why is it not on YouTube? YouTube's pre-installed on everybody's phone. I guess Facebook is too, but why, at least on YouTube, you can watch without making an account. I'm enraged that the first place evacuation info shows up is Facebook. Can you imagine loading your family in your car in a wildfire on your doorstep, and you don't know where to go, and you're on your phone, and you quickly go into the Facebook page, and it says, oh, log in to see this info. You can't even see it without logging in. You're like, oh my God, what's my Facebook password? And in a panic, you punch it in, it's wrong. And then you punch it in wrong again, and then it locks you out. Please check your email with password recovery like that. Yeah, people are dead by now. Why doesn't the government have its own wildfire information app? Why is Watch Duty a private organization of concerned citizens like me doing the government's damn job? FEMA has an app. Why isn't it just, why can't the FEMA app do this? The FEMA app says important things such as high wind advisory, you know, weather things. Your neighborhood has such and such hazard. It's got little buttons you can press to check in a safe. It's got little buttons to find Red Cross resources and things, and to file a report with FEMA to get FEMA help. Oh, that's if the governor gets around to declaring it a disaster. I guess Newsom never did that for the Caldor. Don't ask me why. Okay, it's still just police chatter. In fact, I'm turning it off. It's time to wind down. We're gonna have a busy day tomorrow with Santana Wind, so I can't just talk all night, even though I like it. Not talking, but being with you. So yeah, bro, I had to rename the channel kathryn.davidson.wildfires, and so my Twitter became @KWildfires. I had no idea what to call it. I didn't want to promise coverage if I didn't know I was going to be able to do it beyond 2020. Much of 2020, I refused money too the first couple of months. In fact, I think all of it I did. I don't remember. I think I did. 2021, yeah, I think 2021 is when I finally said, okay, around when the Dixie started, because 2020 opened up my eyes to just how long these things could go. And losing 2 months of your income and just pulling 18-hour shifts where you're doing nothing but, well, for 18 hours, but exhausting yourself and not working and not having garage sales and not, well, doing anything to make money. That's pretty brutal. So during those big fires, I had a decent enough income to purchase things for the stream, the microphones, the equipment I'm still trying to figure out. I had to buy a video card in the heat of the video card height of the video card shortage, so I paid 5 times what I should have. Like a $400 video card cost me like $860 in cash. With a sympathetic person lowering the price, he was going to charge $1,000 for it. They were going for $1,200 on eBay. $400 video cards, mind you, and nobody could even get one at that price. Screw you, Bitcoin. I had to fork out that much money. That is because of the donations. It's so damned expensive. I had to upgrade my PC and drop a couple grand in it to be able to handle the amount of tabs open I have. Right now I have 7 Microsoft Edge browser windows, besides the one that you can see, and 1 Opera tab with a clock. It's also running OBS, Open Broadcaster software, via Streamlabs. That takes a huge amount of computing power. I've spent a grand at least on hard drives, because when I found out that some of the finest and craziest moments of our 2020 stream, like when lightning hit my house, I screamed live on the air. That'll never happen. YouTube refuses to save videos that go over 12 hours, so I learned my lesson, and I have to record all of this in case YouTube deletes it sometime. And I have a backup. And so getting storing giant amounts of videos, I've already gone through a 12 terabyte hard drive and 2 6 terabyte hard drives, a 10 terabyte, a second 12, 3 solid state drives are about 2 terabytes, and I've basically run out of space again. So my next purchase will be a couple $100 more freaking hard drives. But that's the cost of doing business. On top of it, rent and payment, electrical bills, and wanting things like a new car someday. That's not being covered, but we'll find a way. The sad thing is we only generated decent amounts of money when we had around 10,000 plus people in chat, and that only occurred with the big fires. The milder fires that have happened since have been a wonderful blessing, but some months I don't even make $200 the entire month. That's not sustainable. Here we are. I hope we can sustain this going forward, but I fear it takes another giant fire to get the subscription rate up again. People to tune in, take notice, and the donation trains to go. The moment somebody donates, usually that prompts others too. Well, if no per hour. When you have 12,000 people in chat, and I can't really follow chat, they use super chat to get my attention. So they drop in $2, $5, or more, and say, "Please answer my question." Oh yeah, I'm happy to. I'm just not going to be a dick and say, "Hey, you have to pay for me to answer your question." That's immoral. I'm not going to do the thing where some streamers do and say, "Some of my videos you can't see unless you have money. They're Patreon only." Poor people have a right to life-saving information. by God, I'm gonna freaking provide it as long as I can. As long as I can. But that will depend on factors. Yeah, bruh, it was called Kathryn Davidson at first. Then it was called Kathryn Davidson Wildfires. And then when I realized I wanted to do this for the foreseeable future, get committed, I tried my best to come up with brainstorming with everybody here. What would be a good channel name? When you change your channel name, a lot of people can't find you again. Unfortunately, it's like starting a new one. It's just tremendously bad. Got to think carefully about it, and this would have been my third time. See, my Twitter right there just says Kathryn's World Wildfires, and that's what I went with because I want to make other Kathryn's World channels about different topics. But it was too long. I wanted it to be Kathryn's World Wildfire Tracking Team. Now I regret it. Maybe it just should have been Kathryn's Wildfire Tracking Team. But it's too late. YouTube only allows the link to your channel, the official link name that it generates, thing that's on, when myself, Sister Golden Hair, Sea Probe, and John Stoker were in the 4th of July parade in Chester, where the Dixie Fire was last summer. Not this 2023, but last summer. I had to put a banner on the side of Sister Golden Hair's truck, so I had to have a link, memorable sort of a link in a QR code in case people wanted to scan that and go right to the channel. So YouTube only allows you to do that once, and I had to just quickly grab it. So Kathryn's World Wildfire Tracking had 2 W's. I figured that might be memorable, but this is the official, excuse me, I'm going to copy and paste it from my channel. The official URL link to the channel is, come on, let me copy link. This. Probably can't read it, but it's youtube.com/at Kathryn's World Wildfire Tracking. And a team, it was too long. Team was too long. So if you click on this, you see that email address is here. It's the about page of my channel. The YouTube official link is here. Subscriber count. I have 230 videos there. YouTube never told me the day that we surpassed 1 million views. I wish they did. It was last year sometime. Wish they gave me some sort of an award or something. Like a cutesy little thing. Here's the share channel link button. But it is what it is. But if we ever get to 20,000 subscribers, which I think the channel would survive if we did, we can make merchandise and sell it. Sell the little T-shirts and stuff. And it's just going to say Kathryn's Wildfire Tracking Team on the T-shirts. And you guys will be able to be proud members. I could look into merchandise right now, but I don't have any idea what it's like. Some people have their own merch stores and whatnot. I'd definitely wear one while I was streaming. And if people wore them around, it would be weird. Like there'd be a QR code on your back. You're wearing a sweater or something, like a hoodie. But people might walk up and want to scan you because it says Wildfire Tracking Team, and people would be like, "What? The what?" That would probably actually get us a lot of traction. But YouTube came up with 2 things that made me think, well, my channel will survive. We can monetize in other ways. Sell T-shirts and coffee mugs. and perhaps things that will fundraise for victims, like, oh, you guys want to see something special? All 18 of you still watching. I started to create art with the help of AI, and I said, please, I wanted to make like greeting cards of hope, and AI did this. Look at that. Look at that. I said I need a white phoenix ascending, wings out in some way. I didn't say rising from the ashes, but I said something like hopefully silhouetted against the sun. And it didn't really include fire, which is kind of cool because I think a lot of people don't want to see a fiery phoenix, actually. That's just beautiful. It came up with this in 3 minutes. Alongside, it always comes up with 4 results. This one. That just kind of looks like a fantasy bird, though. Not particularly a symbol of hope like that. That's angelic right there. So if I can somehow sell this, I don't know what the legality is because it was AI generated. I don't know if I have to pay Microsoft royalties or something. This is Bing Chat. If we could print these out as greeting cards, I would love to have a percentage go to wildfire victims. You could customize the greeting cards based on, the different wildfire disasters. This one too is just, look at this. What do you guys think? I think that's pro. I think that's print worthy. I think most people would call that a phoenix, not be confused about what it is. Everybody's asleep and nobody's replying anymore. So that tells me it's time to go to bed too. So tomorrow we have Santa Ana winds. We have no rain in the foreseeable future until at least probably next Thursday. Hold on to your butts. I expect a full day tomorrow. Noon, noon to 1 p.m. I'll try to get as much done if I can wake up early of my own personal affairs. It's usually noon, 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon when serious stuff is happening. Probably noon now that we've got back to standard time. Yeah. So it'll be another all-day stream, I expect, to monitor situations. So it's about time to go. We have been live 10 hours and 43 minutes and 10 seconds. Shout out to all the lurkers and everybody who's still awake and everybody who's supported. We're incredibly thankful. God, see, I'm that tired. I want to extend a personal thank you. So we'll see you tomorrow. I'll leave you with this awesome image. So everybody, try to relax and go to sleep. We got very lucky today. Russ says they look pretty neat. Good. Cool. I'm glad somebody saw that. Maybe we'll play around with it a little bit more tomorrow. It can get weird. You'll never get the same result either. You have to quickly save these. You just type in the same words and AI comes up with some random stuff. But playing with it live might be quite fun, seeing what it generates. And sometimes it's pretty damn cool, as you can see. So good night, everybody. Remember, the subscribe button with the ringing bell will let you know. It should let you know every time I go live. If you're a Twitter person or X or whatever the hell it's called now, at Wildfires. And I usually these days remember to explain I am live on Twitter. Basic Jake, hey, good night. Hello and good night. But I do plan to be here in the early afternoon if everything, knock on wood, everything lines up. So Good night, friend.